Chapter 16 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The aspect of South Street, Mayfair, on a Sunday afternoon in August is not enlivening. Yet the Prince had stood for 10 minutes gazing out of the window at the genteel vacancy of the scene, at the closed blinds of the opposite houses, the lonely policeman on the corner covering a yawn with a white cotton hand, the low-pitched light itself, which seemed conscious of an obligation to observe the decency of the British Sabbath. The Prince, however, had a talent for that kind of attitude. It was one of the things by which he had exasperated his wife. He could remain motionless, with the aid of some casual support for his high, lean person, considering serenely and inexpressively any object that might lie before him, and presenting his aristocratic head at a favourable angle for periods of extraordinary length. On first coming into the room he had given some attention to its furniture and decorations, perceiving at a glance that they were rich and varied. Some of the things he recognized as old friends, odds and ends the Princess was fond of, which had accompanied her in her remarkable wanderings, while others were unfamiliar and suggested vividly that she had not ceased to collect. The Prince made 2 reflections. One was that she was living as expensively as ever. The other that, however this might be, no one had such a feeling as she for the mise en scène of life, such a talent for arranging a room. She still had the most charming salon in Europe. It was his impression that she had taken the house in South Street but for 3 months. Yet, gracious heaven, what had she not put into it? The Prince asked himself this question without violence, for that was not to be his line to-day. He could be angry to a point at which he himself was often frightened, but he honestly believed that this was only when he had been baited beyond endurance, and that as a usual thing he was really as mild and accommodating as the extreme urbanity of his manner appeared to announce. There was indeed nothing to suggest to the world in general that he was an impracticable or vindictive nobleman. His features were not regular, and his complexion had a bilious tone, but his dark brown eye, which was at once salient and dull, expressed benevolence and melancholy. His head drooped from his long neck in a considerate, attentive style, and his close-cropped black hair, combined with a short, fine, pointed beard, completed his resemblance to some old portrait of a personage of distinction under the Spanish dominion at Naples. To-day, at any rate, he had come in conciliation, almost in humility, and that is why he did not permit himself even to murmur at the long delay to which he was subjected. He knew very well that if his wife should consent to take him back, it would be only after a probation to which this little wait in her drawing-room was a trifle. It was a quarter of an hour before the door opened, and even then it was not the Princess who appeared, but only Madame Grandoni. Their greeting was a very silent one. She came to him with both hands outstretched, and took his own and held them a while, looking up at him in a kindly, motherly manner. She had elongated her florid, humorous face to a degree that was almost comical, and the pair might have passed in their speechless solemnity for acquaintances meeting in a house in which a funeral was about to take place. It was indeed a house on which death had descended, as he very soon learned from Madame Grandoni's expression. Something had perished there for ever, and he might proceed to bury it as soon as he liked. His wife's ancient German friend, however, was not a person to keep up a manner of that sort very long, and when, after she had made him sit down on the sofa beside her, she shook her head slowly and definitely several times, it was with a face in which a more genial appreciation of the circumstances had already begun to appear. "Never, never, never?" said the Prince in a deep, hoarse voice, which was at variance with his aristocratic slimness. He had much of the aspect which, in late-coming members of long-descended races, we qualify to-day as effete, but his speech might have been the speech of some deep-chested fighting ancestor. "Surely you know your wife as well as I," she replied in Italian, which she evidently spoke with facility, though with a strong guttural accent. "I have been talking with her. That is what has made me keep you. I have urged her to see you. I have told her that this could do no harm, and would pledge her to nothing. But you know your wife," Madame Grandoni repeated, with a smile which was now distinctly facetious. Prince Casamassima looked down at his boots. "How can one ever know a person like that? I hoped she would see me for 5 minutes." "For what purpose? Have you anything to propose?" "For what purpose? To rest my eyes on her beautiful face." "Did you come to England for that?" "For what else should I have come?" the Prince inquired, turning his blighted gaze to the opposite side of South Street. "In London, such a day as this, già!" said the old lady sympathetically. "I am very sorry for you, but if I had known you were coming, I would have written to you that you might spare yourself the pain." The Prince gave a low, interminable sigh. "You ask me what I wish to propose. What I wish to propose is that my wife does not kill me inch by inch." "She would be much more likely to do that if you lived with her," Madame Grandoni cried. "Cara signora, she doesn't appear to have killed you," the melancholy nobleman rejoined. "Oh, me? I am past killing. I am as hard as a stone. I went through my miseries long ago. I suffered what you have not had to suffer. I wished for death many times, and I survived it all. Our troubles don't kill us, Prince. It is we who must try to kill them. I have buried not a few. Besides, Christina is fond of me, God knows why," Madame Grandoni added. "And you are so good to her," said the Prince, laying his hand on her fat, wrinkled fist. "Che vuole? I have known her so long, and she has some such great qualities." "Ah, to whom do you say it?" And Prince Casamassima gazed at his boots again, for some moments, in silence. Suddenly he inquired, "How does she look to-day?" "She always looks the same, like an angel who came down from heaven yesterday and has been rather disappointed in her first day on earth." The Prince was evidently a man of a simple nature, and Madame Grandoni's rather violent metaphor took his fancy. His face lighted up for a moment, and he replied with eagerness, "Ah, she is the only woman I have ever seen whose beauty never for a moment falls below itself. She has no bad days. She is so handsome when she is angry." "She is very handsome to-day, but she is not angry," said the old lady. "Not when my name was announced?" "I was not with her then, but when she sent for me and asked me to see you, it was quite without passion. And even when I argued with her and tried to persuade her, and she doesn't like that, you know, she was still perfectly quiet." "She hates me, she despises me too much, eh?" "How can I tell, dear Prince, when she never mentions you?" "Never? Never?" "That's much better than if she railed at you and abused you." "You mean it should give me more hope for the future?" the young man asked quickly. Madame Grandoni hesitated a moment. "I mean it's better for me," she answered, with a laugh of which the friendly ring covered as much as possible her equivocation. "Ah, you like me enough to care," he murmured, turning on her his sad, grateful eyes. "I am very sorry for you. Ma che vuole?" The Prince had apparently nothing to suggest, and he only exhaled in reply another gloomy groan. Then he inquired whether his wife pleased herself in that country, and whether she intended to pass the summer in London. Would she remain long in England, and, might he take the liberty to ask, what were her plans? Madame Grandoni explained that the Princess had found the British metropolis much more to her taste than one might have expected, and that as for plans, she had as many, or as few, as she had always had. Had he ever known her to carry out any arrangement, or to do anything of any kind she had selected or determined upon? She always at the last moment did the other thing, the one that had been quite out of the question, and it was for this that Madame Grandoni herself privately made her preparations. Christina, now that everything was over, would leave London from one day to the other, but they should not know where they were going until they arrived. The old lady concluded by asking the prince if he himself liked England. He thrust forward his thick lips. "How can I like anything? Besides, I have been here before. I have friends," he said. His companion perceived that he had more to say to her, to extract from her, but that he was hesitating nervously because he feared to incur some warning, some rebuff, with which his dignity, which, in spite of his position of discomfiture, was really very great, might find it difficult to square itself. He looked vaguely round the room, and presently he remarked, "I wanted to see for myself how she is living." "Yes, that is very natural." I have heard, and Prince Casamassima stopped. "You have heard great rubbish, I have no doubt." Madame Grandoni watched him, as if she foresaw what was coming. "She spends a terrible deal of money," said the young man. "Indeed she does." The old lady knew that, careful as he was of his very considerable property, which at one time had required much nursing, his wife's prodigality was not what lay heaviest on his mind. She also knew that, expensive and luxurious as Christina might be, she had never yet exceeded the income settled upon her by the prince at the time of their separation, an income determined wholly by himself and his estimate of what was required to maintain the social consequence of his name, for which she had a boundless reverence. "She thinks she is a model of thrift, that she counts every shilling," Madame Grandoni continued. "If there is a virtue she prides herself upon, it's her economy. Indeed, it's the only thing for which she takes any credit. I wonder if she knows that the prince hesitated a moment, then he went on, "that I spend really nothing. But I would rather live on dry bread than that in a country like this, in this English society, she should not make a proper appearance." "Her appearance is all you could wish. How can it help being proper, with me to set her off?" "You are the best thing she has, dear lady. So long as you are with her, I feel a certain degree of security, and one of the things I came for was to extract from you a promise that you won't leave her." "Ah, let us not tangle ourselves up with promises," Madame Grandoni exclaimed. "You know the value of any engagement one may take with regard to the princess. It's like promising you I will stay in the bath when the hot water is turned on. When I begin to be scalded, I have to jump out. I will stay while I can. But I shouldn't stay if she were to do certain things." Madame Grandoni uttered these last words very gravely, and for a minute she and her companion looked deep into each other's eyes. "What things do you mean?" "I can't say what things. It is utterly impossible to predict on any occasion what Christina will do. She is capable of giving us great surprises. The things I mean are things I should recognize as soon as I saw them, and they would make me leave the house on the instant." "So that, if you have not left it yet?" the prince asked in a low tone, with extreme eagerness. "It is because I have thought I may do some good by staying." The young man seemed only half satisfied with this answer. Nevertheless, he said in a moment, "To me it makes all the difference. And if anything of the kind you speak of should happen, that would be only the greater reason for your staying, that you might interpose, that you might arrest—" He stopped short. Madame Grandoni was laughing, with her Teutonic homeliness in his face. "You must have been in Rome more than once when the Tiber had overflowed, è vero? What would you have thought then if you had heard people telling the poor wretches in the Ghetto or the Ripetta, up to their knees in liquid mud, that they ought to interpose, to arrest?" "Capisco bene," said the prince, dropping his eyes. He appeared to have closed them for some moments, as if a slow spasm of pain were passing through him. "I can't tell you what torments me most," he presently went on. "The thought that sometimes makes my heart rise into my mouth. It's a haunting fear." And his pale face and disturbed respiration might indeed have been those of a man before whom some horrible spectre had risen. "You needn't tell me. I know what you mean, my poor friend." "Do you think, then, there is a danger? that she will drag my name, do what no one has ever dared to do? That I would never forgive," said the young man, almost under his breath, and the hoarseness of his whisper lent a great effect to the announcement. Madame Grandoni wondered for a moment whether she had not better tell him, as it would prepare him for the worst, that his wife cared about as much for his name as for any old label on her luggage. But after an instant's reflection she reserved this information for another hour. Besides, as she said to herself, the prince ought already to know perfectly to what extent Christina attached the idea of an obligation or an interdict to her ill-starred connection with an ignorant and superstitious Italian race whom she despised for their provinciality, their parsimony, and their tiresomeness. She thought their talk the climax of puerility, and whose fatuous conception of their importance in the great modern world she had on various public occasions sufficiently covered with her derision. The old lady finally contented herself with remarking, "Dear Prince, your wife is a very proud woman." "Ah, how could my wife be anything else? But her pride is not my pride. And she has such ideas, such opinions. Some of them are monstrous." Madame Grandoni smiled. "She doesn't think it so necessary to have them when you are not there." "Why, then, do you say that you enter into my fears, that you recognize the stories I have heard?" I know not whether the good lady lost patience at his persistence. At all events she broke out with a certain sharpness. "Understand this, understand this. Christina will never consider you, your name, your illustrious traditions, in any case in which she doesn't consider much more herself." The prince appeared to study for a moment this somewhat ambiguous yet portentous phrase. Then he slowly got up with his hat in his hand and walked about the room softly, solemnly, as if he were suffering from his long, thin feet. He stopped before one of the windows and took another survey of South Street. Then, turning, he suddenly inquired in a voice into which he had evidently endeavoured to infuse a colder curiosity, "Is she admired in this place? Does she see many people?" "She is thought very strange, of course. But she sees whom she likes, and they mostly bore her to death," Madame Grandoni added with a laugh. "Why, then, do you tell me this country pleases her?" Madame Grandoni left her place. She had promised Christina, who detested the sense of being under the same roof with her husband, that the prince's visit should be kept within narrow limits, and this movement was intended to signify as kindly as possible that it had better terminate. "It is the common people that please her," she replied, with her hands folded on her crumpled satin stomach and her humorous eyes raised to his face. "It is the lower orders, the basso popolo." "The basso popolo?" The prince stared at this fantastic announcement. "The povera gente," pursued the old lady, laughing at his amazement. "The London mob? The most horrible, the most brutal?" "Oh, she wishes to raise them." "After all, something like that is no more than I have heard," said the prince gravely. "Che vuole? Don't trouble yourself. It won't be for long." Madame Grandoni saw that this comforting assurance was lost upon him. His face was turned to the door of the room, which had been thrown open, and all his attention was given to the person who crossed the threshold. Madame Grandoni transferred her own to the same quarter, and recognized the little artisan whom Christina had, in a manner so extraordinary and so profoundly characteristic, drawn into her box that night at the theatre, and whom she had since told her old friend she had sent for to come and see her. Mr. Robinson, the butler, who had had a lesson, announced in a loud, colourless tone. "It won't be for long," Madame Grandoni repeated for the prince's benefit, but it was to Mr. Robinson the words had the air of being addressed. He stood there while Madame Grandoni signalled to the servant to leave the door open and wait, looking from the queer old lady, who was as queer as before, to the tall foreign gentleman (he recognized his foreignness at a glance), whose eyes seemed to challenge him, to devour him, wondering whether he had made some mistake, and needing to remind himself that he had the princess's note in his pocket, with the day and hour as clear as her magnificent handwriting could make them. "Good morning, good morning. I hope you are well," said Madame Grandoni with quick friendliness, but turning her back upon him at the same time to ask of the prince in Italian, as she extended her hand, "And do you not leave London soon? In a day or two?" The prince made no answer. He still scrutinized the little bookbinder from head to foot, as if he were wondering who the deuce he could be. His eyes seemed to Hyacinth to search for the small neat bundle he ought to have had under his arm, and without which he was incomplete. To the reader, however, it may be confided that, dressed more carefully than he had ever been in his life before, stamped with that extraordinary transformation which the British Sunday often operates in the person of the wage-earning Cockney, with his handsome head uncovered and suppressed excitement in his brilliant little face, the young man from Lomax Place might have passed for anything rather than a carrier of parcels. "The Princess wrote to me, madam, to come and see her," he remarked, as a precaution, in case he should have incurred the reproach of bad taste, or at least of precipitation. "Oh yes, I dare say." And Madame Grandoni guided the prince to the door, with an expression of the hope that he would have a comfortable journey back to Italy. A faint flush had come into his face. He appeared to have satisfied himself on the subject of Mr. Robinson. "I must see you once more. I must. It's impossible." "Ah, well, not in this house, you know." "Will you do me the honour to meet me, then?" And as the old lady hesitated, he added, with sudden passion, "Dearest friend, I entreat you on my knees." After she had agreed that if he would write to her proposing a day and place, she would see him, he raised her ancient knuckles to his lips, and without further notice of Hyacinth turned away. Madame Grandoni requested the servant to announce the other visitor to the princess, and then approached Mr. Robinson, rubbing her hands and smiling, with her head on one side. He smiled back at her vaguely. He didn't know what she might be going to say. What she said was, to his surprise, "My poor young man, may I take the liberty of asking your age?" "Certainly, madam. I am 24." "And I hope you are industrious and sober and, what do you call it in English, steady?" "I don't think I am very wild," said Hyacinth, smiling still. He thought the old woman patronizing, but he forgave her. "I don't know how one speaks in this country to young men like you. Perhaps one is considered meddling, impertinent." "I like the way you speak," Hyacinth interposed. She stared, and then with a comical affectation of dignity replied, "You are very good. I am glad it amuses you. You are evidently intelligent and clever," she went on, "and if you are disappointed it will be a pity." "How do you mean, if I am disappointed?" Hyacinth looked more grave. "Well, I dare say you expect great things when you come into a house like this. You must tell me if I wound you. I am very old-fashioned, and I am not of this country. I speak as one speaks to young men, like you, in other places." "I am not so easily wounded," Hyacinth exclaimed with a flight of imagination. "To expect anything, one must know something, one must understand. Isn't it so? And I am here without knowing, without understanding. I have come only because a lady who seems to me very beautiful and very kind has done me the honour to send for me." Madame Grandoni examined him a moment, as if she was struck by his good looks, by something delicate that was stamped upon him everywhere. "I can see you are very clever, very intelligent. No, you are not like the young men I mean. All the more reason—" and she paused, giving a little sigh. "I want to warn you a little, and I don't know how. If you were a young Roman, it would be different." "A young Roman?" "That's where I live, properly, in Rome. If I hurt you, you can explain it that way. No, you are not like them." "You don't hurt me, please believe that. You interest me very much," said Hyacinth, to whom it did not occur that he himself might appear patronizing. "Of what do you want to warn me?" "Well, only to advise you a little. Do not give up anything." "What can I give up?" "Do not give up yourself. I say that to you in your interest. I think you have some little trade, I forget what, but whatever it may be, remember that to do it well is the best thing. It is better than paying visits, better even than a princess." "Ah, I see what you mean," Hyacinth exclaimed, exaggerating a little. "I am very fond of my trade, I assure you." "I am delighted to hear it. Hold fast to it, then, and be quiet. Be diligent and honest and good. I gathered the other night that you are one of the young men who want everything changed. I believe there are a great many in Italy, and also in my own dear old Deutschland, and even think it's useful to throw bombs into innocent crowds and shoot pistols at rulers, or at any one. I won't go into that. I might seem to be speaking for myself, and the fact is that for myself I don't care. I am so old that I may hope to spend the few days that are left me without receiving a bullet. But before you go any further, please think a little whether you are right." "It isn't just that you should impute to me ideas which I may not have," said Hyacinth, turning very red, but taking more and more of a fancy all the same to Madame Grandoni. "You talk at your ease about our ways and means, but if we were only to make use of those that you would like to see—" And while he blushed, smiling, the young man shook his head 2 or 3 times with great significance. "I shouldn't like to see any," the old lady cried. "I like people to bear their troubles as one has done oneself. And as for injustice, you see how kind I am to you when I say to you again, don't give anything up. I will tell them to send you some tea," she added, as she took her way out of the room, presenting to him her round, low, aged back, and dragging over the carpet a scanty and lustreless train. Chapter 17. Of the Princess Casamassima, by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth had been warned by Mr. Vetch as to what brilliant women might do with him. It was only a word on the old fiddler's lips, but the word had had a point. He had been warned by Paul Muniment, and now he was admonished by a person supremely well placed for knowing, a fact that could not fail to deepen the emotion which at any time these 3 days had made him draw his breath more quickly. That emotion, however, was now not of a kind to make him fear remote consequences. As he looked over the Princess Casamassima's drawing-room and inhaled an air that seemed to him inexpressibly delicate and sweet, he hoped that his adventure would throw him upon his mettle only half as much as the old lady had wished to intimate. He considered, one after the other, the different chairs, couches, and ottomans the room contained. He wished to treat himself to the most sumptuous, and then, for reasons he knew best, sank into a seat covered with rose-coloured brocade, of which the legs and frame appeared to be of pure gold. Here he sat perfectly still, with only his heart beating very sensibly, and his eyes coursing again and again from one object to another. The splendours and suggestions of Captain Sholto's apartment were thrown completely into the shade by the scene before him, and as the Princess did not scruple to keep him waiting for 20 minutes, during which the butler came in and set out on a small table a glittering tea service, Hyacinth had time to count over the innumerable bibelots, most of which he had never dreamed of, involved in the personality of a woman of high fashion, and to feel that their beauty and oddity revealed not only whole provinces of art, but refinements of choice on the part of their owner, complications of mind, and almost terrible depths of character. When at last the door opened, and the servant, reappearing, threw it far back as if to make a wide passage for a person of the importance of his mistress, Hyacinth's suspense became very acute. It was much the same feeling with which, at the theatre, he had sometimes awaited the entrance of a celebrated actress. In this case the actress was to perform for him alone. There was still a moment before she came on, and when she did so she was so simply dressed, besides his seeing her now on her feet, that she looked like a different person. She approached him rapidly and a little stiffly and shyly, but in the manner in which she shook hands with him there was an evident desire to be frank and even fraternal. She looked like a different person, but that person had a beauty even more radiant. The fairness of her face shone forth at our young man as if to dissipate any doubts that might have crept over him as to the reality of the vision bequeathed to him by his former interview. And in this brightness and richness of her presence he could not have told you whether she struck him as more proud or more kind. "I have kept you a long time, but it's supposed not usually to be a bad place, my salon. There are various things to look at, and perhaps you have noticed them. Over on that side, for instance, there is rather a curious collection of miniatures." She spoke abruptly, quickly, as if she were conscious that their communion might be awkward, and she were trying to strike instantly, to conjure that element away, the sort of note that would make them both most comfortable. Quickly, too, she sat down before her tea-tray and poured him out a cup which she handed him without asking him whether he would have it. He accepted it with a trembling hand, though he had no desire for it. He was too nervous to swallow the tea, but it would not have occurred to him that it was possible to decline. When he had murmured that he had indeed looked at all her things, but that it would take hours to do justice to such treasures, she asked if he were fond of works of art, adding, however, immediately that she was afraid he had not had many opportunities of seeing them, though of course there were the public collections open to all. Hyacinth said, with perfect veracity, that some of the happiest moments of his life had been spent at the British Museum and the National Gallery, and this reply appeared to interest her greatly, so that she immediately begged him to tell her what he thought of certain pictures and antiques. In this way it was that in an incredibly short space of time, as it appeared to him, he found himself discussing the Bacchus and Ariadne and the Elgin marbles with one of the most remarkable women in Europe. It is true that she herself talked most, passing precipitately from one point to another, asking him questions and not waiting for answers, describing and qualifying things, expressing feelings by the aid of phrases that he had never heard before, but which seemed to him illuminating and happy, as when, for instance, she asked what art was, after all, but a synthesis made in the interest of pleasure, or said that she didn't like England at all, but loved it. It did not occur to him to think these discriminations pedantic. Suddenly she remarked, "Madame Grandoni told me you saw my husband." "Ah, was the gentleman your husband?" "Unfortunately." "What do you think of him?" "Oh, I can't think," Hyacinth murmured. "I wish I couldn't either. I haven't seen him for nearly 3 years. He wanted to see me to-day, but I refused." "Ah," said Hyacinth, staring and not knowing how he ought to receive so unexpected a confidence. Then, as the suggestions of inexperience are sometimes the happiest of all, he spoke simply what was in his mind, and said gently, "It has made you very nervous." Afterwards, when he had left the house, he wondered how, at that stage, he could have ventured on such a familiar remark. The Princess took it with a quick, surprised laugh. "How do you know that?" But before he had time to tell, she added, "Your saying that way, shows me how right I was to ask you to come to see me. You know, I hesitated. It shows me you have perceptions. I guessed as much the other night at the theatre. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have asked you. I may be wrong, but I like people who understand what one says to them, and also what one doesn't say." "Don't think I understand too much. You might easily exaggerate that," Hyacinth declared conscientiously. "You confirm completely my first impression," the Princess returned, smiling in a way that showed him he really amused her. "We shall discover the limits of your comprehension. I am atrociously nervous. But it will pass. How is your friend the dressmaker?" she inquired abruptly; and when Hyacinth had briefly given some account of poor Pinny, told her that she was tolerably well for her, but old and tired and sad, and not very successful, she exclaimed impatiently, "Ah, well, she's not the only one," and came back with irrelevance to the former question. It's not only my husband's visit, absolutely unexpected, that has made me fidgety, but the idea that now you have been so kind as to come here, you may wonder why, after all, I made such a point of it, and even think any explanation I might be able to give you entirely insufficient." "I don't want any explanation," said Hyacinth. "It's very nice of you to say that, and I shall take you at your word. Explanations usually make things worse. All the same, I don't want you to think, as you might have done so easily the other evening, that I wish only to treat you as a curious animal." "I don't care how you treat me," said Hyacinth, smiling. There was a considerable silence, after which the Princess remarked, "All I ask of my husband is to let me alone, but he won't reciprocate my indifference." Hyacinth asked himself what reply he ought to make to such an announcement as that, and it seemed to him that the least civility demanded was that he should say, as he could with such conviction, "It can't be easy to be indifferent to you." "Why not, if I am odious? I can be—oh, there is no doubt of that. However, I can honestly say that with the Prince I have been exceedingly reasonable, and that most of the wrongs, the big ones, those that settled the question, have been on his side. You may tell me, of course, that that's the pretension of every woman who has made a mess of her marriage. But ask Madame Grandoni." "She will tell me it's none of my business." "Very true, she might," the Princess admitted, laughing. "And I don't know either why I should talk to you about my domestic affairs, except that I have been wondering what I could do to show confidence in you, in return for your showing so much in me. As this matter of my separation from my husband happens to have been turned uppermost by his sudden descent upon me, I just mention it, though the subject is tiresome enough. Moreover, I ought to let you know that I have very little respect for distinctions of class, the sort of thing they make so much of in this country. They are doubtless convenient in some ways, but when one has a reason of feeling, for overstepping them, and one allows oneself to be deterred by some dreary superstition about one's place or some one else's place, then I think it's ignoble. It always belongs to one's place not to be a poor creature. I take it that if you are a socialist you think about this as I do. But lest by chance, as the sense of those differences is the English religion, it may have rubbed off even on you, though I am more and more impressed with the fact that you are scarcely more British than I am. Lest you should, in spite of your theoretic democracy, be shocked at some of the applications that I, who cherish the creed, am capable of making of it, let me assure you without delay that in that case we shouldn't get on together at all, and had better part company before we go further." She paused long enough for Hyacinth to declare, with a great deal of emphasis, that he was not easily shocked, and then restlessly, eagerly, as if it relieved her to talk, and made their queer interview less abnormal that she should talk most, she arrived at the point that she wanted to know the people, and know them intimately, the toilers and strugglers and sufferers, because she was convinced that they were the most interesting portion of society, and, at the inquiry, "What could possibly be in worse taste than for me to carry into such an undertaking a pretension of greater delicacy and finer manners? If I must do that," she continued, "it's simpler to leave them alone. But I can't leave them alone. They press upon me, they haunt me, they fascinate me. There it is. After all, it's very simple. I want to know them, and I want you to help me." "I will help you with pleasure to the best of my humble ability. But you will be awfully disappointed," Hyacinth said. Very strange it seemed to him that within so few days 2 ladies of rank should have found occasion to express to him this same mysterious longing. A breeze from a thoroughly unexpected quarter was indeed blowing over the aristocracy. Nevertheless, though there was much of the accent of passion in the Princess Casamassima's communication that there had been in Lady Aurora's, and though he felt bound to discourage his present interlocutress as he had done the other, the force that pushed her struck him as a very different mixture from the shy, conscientious, anxious heresies of Rose Muniment's friend. The temper varied in the two women as much as the face and the manner, and that perhaps made their curiosity more significant. "I haven't the least doubt of it. There is nothing in life in which I have not been awfully disappointed. But disappointment for disappointment, I shall like it better than some others. You'll not persuade me, either, that among the people I speak of, characters and passions and motives are not more natural, more complete, more naif. The upper classes are so insipid. My husband traces his descent from the 5th century, and he's the greatest bore on earth. That is the kind of people I was condemned to live with after my marriage. Oh, if you knew what I have been through, you would allow that intelligent mechanics, of course I don't want to know idiots, would be a pleasant change. I must begin with some one, mustn't I? So I began the other night with you." As soon as she had uttered these words, the Princess added a correction with the consciousness of a mistake in her face. It made that face to Hyacinth more nobly, tenderly pure. "The only objection to you, individually, is that you have nothing of the people about you. To-day not even the dress." Her eyes wandered over him from head to foot, and their friendly beauty made him ashamed. "I wish you would come in the clothes you wear to work." "You see, you do regard me as a curious animal," he answered. It was perhaps to contradict this that after a moment she began to tell him more about her domestic affairs. He ought to know who she was, unless Captain Sholto had told him, and she related her parentage, American on her mother's side, Italian on the father's, and how she had led in her younger years a wandering Bohemian life in 1,000 different places, always in Europe. She had never been in America, and knew very little about it, though she wanted greatly to cross the Atlantic, and largely at one period in Rome. She had been married by her people in a mercenary way, for the sake of a fortune and a title, and it had turned out as badly as her worst enemy could wish. Her parents were dead, luckily for them, and she had no one near her of her own except Madame Grandoni, who belonged to her only in the sense that she had known her as a girl, was an association of her, what should she call them, her innocent years. Not that she had ever been very innocent. She had had a horrible education. However, she had known a few good people she respected then, but Madame Grandoni was the only one who had stuck to her. She too was liable to leave her any day. The Princess appeared to intimate that her destiny might require her to take some step which would test severely the old lady's adhesive property. It would detain her too long to make him understand the stages by which she had arrived at her present state of mind, her disgust with 1,000 social arrangements, her rebellion against the selfishness, the corruption, the iniquity, the cruelty, the imbecility of the people who all over Europe had the upper hand. If he could have seen her life, the milieu in which for several years she had been condemned to move, the evolution of her opinions — Hyacinth was delighted to hear her use that term — would strike him as perfectly logical. She had been humiliated, outraged, tortured. She considered that she too was one of the numerous class who could be put on a tolerable footing only by a revolution. At any rate, she had some self-respect left, and there was still more that she wanted to recover. The only way to arrive at that was to throw herself into some effort which would make her forget her own affairs and comprehend the troubles and efforts of others. Hyacinth listened to her with a wonderment which, as she went on, was transformed into fascinated submission. She seemed so natural, so vivid, so exquisitely generous and sincere. By the time he had been with her for half an hour, she had made the situation itself appear natural and usual, and a third person who should have joined them at this moment would have observed nothing to make him suppose that friendly social intercourse between little bookbinders and Neapolitan princesses was not, in London, a matter of daily occurrence. Hyacinth had seen plenty of women who chattered about themselves and their affairs. A vulgar garrulity of confidence was indeed a leading characteristic of the sex as he had hitherto learned to know it. But he was quick to perceive that the great lady who now took the trouble to open herself to him was not of a gossiping habit; that she must be, on the contrary, as a general thing, proudly, ironically reserved, even to the point of passing, with many people, for a model of the unsatisfactory. It was very possible she was capricious; yet the fact that her present sympathies and curiosities might be a caprice wore, in Hyacinth's eyes, no sinister aspect. Why was it not a noble and interesting whim, and why might he not stand, for the hour at any rate, in the silvery moonshine it threw upon his path? It must be added that he was far from understanding everything she said, and some of her allusions and implications were so difficult to seize that they mainly served to reveal to him the limits of his own acquaintance with life. Her words evoked all sorts of shadowy suggestions of things he was condemned not to know, touching him most when he had not the key to them. This was especially the case with her reference to her career in Italy, on her husband's estates, and her relations with his family, who considered that they had done her a great honour in receiving her into their august circle, putting the best face on a bad business, after they had moved heaven and earth to keep her out of it. The position made for her among these people, and what she had had to suffer from their family tone, their opinions and customs, though what these might be remained vague to her listener, had evidently planted in her soul a lasting resentment and contempt; and Hyacinth gathered that the force of reaction and revenge might carry her far, might make her modern and democratic and heretical à outrance, leave her to swear by Darwin and Spencer as well as by the revolutionary spirit. He surely need not have been so sensible of the weak spots in his comprehension of the Princess, when he could already surmise that personal passion had counted for so much in the formation of her views. This induction, however, which had no harshness, did not make her appear to him any the less a creature compounded of the finest elements, brilliant, delicate, complicated, but complicated with something divine. It was not until after he had left her that he became conscious she had forced him to talk as well as talked herself. He drew a long breath as he reflected that he had not made quite such an ass of himself as might very well have happened. He had been saved by his enjoyment and admiration, which had not gone to his head, and prompted him to show that he too, in his improbable little way, was remarkable, but had kept him in a state of anxious, delicious tension, as if the occasion had been a great solemnity. He had said, indeed, much more than he had warrant for when she questioned him about his socialistic affiliations. He had spoken as if the movement were vast and mature, whereas, so far at least as he was yet concerned with it, and could answer for it from personal knowledge, it was circumscribed by the hideously papered walls of the little club-room at the Sun and Moon. He reproached himself with this laxity, but it had not been engendered by vanity. He was only afraid of disappointing his hostess too much, of making her say, "Why in the world, then, did you come to see me, if you have nothing more remarkable to relate?" An inquiry to which, of course, he would have had an answer ready, if it had not been impossible to him to say that he had never asked to come. His coming was her own affair. He wanted too much to come a second time to have the courage to make that speech. Nevertheless, when she exclaimed, changing the subject abruptly as she always did, from something else they had been talking about, "I wonder whether I shall ever see you again," he replied with perfect sincerity that it was very difficult for him to believe anything so delightful could be repeated. There were some kinds of happiness that to many people never came at all, and to others could come only once. He added, "It is very true I had just that feeling after I left you the other night at the theatre, and yet here I am." "Yes, there you are," said the Princess thoughtfully, as if this might be a still graver and more embarrassing fact than she had yet supposed it. "I take it there is nothing essentially impossible in my seeing you again, but it may very well be that you will never again find it so pleasant. Perhaps that's the happiness that comes but once, At any rate, you know, I am going away." "Oh, yes, of course. Every one leaves town," Hyacinth commented sagaciously. "Do you, Mr. Robinson?" asked the Princess. "Well, I don't, as a general thing. Nevertheless, it is possible that this year I may get 2 or 3 days at the seaside. I should like to take my old lady. I have done it before." "And except for that you shall be always at work?" "Yes, but you must understand that I like my work. You must understand that it's a great blessing for a young fellow like me to have it." "And if you didn't have it, what would you do? Should you starve?" "Oh, I don't think I should starve," the young man replied judicially. The Princess looked a little chagrined, but after a moment she remarked, "I wonder whether you would come to see me in the country somewhere." "Oh dear!" Hyacinth exclaimed, catching his breath. "You are so kind, I don't know what to do." "Don't be banal, please. That's what other people are. What's the use of my looking for something fresh in other walks of life, if you are going to be banal too? I ask you, would you come?" Hyacinth hesitated a moment. "Yes, I think I would come. I don't know at all how I should do it. There would be several obstacles, but wherever you should call for me, I would come." "You mean you can't leave your work like that? You might lose it if you did, and be in want of money and much embarrassed?" "Yes, there would be little difficulties of that kind. You see that immediately in practice great obstacles come up when it's a question of a person like you making friends with a person like me." "That's the way I like you to talk," said the Princess, with a pitying gentleness that seemed to her visitor quite sacred. "After all, I don't know where I shall be. I have got to pay stupid visits myself, where the only comfort will be that I shall make the people jump. Every one here thinks me exceedingly odd, as there is no doubt I am. I might be ever so much more so, if you would only help me a little. Why shouldn't I have my bookbinder, after all? In attendance, you know. It would be awfully chic. We might have immense fun, don't you think so? No doubt it will come. At any rate, I shall return to London when I have got through that corvée. I shall be here next year. In the meantime, don't forget me," she went on, rising to her feet. "Remember, on the contrary, that I expect you to take me into the slums, into very bad places." Why the idea of these scenes of misery should have lighted up her face is more than may be explained. But she smiled down at Hyacinth, who, even as he stood up, was of slightly smaller stature, with all her strange, radiant sweetness. Then, in a manner almost equally incongruous, she added a reference to what she had said a moment before. "I recognize perfectly the obstacles, in practice, as you call them, but though I am not, by nature, persevering, and am really very easily put off, I don't consider that they will prove insurmountable. They exist on my side as well, and if you will help me to overcome mine, I will do the same for you with yours." These words, repeating themselves again and again in Hyacinth's consciousness, appeared to give him wings, to help him to float and soar as he turned that afternoon out of South Street. He had at home a copy of Tennyson's poems, a single comprehensive volume, with a double column on the page, in a tolerably neat condition, though he had handled it much. He took it to pieces that same evening, and during the following week, in his hours of leisure, at home in his little room, with the tools he kept there for private use, and a morsel of delicate blue-tinted Russia leather, of which he obtained possession at the place in Soho, he devoted himself to the task of binding the book as perfectly as he knew how. He worked with passion, with religion, and produced a masterpiece of firmness and finish, of which his own appreciation was as high as that of M. Poupin when, at the end of the week, he exhibited the fruit of his toil, and much more freely expressed than that of old Crookenden, who grunted approbation, but was always too long-headed to create precedents. Hyacinth carried the volume to South Street as an offering to the Princess, hoping she would not yet have left London, in which case he would ask the servant to deliver it to her, along with a little note he had sat up all night to compose. but the majestic butler, in charge of the house, opening the door yet looking down at him as if from a second-story window, took the life out of his vision and erected himself as an impenetrable medium. The princess had been absent for some days. The butler was so good as to inform the young man with the parcel that she was on a visit to a "duke" in a distant part of the country. He offered, however, to receive, and even to forward, anything Hyacinth might wish to leave; but our hero felt a sudden indisposition to launch his humble tribute into the vast, the possibly cold, unknown of a ducal circle. He decided to retain his little package for the present. He would give it to her when he should see her again, and he turned away without parting with it. Later it seemed to create a sort of material link between the princess and himself, and at the end of 3 months it almost appeared to him, not that the exquisite book was an intended present from his own hand, but that it had been placed in that hand by the most remarkable woman in Europe. Rare sensations and impressions, moments of acute happiness, almost always with Hyacinth, in retrospect, became rather mythic and legendary; and the superior piece of work he had done after seeing her last, in the immediate heat of his emotion, turned into a kind of proof and gauge, as if a ghost, in vanishing from sight, had left a palpable relic. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The matter concerned him only indirectly, but it may concern the reader more closely to know that before the visit to the Duke took place, Madame Grandoni granted to Prince Casamassima the private interview she had promised him on that sad Sunday afternoon. She crept out of South Street after breakfast, a repast which under the princess's roof was served at 12 o'clock in the foreign fashion, crossed the sultry solitude into which, at such a season, that precinct resolves itself, and entered the park, where the grass was already brown and a warm, smoky haze prevailed, a sort of summer edition of what was most characteristic in the London air. The prince met her by appointment at the gate, and they went and sat down together under the trees beside the drive, amid a wilderness of empty chairs, with nothing to distract their attention from an equestrian or two, left over from the cavalcades of a fortnight before, and whose vain agitation in the saddle the desolate scene seemed to throw into high relief. They remained there for nearly an hour, though Madame Grandoni, in spite of her leaning to friendly interpretations, could not have told herself what comfort it was to the depressed, embarrassed young man at her side. She had nothing to say to him which could better his case, as he bent his mournful gaze on a prospect which was not, after all, perceptibly improved by its not being Sunday, and could only feel that with her he must seem to himself to be nearer his wife, to be touching something she had touched. The old lady wished he would resign himself more, but she was willing to minister to that thin illusion, little as she approved of the manner in which he had conducted himself at the time of the last sharp crisis in the remarkable history of his relations with Christina. He had behaved like a spoiled child, with a bad little nature, in a rage. He had been fatally wanting in dignity and wisdom, and had given the princess an advantage which she took on the spot and would keep for ever. He had acted without manly judgment, had put his uncles upon her, as if she cared for his uncles, though one of them was a powerful prelate, had been suspicious and jealous on exactly the wrong occasions, occasions on which such ideas were a gratuitous injury. He had not been clever enough or strong enough to make good his valid rights, and had transferred the whole quarrel to a ground where his wife was far too accomplished a woman not to obtain the appearance of victory. There was another reflection that Madame Grandoni made, as her interview with her dejected friend prolonged itself. She could make it the more freely as, besides being naturally quick and appreciative, She had always, during her Roman career, in the dear old days, mingled with bitterness as they had been for her, lived with artists, archaeologists, ingenious strangers, people who abounded in good talk, threw out ideas and played with them. It came over her that really, even if things had not come to that particular crisis, Christina's active, various, ironical mind, with all its audacities and impatiences, could not have tolerated for long the simple dullness of the prince's company. The old lady had said to him on meeting him, "Of course, what you want to know immediately is whether she has sent you a message. No, my poor friend, I must tell you the truth. I asked her for one, but she told me that she had nothing whatever, of any kind, to say to you. She knew I was coming out to see you. I haven't done so en cachette. She doesn't like it, but she accepts the necessity for this once, since you have made the mistake, as she considers it, of approaching her again. We talked about you last night, after your note came to me, for 5 minutes. That is, I talked, and Christina was good enough to listen. At the end she said this, what I shall tell you, with perfect calmness, and the appearance of being the most reasonable woman in the world. She didn't ask me to repeat it to you, but I do so because it is the only substitute I can offer you for a message. I try to occupy my life, my mind, to create interest in the odious position in which I find myself. I endeavour to get out of myself my small personal disappointments and troubles, by the aid of such poor faculties as I possess. There are things in the world more interesting after all, and I hope to succeed in giving my attention to them. It appears to me not too much to ask that the prince, on his side, should make the same conscientious effort and leave me alone. Those were your wife's remarkable words. They are all I have to give you." After she had given them, Madame Grandoni felt a pang of regret. The prince turned upon her a face so white, bewildered, and wounded. It had seemed to her that they might form a wholesome admonition, but it was now impressed upon her that, as coming from his wife, they were cruel, and she felt herself almost cruel for having repeated them. What they amounted to was an exquisite taunt of his mediocrity, a mediocrity which was, after all, not a crime. How could the prince occupy himself? What interests could he create? And what faculties, gracious heaven, did he possess? He was as ignorant as a fish, and as narrow as his hatband. His expression became pitiful. It was as if he dimly measured the insult, felt it more than saw it, felt that he could not plead incapacity without putting the princess largely in the right. He gazed at Madame Grandoni, his face worked, and for a moment she thought he was going to burst into tears. But he said nothing, perhaps because he was afraid of that, so that suffering silence, during which she gently laid her hand upon his own, remained his only answer. He might doubtless do so much he didn't, that when Christina touched him upon this he was unanswerable. The old lady changed the subject, told him what a curious country England was in so many ways, offered information as to their possible movements during the summer and autumn, which, within a day or two, had become slightly clearer. But at last, abruptly, as if he had not heard her, he inquired appealingly who the young man was who had come in the day he called just as he was going. Madame Grandoni hesitated a moment. He was the princess's bookbinder. Her bookbinder? Do you mean her lover? "Prince, how can you dream she will ever live with you again?" the old lady asked in reply to this. "Why then does she have him in her drawing-room, announced like an ambassador, carrying a hat in his hand like mine? Where were his books, his bindings? I shouldn't say this to her," the prince added, as if the declaration justified him. "I told you the other day she is making studies of the people, the lower orders. The young man you saw is a study." Madame Grandoni could not help laughing out as she gave her explanation this turn, but her mirth elicited no echo from her interlocutor. "I have thought that over and over. But the more I think, the less I understand. Would it be your idea that she is quite crazy? I must tell you I don't care if she is." "We are all quite crazy, I think," said Madame Grandoni. But the Princess no more than the rest of us. No, she must try everything. At present she is trying democracy and socialism." "Santo Dio!" murmured the young man. "And what do they say here when they see her bookbinder?" "They haven't seen him, and perhaps they won't. But if they do, it won't matter, because here everything is forgiven. That a person should be singular is all they want. A bookbinder will do as well as anything else." The Prince mused a while, and then he said, "How can she bear the dirt, the bad smell?" "I don't know what you are talking about. If you mean the young man you saw at the house, I may tell you, by the way, that it was only the first time he had been there, and that the Princess had only seen him once. If you mean the little bookbinder, he isn't dirty, especially what we should call. The people of that kind here are not like our dear Romans. Every one has a sponge as big as your head. You can see them in the shops." "They are full of gin. Their faces are purple," said the Prince, after which he immediately asked, if she had only seen him once, how could he have come into her drawing-room that way? The old lady looked at him with a certain severity. "Believe at least what I say, my poor friend. Never forget that this was how you spoiled your affairs most of all, by treating a person, and such a person, as if, as a matter of course, she lied. Christina has many faults, but she hasn't that one. That's why I can live with her. She will speak the truth always." It was plainly not agreeable to the Prince to be reminded so sharply of his greatest mistake, and he flushed a little as Madame Grandoni spoke. But he did not admit his error, and she doubted whether he even perceived it. At any rate, he remarked rather grandly, like a man who has still a good deal to say for himself, "There are things it is better to conceal." "It all depends on whether you are afraid. Christina never is. Oh, I admit that she is very strange, and when the entertainment of watching her, to see how she will carry out some of her inspirations, is not stronger than anything else, I lose all patience with her. When she doesn't fascinate, she can only exasperate. But as regards yourself, since you are here, and as I may not see you again for a long time, or perhaps ever, at my age, I'm 120, I may as well give you the key of certain parts of your wife's conduct. It may make it seem to you a little less fantastic. At the bottom, then, of much that she does is the fact that she is ashamed of having married you." "Less fantastic?" the young man repeated, staring. "You may say that there can be nothing more eccentric than that. But you know, or if not, it isn't for want of her having told you, that the Princess considers that in the darkest hour of her life she sold herself for a title and a fortune. She regards her doing so as such a horrible piece of frivolity that she can never for the rest of her days be serious enough to make up for it." "Yes, I know that she pretends to have been forced. And does she think she's so serious now?" "The young man you saw the other day thinks so," said the old woman, smiling. "Sometimes she calls it by another name. She says she has thrown herself with passion into being modern. That sums up the greatest number of things that you and your family are not." "Yes, we are not, thank God! Dio mio, Dio mio!" groaned the Prince. He seemed so exhausted by his reflections that he remained sitting in his chair after his companion, lifting her crumpled corpulence out of her own, had proposed that they should walk about a little. She had no ill nature, but she had already noticed that whenever she was with Christina's husband, the current of conversation made her, as she phrased it, bump against him. After administering these small shocks, she always steered away, and now, the Prince having at last got up and offered her his arm, she tried again to talk with him of things he could consider without bitterness. She asked him about the health and habits of his uncles, and he replied for the moment with the minuteness which he had been taught that in such a case courtesy demanded. But by the time that at her request they had returned to the gate nearest to South Street, she wished him to come no farther. He had prepared a question to which she had not opened the way. "And who and what, then, is this English captain? About him there is a great deal said." "This English captain?" Godfrey Gerald Sholto. You see, I know a good deal about him," said the Prince, articulating the English names with difficulty. They had stopped near the gate, on the edge of Park Lane, and a couple of predatory hansoms dashed at them from opposite quarters. "I thought that was coming, and at the bottom it is he that has occupied you most?" Madame Grandoni exclaimed with a sigh. "But in reality he is the last one you need trouble about. He doesn't count." "Why doesn't he count?" "I can't tell you, except that some people don't, you know. He doesn't even think he does." "Why not, when she receives him always? Lets him go wherever she goes?" "Perhaps that is just the reason. When people give her a chance to get tired of them, she takes it rather easily. At any rate, you needn't be any more jealous of him than you are of me. He's a convenience, a factotum, but he works without wages." "Isn't he, then, in love with her?" "Naturally. He has, however, no hope." "Ah, poor gentleman!" said the Prince lugubriously. "He accepts the situation better than you. He occupies himself, as she has strongly recommended him in my hearing to do, with other women." "Oh, the brute!" the Prince exclaimed. "At all events he sees her." "Yes, but she doesn't see him," laughed Madame Grandoni, as she turned away. Chapter 19 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The pink dressing-gown which Pinnie had engaged to make for Rose muniment became, in Lomax Place, a conspicuous object, supplying poor Amanda with a constant theme for reference to one of the great occasions of her life, her visit to Belgrave Square with Lady Aurora after their meeting at Rosy's bedside. She described this episode vividly to her companion, repeating 1,000 times that her ladyship's affability was beyond anything she could have expected. The grandeur of the house in Belgrave Square figured in her recital as something oppressive and fabulous, tempered though it had been by shrouds of brown holland and the nudity of staircases and saloons of which the trappings had been put away. "If it's so noble when they're out of town, what can it be when they are all there together and everything is out?" she inquired suggestively, and she permitted herself to be restrictive only on 2 points, one of which was the state of Lady Aurora's gloves and bonnet strings. "If she would only come to me every week or two, I would keep up her rank for her," said Pinnie, with visions of a needle that positively flashed in the disinterested service of the aristocracy. She added that her ladyship got all dragged out with her long expeditions to Camberwell. She might be in tatters for all they could do to help her at the top of those dreadful stairs, with that strange sick creature, she was too unnatural, thinking only of her own finery and talking about her complexion. If she wanted pink, she should have pink. But to Pinnie there was something almost unholy in it, like decking out a corpse or the next thing to it. This was the other element that left Miss Pinson cold. It could not be other than difficult for her to enter into the importance her ladyship appeared to attach to those pushing people. The girl was unfortunate, certainly, stuck up there like a kitten on a shelf, but in her ladyship's place she would have found some topic more in keeping while they walked about under those tremendous gilded ceilings. Lady Aurora, seeing how she was struck, showed her all over the house, carrying the lamp herself and telling an old woman who was there, a kind of housekeeper with ribbons in her cap, who would have pushed Pinnie out if you could push with your eyes, that they would do very well without her. If the pink dressing-gown, in its successive stages of development, filled up the little brown parlour, it was terribly long on the stocks, making such a pervasive rose-coloured presence as had not been seen there for many a day. This was evidently because it was associated with Lady Aurora, not because it was dedicated to her humble friend. One day, when Hyacinth came home from his work, Pinnie announced to him as soon as he entered the room that her ladyship had been there to look at it, to pass judgment before the last touches were conferred. The dressmaker intimated that in such a case as that her judgment was rather wild, and she had made an embarrassing suggestion about pockets. Whatever could poor Miss Muniment want of pockets, and what had she to put in them? But Lady Aurora had evidently found the garment far beyond anything she expected, and she had been more affable than ever, and had wanted to know about every one in the place, not in a meddling, prying way either, like some of those upper-class visitors, but quite as if the poor people were the high ones, and she was afraid her curiosity might be presumptuous. It was in the same discreet spirit that she had invited Amanda to relate her whole history, and had expressed an interest in the career of her young friend. "She said you had charming manners," Miss Pinsent hastened to remark. "But before heaven, Hyacinth Robinson, I never mentioned a scrap that it could give you pain that any one should talk about." There was a heroic explicitness in this on Penny's part, for she knew in advance just how Hyacinth would look at her, fixedly, silently, hopelessly, as if she was still capable of tattling horribly, with the idea that her revelations would increase her importance, and putting forward this hollow theory of her supreme discretion to cover it up. His eyes seemed to say, "How can I believe you, and yet how can I prove you are lying? I am very helpless, for I can't prove that without applying to the person to whom your incorrigible folly has probably led you to brag, to throw out mysterious and tantalizing hints. You know, of course, that I would never condescend to that." Penny suffered acutely from this imputation, yet she exposed herself to it often, because she could never deny herself the pleasure, keener still than her pain, of letting Hyacinth know that he was appreciated, admired, and, for those charming manners, commended by Lady Aurora, even wondered at. And this kind of interest always appeared to imply a suspicion of his secret, something which, when he expressed to himself the sense of it, he called, resenting it at once, and yet finding a certain softness in it, a beastly attendrissement. When Penny went on to say to him that Lady Aurora appeared to feel a certain surprise at his never yet coming to Belgrave Square for the famous books, he reflected that he must really wait upon her without more delay if he wished to keep up his reputation for charming manners. And meanwhile he considered much the extreme oddity of this new phase of his life. It had opened so suddenly from one day to the other. A phase in which his society should have become indispensable to ladies of high rank, and the obscurity of his condition only an attraction the more. They were taking him up, then, one after the other, and they were even taking up poor Penny as a means of getting at him, so that he wondered, with humorous bitterness, whether it meant that his destiny was really seeking him out, that the aristocracy, recognizing a mysterious affinity, with that fineness of flair for which they were remarkable, were coming to him to save him the trouble of coming to them. It was late in the day, the beginning of an October evening, and Lady Aurora was at home. Hyacinth had made a mental calculation of the time at which she would have risen from dinner, the operation of rising from dinner having always been in his imagination, for some reason or other, highly characteristic of the nobility. He was ignorant of the fact that Lady Aurora's principal meal consisted of a scrap of fish and a cup of tea, served on a little stand in the dismantled breakfast parlour. The door was opened for Hyacinth by the invidious old lady whom Penny had described, and who listened to his inquiry, conducted him through the house, and ushered him into her ladyship's presence without the smallest relaxation of a pair of tightly closed lips. Hyacinth's hostess was seated in the little breakfast parlour, by the light of a couple of candles, immersed apparently in a collection of tolerably crumpled papers and account books. She was ciphering, consulting memoranda, taking notes. She had had her head in her hands, and the silky entanglement of her tresses resisted the rapid effort she made to smooth herself down as she saw the little bookbinder come in. The impression of her fingers remained in little rosy streaks on her pink skin. She exclaimed instantly, "Oh, you have come about the books. It's so very kind of you." and she hurried him off to another room, to which, as she explained, she had had them brought down for him to choose from. The effect of this precipitation was to make him suppose at first that she might wish him to execute his errand as quickly as possible and take himself off; but he presently perceived that her nervousness, her shyness, were of an order that would always give false ideas. She wanted him to stay, she wanted to talk with him, and she had rushed with him at the books in order to gain time and composure for exercising some subtler art. Hyacinth stayed half an hour, and became more and more convinced that her ladyship was, as he had ventured to pronounce her on the occasion of their last meeting, a regular saint. He was privately a little disappointed in the books, though he selected 3 or 4, as many as he could carry, and promised to come back for others. They denoted, on Lady Aurora's part, a limited acquaintance with French literature, and even a certain puerility of taste. There were several volumes of Lamartine, and a set of the spurious memoirs of the Marquise de Créqui, but for the rest the little library consisted mainly of Marmontel and Madame de Genlis, the Récit d'une Sœur, and the tales of M. J. T. de Saint-Germain. There were certain members of an intensely modern school, advanced and scientific realists, of whom Hyacinth had heard and on whom he had long desired to put his hand, but evidently none of them had ever stumbled into Lady Aurora's candid collection, though she did possess a couple of Balzac's novels, which, by ill luck, happened to be just those that Hyacinth had read more than once. There was, nevertheless, something very agreeable to him in the moments he passed in the big, dim, cool, empty house, where, at intervals, monumental pieces of furniture, not crowded and miscellaneous as he had seen the appurtenances of the princess, loomed and gleamed, and Lady Aurora's fantastic intonations awakened echoes which gave him a sense of privilege, of rioting decently in the absence of jealous influences. She talked again about the poor people in the south of London, and about the muniments in particular. Evidently the only fault she had to find with these latter was that they were not poor enough, not sufficiently exposed to dangers and privations against which she could step in. Hyacinth liked her for this, even though he wished she would talk of something else. He hardly knew what, unless it was that, like Rose Muniment, he wanted to hear more about Inglefield. He didn't mind, with the poor, going into questions of poverty. It even gave him at times a strange, savage satisfaction. But he saw that in discussing them with the rich the interest must inevitably be less. They could never treat them à fond. Their mistakes and illusions, their thinking that they had got hold of the sensations of the destitute when they hadn't at all, would always be more or less irritating. It came over Hyacinth that if he found this want of perspective in Lady Aurora's deep conscientiousness, it would be a queer enough business when he should come to go into the detail of such matters with the Princess Casamassima. His present hostess said not a word to him about Pinnie, and he guessed that she had an instinctive desire to place him on the footing on which people do not express approbation or surprise at the decency or good breeding of each other's relatives. He saw that she would always treat him as a gentleman, and that even if he should be basely ungrateful, she would never call his attention to the fact that she had done so. He should not have occasion to say to her, as he had said to the princess, that she regarded him as a curious animal, and it gave him immediately the sense, always so delightful to him, of learning more about life, to perceive there were such different ways, which implied still a good many more, of being a lady of rank. The manner in which Lady Aurora appeared to wish to confer with him on the great problems of pauperism might have implied that he was a benevolent nobleman, of the type of Lord Shaftesbury, who had endowed many charities and was noted in philanthropic schemes for his practical sense. It was not less present to him that Pinnie might have tattled, put forward his claims to high consanguinity, than it had been when the dressmaker herself descanted on her ladyship's condescensions, but he remembered now that he too had only just escaped being asinine when, the other day, he flashed out an allusion to his accursed origin. At all events, he was much touched by the delicacy with which the Earl's daughter comported herself, simply assuming that he was one of themselves, and he reflected that if she did know his history, he was sure he might pass 20 years in her society without discovering whether she did or not. This shade of courtesy, this natural tact, coexisting even with extreme awkwardness, illustrated that best breeding which he had seen alluded to in novels portraying the aristocracy. The only remark on Lady Aurora's part that savoured in the least of looking down at him from a height was when she said, cheerfully, encouragingly, "I suppose that one of these days you will be setting up in business for yourself?" And this was not so cruelly patronising that he could not reply, with a smile equally free from any sort of impertinence, "Oh dear no, I shall never do that. I should make a great mess of any attempt to carry on a business. I haven't a particle of that kind of aptitude." Lady Aurora looked a little surprised. Then she said, "Oh, I see. You don't like—" She hesitated. He saw she was going to say that he didn't like the idea of going in to that extent for a trade, but he stopped her in time from attributing to him a sentiment so foolish, and declared that what he meant was simply that the only faculty he possessed was the faculty of doing his little piece of work, whatever it was, of liking to do it skilfully and prettily, and of liking still better to get his money for it when it was done. His conception of business, or of rising in the world, didn't go beyond that. "Oh yes, I can fancy!" her ladyship exclaimed, but she looked at him a moment with eyes which showed that he puzzled her, that she didn't quite understand his tone. Before he went away she inquired of him abruptly, nothing had led up to it, what he thought of Captain Sholto, whom she had seen that other evening in Audley Court. Didn't Hyacinth think he was very odd? Hyacinth confessed to this impression, whereupon Lady Aurora went on anxiously, eagerly, "Don't you consider that he is decidedly vulgar?" "How can I know?" "You can know perfectly, as well as any one." Then she added, "I think it's a pity they should—form relations with any one of that kind." They, of course, meant Paul Muniment and his sister. "With a person that may be vulgar?" Hyacinth asked, regarding this solicitude as exquisite. "But think of the people they know. Think of those they are surrounded with. Think of all Audley Court." "The poor, the unhappy, the labouring classes. Oh, I don't call them vulgar!" cried her ladyship with radiant eyes. The young man, lying awake a good deal that night, laughed to himself on his pillow, not unkindly, at her fear that he and his friends would be contaminated by the familiar of a princess. He even wondered whether she would not find the princess herself rather vulgar. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It must not be supposed that Hyacinth's relations with Millicent Henning had remained unaffected by the remarkable incident she had witnessed at the theatre. It had made a great impression on the young lady from Pimlico. He never saw her, for several weeks afterward, that she had not an immense deal to say about it, and though it suited her to take the line of being shocked at the crudity of such proceedings, and of denouncing the princess for a bold-faced foreigner, of a kind to which any one who knew anything of what could go on in London would give a wide berth, it was easy to see that she was pleased at being brought even into roundabout contact with a person so splendid, and at finding her own discriminating approval of Hyacinth confirmed in such high quarters. She professed to derive her warrant for her low opinion of the lady in the box from information given her by Captain Sholto as he sat beside her, information of which at different moments she gave a different version, her anecdotes having nothing in common, at least, save that they were alike unflattering to the princess. Hyacinth had many doubts of the captain's pouring such confidences into Miss Henning's ear. Under the circumstances it would be such a very unnatural thing for him to do. He was unnatural, that was true, and he might have told Millicent, who was capable of having plied him with questions, that his distinguished friend was separated from her husband. But for the rest, it was more probable that the girl had given the rein to a certain inventive faculty which she had already showed him she possessed, when it was a question of exercising her primitive, half childish, half plebeian impulse of destruction, the instinct of pulling down what was above her, the reckless energy that would, precisely, make her so effective in revolutionary scenes. Hyacinth, it has been mentioned, did not consider that Millicent was false, and it struck him as a proof of positive candour that she should make up absurd, abusive stories about a person concerning whom she knew nothing at all, save that she disliked her, and could not hope for esteem, or indeed for recognition of any kind, in return. When people were really false, you didn't know where you stood with them, and on such a point as this Miss Henning could never be accused of leaving you in obscurity. She said little else about the captain, and did not pretend to repeat the remainder of his conversation, taking it with an air of grand indifference when Hyacinth amused himself with repaying her strictures on his new acquaintance by drawing a sufficiently derisive portrait of hers. He took the ground that Sholto's admiration for the high-coloured beauty in the second balcony had been at the bottom of the whole episode. He had persuaded the Princess to pretend she was a socialist, and should like therefore to confer with Hyacinth, in order that he might slip into the seat of this too easily deluded youth. At the same time, it never occurred to our young man to conceal the fact that the lady in the box had followed him up. He contented himself with saying that this had been no part of the original plot, but a simple result, not unnatural after all, of his turning out so much more fascinating than one might have supposed. He narrated, with sportive variations, his visit in South Street, and felt that he would never feel the need, with his childhood's friend, of glossing over that sort of experience. She might make him a scene of jealousy and welcome. There were things that would have much more terror for him than that. Her jealousy, with its violence, its energy, even a certain inconsequent daredevil humour that played through it, entertained him, illustrated the frankness, the passion and pluck that he admired her for. He should never be on the footing of sparing Miss Henning's susceptibilities. How fond she might really be of him he could not take upon himself to say, but her affection would never take the form of that sort of delicacy, and their intercourse was plainly foredoomed to be an exchange of thumps and concussions, of sarcastic shouts and mutual défis. He liked her, at bottom, strangely, absurdly, but after all it was only well enough to torment her. She could bear so much, not well enough to spare her. Of there being any justification of her jealousy of the Princess he never thought. It could not occur to him to weigh against each other the sentiments he might excite in such opposed bosoms, or those that the spectacle of either emotion might have kindled in his own. He had, no doubt, his share of fatuity, but he found himself unable to associate, mentally, a great lady and a shop-girl in a contest for a prize which should present analogies with his own personality. How could they have anything in common? Even so small a thing as a desire to possess themselves of Hyacinth Robinson. A fact that he did not impart to Millicent, and that he could have no wish to impart to her, was the matter of his pilgrimage to Belgrave Square. He might be in love with the Princess. How could he qualify as yet the bewildered emotion she had produced in him? And he certainly never would conceive a passion for poor Lady Aurora. Yet it would have given him pain much greater than any he felt in the other case to hear the girl make free with the ministering angel of Audley Court. The difference was, perhaps, somehow in that she appeared really not to touch or arrive at the Princess at all, whereas Lady Aurora was within her range and compass. After paying him that visit at his rooms, Hyacinth lost sight of Captain Sholto, who had not again reappeared at the Sun and Moon, the little tavern which presented so common and casual a face to the world, and yet, in its unsuspected rear, offered a security as yet unimpugned to machinations going down to the very bottom of things. Nothing was more natural than that the captain should be engaged at this season in the recreations of his class, and our young man took for granted that if he were not hanging about the Princess on that queer footing as to which he himself had a secret hope that he should some day have more light, he was probably ploughing through northern seas on a yacht, or creeping after stags in the Highlands. Our hero's acquaintance with the light literature of his country being such as to assure him that in one or other of these occupations people of leisure during the autumn were necessarily immersed. If the captain were giving his attention to neither, he must have started for Albania, or at least for Paris. Happy captain, Hyacinth reflected, while his imagination followed him through all kinds of vivid exotic episodes, and his restless young feet continued to tread, through the stale flat weeks of September and October, the familiar pavements of Soho, Islington, and Pentonville, and the shabby sinuous ways which unite these laborious districts. He had told the Princess that he sometimes had a holiday at this period, and that there was a chance of his escorting his respectable companion to the seaside. But, as it turned out at present, the spare cash for such an excursion was wanting. Hyacinth had indeed for the moment an exceptionally keen sense of the absence of this article, and was forcibly reminded that it took a good deal of money to cultivate the society of agreeable women. He not only had not a penny, but he was much in debt, and the explanation of his pinched feeling was in a vague, half-remorseful, half-resigned reference to the numerous occasions when he had had to put his hand in his pocket under penalty of disappointing a young lady whose needs were positive, and especially to a certain high crisis, as it might prove to be, in his destiny, when it came over him that one couldn't call on a princess just as one was. So, this year, he did not ask old Crookenden for the week, which some of the other men took. Eustache Poupin, who had never quitted London since his arrival, launched himself precisely that summer, supported by his brave wife, into the British unknown on the strength of a return ticket to Worthing, simply because he shouldn't know what to do with it. The best way not to spend money, though it was no doubt not the best in the world to make it, was still to take one's daily course to the old familiar shabby shop, where, as the days shortened and November thickened the air to a livid yellow, the uncovered flame of the gas, burning often from the morning on, lighted up the ugliness amid which the hand of practice endeavoured to disengage a little beauty. The ugliness of a dingy, belittered interior, of battered, dispapered walls, of work tables stained and hacked, of windows opening into a foul, drizzling street, of the bared arms, the sordid waistcoat backs, the smeared aprons, the personal odour, the patient, obstinate, irritating shoulders, and vulgar, narrow, inevitable faces of his fellow labourers. Hyacinth's relations with his comrades would form a chapter by itself, but all that may be said of the matter here is that the clever little operator from Lomax Place had a kind of double identity, and that much as he lived in Mr. Crookenden's establishment, he lived out of it still more. In this busy, pasty, sticky, leathery little world, where wages and beer were the main objects of consideration, he played his part in a manner which caused him to be regarded as a queer lot, but capable of queerness in the line of good nature too. He had not made good his place there without discovering that the British workman, when animated by the spirit of mirth, has rather a heavy hand, and he tasted of the practical joke in every degree of violence. During his first year he dreamed, with secret passion and suppressed tears, of a day of bliss when at last they would let him alone, a day which arrived in time, for it is always an advantage to be clever if only one is clever enough. Hyacinth was sufficiently so to have invented a modus vivendi in respect to which M. Poupin said to him, "Enfin, vous voilà ferme." The Frenchman himself terribly éprouvé at the beginning, had always bristled with firmness and opposed to the insular grossness a refined dignity, and under the influence of which the scenery of Soho figured as a daily, dusky phantasmagoria, relegated to the mechanical, passive part of experience, and giving no hostages to reality, or at least to ambition, save an insufficient number of shillings on Saturday night, and spasmodic reminiscences of delicate work that might have been more delicate still, as well as of certain applications of the tool which he flattered himself were unsurpassed unless by the supreme Eustache. One evening in November, after discharging himself of a considerable indebtedness to Pinny, he had still a sovereign in his pocket, a sovereign which seemed to spin there at the opposed solicitation of a dozen exemplary uses. He had come out for a walk, with the vague intention of pushing as far as Audley Court, and lurking within this nebulous design, on which the damp breath of the streets, making objects seem that night particularly dim and places particularly far, had blown a certain chill, was a sense that it would be rather nice to take something to Rose Muniment, who delighted in a sixpenny present, and to whom for some time he had not rendered any such homage. At last, after he had wandered a while, hesitating between the pilgrimage to Camberwell and the possibility of still associating his evening in some way or other with that of Miss Henning, he reflected that if a sovereign was to be pulled to pieces, it was a simplification to get it changed. He had been traversing the region of Mayfair, partly with the preoccupation of a short cut and partly from an instinct of self-defence. If one was in danger of spending one's money precipitately, it was so much gain to plunge into a quarter in which, at that hour especially, there were no shops for little bookbinders. Hyacinth's victory, however, was imperfect when it occurred to him to turn into a public-house in order to convert his gold into convenient silver. When it was a question of entering these establishments, he selected in preference the most decent. He never knew what unpleasant people he might find on the other side of the swinging door. Those which glitter at intervals amid the residential gloom of Mayfair partake of the general gentility of the neighbourhood, so that Hyacinth was not surprised (he had passed into the compartment marked "Private Bar") to see but a single drinker leaning against the counter on which, with his request very civilly enunciated, he put down his sovereign. He was surprised, on the other hand, when, glancing up again, he became aware that this solitary drinker was Captain Godfrey Sholto. "Why, my dear boy, what a remarkable coincidence!" the captain exclaimed. "For once in 5 years that I come into a place like this." "I don't come in often myself. I thought you were in Madagascar," said Hyacinth. "Ah, because I have not been at the Sun and Moon? Well, I have been constantly out of town, you know. And then, don't you see what I mean? I want to be tremendously careful. That's the way to get on, isn't it? But I dare say you don't believe in my discretion." Sholto laughed. "What shall I do to make you understand? I say, have a brandy and soda," he continued, as if this might assist Hyacinth's comprehension. He seemed a trifle flurried, and, if it were possible to imagine such a thing of so independent and whimsical a personage, the least bit abashed or uneasy at having been found in such a low place. It was not any lower, after all, than the Sun and Moon. He was dressed on this occasion according to his station, without the pot hat and the shabby jacket, and Hyacinth looked at him with a sense that a good tailor must really add a charm to life. Our hero was struck more than ever before with his being the type of man whom, as he strolled about observing people, he had so often regarded with wonder and envy, the sort of man of whom one said to oneself that he was the "finest white," feeling that he had the world in his pocket. Sholto requested the barmaid to please not dawdle in preparing the brandy and soda which Hyacinth had thought to ease off the situation by accepting. This indeed was perhaps what the finest white would naturally do. And when the young man had taken the glass from the counter, Sholto appeared to encourage him not to linger as he drank it, and smiled down at him very kindly and amusedly, as if the combination of a very small bookbinder and a big tumbler were sufficiently droll. The captain took time, however, to ask Hyacinth how he had spent his autumn, and what was the news in Bloomsbury. He further inquired about those delightful people over the river. I can't tell you what an impression they made upon me, that evening, you know. After this he remarked to Hyacinth, suddenly, irrelevantly, "And so you are just going to stay on for the winter, quietly?" Our young man stared. He wondered what other project any one could attribute to him. He could not reflect immediately that this was the sort of thing the finest whites said to each other when they met, after their fashionable dispersals, and that his friend had only been guilty of a momentary inadvertence. In point of fact, the captain recovered himself. "Oh, of course, you have got your work and that sort of thing." And as Hyacinth did not succeed in swallowing at a gulp the contents of his big tumbler, he asked him presently whether he had heard anything from the Princess. Hyacinth replied that he could have no news except what the captain might be good enough to give him, but he added that he did go see her just before she left town. "Ah, you did go see her? That's quite right, quite right." "I went because she very kindly wrote to me to come." "Ah, she wrote to you to come?" The captain fixed Hyacinth for a moment with his curious, colourless eyes. "Do you know you are a devilish privileged mortal?" "Certainly I know that." Hyacinth blushed and felt foolish. The barmaid, who had heard this odd couple talking about a princess, was staring at him too, with her elbows on the counter. "Do you know there are people who would give their heads that she should write to them to come?" "I have no doubt of it whatever," Hyacinth exclaimed, taking refuge in a laugh which did not sound as natural as he would have liked, and wondering whether his interlocutor were not precisely one of these people. In this case the barmaid might well stare, for deeply convinced as our young man might be that he was the son of Lord Frederick Purvis, there was really no end to the oddity of his being preferred, and by a princess, to Captain Sholto. If anything could have reinforced at that moment his sense of this anomaly, it would have been the indescribably gentlemanly way, implying all sorts of common initiations, in which his companion went on. "Ah, well, I see you know how to take it. And if you are in correspondence with her, why do you say that you can hear from her only through me? My dear fellow, I am not in correspondence with her. You might think I would naturally be, but I am not." He subjoined, as Hyacinth had laughed again, in a manner that might have passed for ambiguous. "So much the worse for me. Is that what you mean?" Hyacinth replied that he himself had had the honour of hearing from the Princess only once, and he mentioned that she had told him that her letter-writing came only in fits, when it was sometimes very profuse. There were months together that she didn't touch a pen. "Oh, I can imagine what she told you," the captain exclaimed. "Look out for the next fit. She is visiting about. It's a great thing to be in the same house with her, an immense comedy." He remarked that he had heard, now he remembered, that she either had taken or was thinking of taking a house in the country for a few months; and he added that if Hyacinth didn't propose to finish his brandy and soda, they might as well turn out. Hyacinth's thirst had been very superficial, and as they turned out the captain observed, by way of explanation of his having been found in a public house (it was the only attempt of this kind he made), that any friend of his would always know him by his love of curious out-of-the-way nooks. "You must have noticed that," he said, "my taste for exploration. If I hadn't explored I should never have known you, should I? That was rather a nice little girl in there. Did you twig her figure? It's a pity they always have such beastly hands." Hyacinth instinctively had made a motion to go southward, but Sholto, passing a hand into his arm, led him the other way. The house they had quitted was near a corner, which they rounded, the captain pushing forward as if there were some reason for haste. His haste was checked, however, by an immediate collision with a young woman who, coming in the opposite direction, turned the angle as briskly as themselves. At this moment the captain gave Hyacinth a great jerk, but not before he had caught glimpse of the young woman's face. It seemed to flash upon him out of the dusk, and given quick voice to his surprise. "Hullo, Millicent!" This was the simple cry that escaped from his lips, while the captain, still going on, inquired, "What's the matter? Who's your pretty friend?" Hyacinth declined to go on, and repeated Miss Henning's baptismal name so loudly that the young woman, who had passed them without looking back, was obliged to stop. Then Hyacinth saw that he was not mistaken, though Millicent gave no audible response. She stood looking at him, with her head very high, and he approached her, disengaging himself from Sholto, who, however, hung back only an instant before joining them. Hyacinth's heart had suddenly begun to beat very fast. There was a sharp shock in the girl's turning up just in that place at that moment. Yet when she began to laugh, abruptly, with violence, and to ask him why he was looking at her as if she were a kicking horse, he recognized that there was nothing so very extraordinary after all in a casual meeting between persons who were such frequenters of the London streets. Millicent had never concealed the fact that she trotted about on various errands at night, and once, when he had said to her that the less a respectable young woman took the evening air alone, the better for her respectability, she had asked how respectable he thought she pretended to be, and had remarked that if he would make her a present of a brougham, or even call for her 3 or 4 times a week in a cab, she would doubtless preserve more of her social purity. She could turn the tables quickly enough, and she exclaimed now, professing on her own side great astonishment, "What are you prowling about here for? You're after no good, I'll be bound." "Good evening, Miss Henning. What a jolly meeting," said the captain, removing his hat with a humorous flourish. "Oh, how d'ye do?" Millicent returned, as if she did not immediately place him. "Where were you going so fast? What are you doing?" asked Hyacinth, who had looked from one to the other. "Well, I never did see such a manner from one that knocks about like you!" cried Miss Henning. "I'm going to see a friend of mine, a lady's maid in Curzon Street. Have you anything to say to that?" "Don't tell us, don't tell us!" Sholto interposed, after she had spoken. She had not hesitated an instant. "I, at least, disavow the indiscretion. Where may not a charming woman be going when she trips with a light foot through the gathering dusk?" "I say, what are you talking about?" the girl inquired with dignity of Hyacinth's companion. She spoke as if with a resentful suspicion that her foot had not really been perceived to be light. "On what errand of mercy, of secret tenderness?" the captain went on, laughing. "Secret yourself!" cried Millicent. "Do you two always hunt in couples?" "All right, we'll turn round and go with you as far as your friend's," Hyacinth said. "All right," Millicent replied. "All right," the captain added, and the three took their way together in the direction of Curzon Street. They walked for a few moments in silence, though the captain whistled, and then Millicent suddenly turned to Hyacinth. "You haven't told me where you were going yet." "We met in that public house," the captain said, "and we were each so ashamed of being found in such a place by the other that we tumbled out together without much thinking what we should do with ourselves." "When he's out with me he pretends he can't abide them houses," Miss Henning declared. "I wish I had looked in that one to see who was there." "Well, she's rather nice," the captain went on. "She told me her name was Georgiana." "I went to get a piece of money changed," Hyacinth said, with a sense that there was a certain dishonesty in the air, glad that he at least could afford to speak the truth. "To get your grandmother's nightcap changed? I recommend you to keep your money together. You've none too much of it," Millicent exclaimed. "Is that the reason you are playing me false?" Hyacinth flashed out. He had been thinking, with still intentness, as they walked, at once nursing and wrestling with a kindled suspicion. He was pale with the idea that he was being bamboozled, yet he was able to say to himself that one must allow, in life, for the element of coincidence, and that he might easily put himself immensely in the wrong by making a groundless charge. It was only later that he pieced his impressions together and saw them, as it appeared, justify each other. At present, as soon as he had uttered it, he was almost ashamed of his quick retort to Millicent's taunt. He ought at least to have waited to see what Curzon Street would bring forth. The girl broke out upon him immediately, repeating, false, false, with high derision, and wanting to know whether that was the way to knock a lady about in public. She had stopped short on the edge of a crossing, and she went on with a voice so uplifted that he was glad they were in a street that was rather empty at such an hour. "You're a pretty one to talk about falsity, when a woman has only to leer at you out of an opera box." "Don't say anything about her," the young man interposed, trembling. "And pray why not about her, I should like to know? You don't pretend she's a decent woman, I suppose?" Millicent's laughter rang through the quiet neighbourhood. "My dear fellow, you know you have been to her," Captain Sholto remarked, smiling. Hyacinth turned upon him, staring, at once challenged and baffled by his ambiguous part in an incident it was doubtless possible to magnify, but it was not possible to treat as perfectly simple. "Certainly, I have been to the Princess Casamassima, thanks to you. When you came and begged me, when you dragged me, do you make it a reproach? Who the devil are you, anyway, and what do you want of me?" our hero cried, his mind flooded in a moment with everything in the captain that had puzzled him and eluded him. This swelling tide obliterated on the spot everything that had entertained and gratified him. "My dear fellow, whatever I am not an ass," this gentleman replied with imperturbable good humour. "I don't reproach you with anything. I only wanted to put in a word as peacemaker. My good friends, my good friends," and he laid a hand in his practised way on Hyacinth's shoulder, while, with the other pressed to his heart, he bent on the girl a face of gallantry which had something paternal in it. "I am determined this absurd misunderstanding shall end as lovers' quarrels ought always to end." Hyacinth withdrew himself from the captain's touch, and said to Millicent, "You are not really jealous of any one. You pretend that, only to throw dust in my eyes." To this sally Miss Henning returned him an answer which promised to be lively, but the captain swept it away in the profusion of his protests. He pronounced them a dear, delightful, abominable young couple. He declared it was most interesting to see how, in people of their sort, the passions lay near the surface. He almost pushed them into each other's arms, and he wound up by proposing that they should all terminate their little differences by proceeding together to the Pavilion Music Hall, the nearest place of entertainment in that neighbourhood, leaving the lady's maid in Curzon Street to dress her mistress's wig in peace. He has been presented to the reader as an accomplished man, and it will doubtless be felt that the picture is justified when I relate that he placed this idea in so attractive a light that his companions finally entered a hansom with him and rattled toward the haunt of pleasure, Hyacinth sandwiched on the edge of the seat between the others. 2 or 3 times his ears burned. He felt that if there was an understanding between them, they had now, behind him, a rare opportunity for carrying it out. If it was at his expense, the whole evening constituted for them, indeed, an opportunity, and this thought rendered his diversion but scantily absorbing, though at the pavilion the captain engaged a private box and ordered ices to be brought in. Hyacinth cared so little for his little pink pyramid that he suffered Millicent to consume it after she had disposed of her own. It was present to him, however, that if he should make a fool of himself, the folly would be of a very gross kind, and this is why he withheld a question which rose to his lips repeatedly, a disposition to inquire of his entertainer why the mischief he had hurried him so out of the public-house if he had not been waiting there preconcertedly for Millicent. We know that in Hyacinth's eyes one of this young lady's compensatory merits had been that she was not deceitful, and he asked himself if a girl could change that way from 1 month to the other. This was optimistic, but all the same, he reflected before leaving the pavilion that he could see quite well what Lady Aurora meant by thinking Captain Sholto vulgar. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul Muniment had fits of silence while the others were talking, but on this occasion he had not opened his lips for half an hour. When he talked, Hyacinth listened, almost holding his breath, and when he said nothing, Hyacinth watched him fixedly, listening to the others only through the medium of his candid countenance. At the Sun and Moon, Muniment paid very little attention to his young friend, doing nothing that should cause it to be perceived that they were particular pals, and Hyacinth even thought, at moments, that he was bored or irritated by the serious manner in which the little bookbinder could not conceal from the world that he regarded him. He wondered whether this were a system, a calculated prudence on Muniment's part, or only a manifestation of that superior brutality latent in his composition, which never had an intention of unkindness, but was naturally intolerant of palaver. There was plenty of palaver at the Sun and Moon. There were nights when a blast of imbecility seemed to blow over the place, and one felt ashamed to be associated with so much insistent ignorance and flat-faced vanity. Then every one, with 2 or 3 exceptions, made an ass of himself, thumping the table and repeating over some inane phrase which appeared for the hour to constitute the whole furniture of his mind. There were men who kept saying, "Them was my words in the month of February last, and what I say I stick to, what I say I stick to," and others who perpetually inquired of the company, "And what the plague am I to do with 17 shillings? With 17 shillings? What am I to do with them? Will you tell me that?" An interrogation which in truth usually ended by eliciting a ribald reply. There were still others who were marked to satiety, that if it were not done today it would have to be done tomorrow, and several who constantly proclaimed their opinion that the only way was to pull up the park rails again, just to pluck them straight up. A little shoemaker, with red eyes and a greyish face, whose appearance Hyacinth deplored, scarcely ever expressed himself but in the same form of words. "Well, are we in earnest, or ain't we in earnest? That's the thing I want to know." He was terribly in earnest himself, but this was almost the only way he had of showing it, and he had much in common, though they were always squabbling, with a large red-faced man of uncertain attributes and stertorous breathing, who was understood to know a good deal about dogs, had fat hands, and wore on his forefinger a big silver ring containing someone's hair. Hyacinth believed it to be that of a terrier, snappish in life. He had always the same refrain. "Well now, are we just starving, or ain't we just starving? I should like the vice of the company on that question." When the tone fell as low as this, Paul Muniment held his peace, except that he whistled a little, leaning back with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the table. Hyacinth often supposed him to be on the point of breaking out and letting the company know what he thought of them. He had a perfectly clear vision of what he must think. But Muniment never compromised his popularity to that degree. He judged it, this he once told Hyacinth, too valuable an instrument, and cultivated the faculty of patience, which had the advantage of showing one more and more that one must do one's thinking for oneself. His popularity, indeed, struck Hyacinth as rather an uncertain quantity, and the only mistake he had seen a symptom of on his friend's part was a tendency to overestimate it. Muniment thought many of their colleagues asinine, but it was Hyacinth's belief that he himself knew still better how asinine they were, and this inadequate conception supported in some degree, on Paul's part, his theory of his influence, an influence that would be stronger than any other on the day he should choose to exert it. Hyacinth only wished that day would come. It would not be till then, he was sure, that they would all know where they were, and that the good they were striving for, blindly, obstructedly, in a kind of eternal, dirty intellectual fog, would pass from the stage of crude discussion and mere sharp, tantalizing desirableness into that of irresistible reality. Muniment was listened to unanimously when he spoke, and was much talked about, usually with a knowing, implicit allusiveness, when he was absent. It was generally admitted that he could see further than most. But it was suspected that he wanted to see further than was necessary, as one of the most inveterate frequenters of the club remarked one evening, If a man could see as far as he could chuck a brick, that was far enough. There was an idea that he had nothing particular to complain of personally, or that if he had, he didn't complain of it, an attitude which perhaps contained the germs of a latent disaffection. Hyacinth could easily see that he himself was exposed to the same imputation, but he couldn't help it. It would have been impossible to him to keep up his character for sincerity by revealing at the Sun and Moon the condition of his wardrobe, or announcing that he had not had a pennyworth of bacon for 6 months. There were members of the club who were apparently always in the enjoyment of involuntary leisure, narrating the vainest peregrinations in search of a job, the cruelest rebuffs, the most vivid anecdotes of the insolence of office. They made Hyacinth uncomfortably conscious at times that if he should be out of work, it would be wholly by his own fault, that he had in his hand a bread-winning tool on which he might absolutely count. He was also aware, however, that his position in this little band of malcontents — it was little only if measured by the numbers that were gathered together on any one occasion — he liked to think it was large in its latent possibilities, its mysterious ramifications and affiliations, was peculiar and distinguished. It would be favorable if he had the kind of energy and assurance that would help him to make use of it. He had an intimate conviction — the proof of it was in the air, in the sensible facility of his footing at the Sun and Moon — that Eustache Poupin had taken upon himself to disseminate the anecdote of his origin, of his mother's disaster, in consequence of which, as the victim of social infamy, of heinous laws, it was conceded to him that he had a larger account to settle even than most. He was ab ovo a revolutionist, and that balanced against his smart neckties a certain suspicious security that was perceived in him as to the H. He had had from his earliest years a natural command of it, and the fact that he possessed the sort of hand on which there is always a premium, an accident somehow to be guarded against in a thoroughgoing system of equality. He never challenged Poupin on the subject, for he owed the Frenchman too much to reproach him with any officious step that was meant in kindness; and moreover his fellow labourer at old Crookenden's had said to him, as if to anticipate such an impugnment of his discretion, "Remember, my child, that I am incapable of drawing aside any veil that you may have preferred to drop over your lacerated personality. Your moral dignity will always be safe with me. But remember at the same time that among the disinherited there is a mystic language which dispenses with proofs, a freemasonry, a reciprocal divination. They understand each other with half a word." It was with half a word, then, in Bloomsbury that Hyacinth had been understood, but there was a certain delicacy within him that forbade him to push his advantage, to treat implications of sympathy, none the less definite for being roundabout, as steps in the ladder of success. He had no wish to be a leader because his mother had murdered her lover and died in penal servitude. These circumstances recommended intentness, but they also suggested modesty. When the gathering at the Sun and Moon was at its best, and its temper seemed really in earnest of what was the basis of all its calculations, that the people was only a sleeping lion, already breathing shorter and beginning to stretch its limbs, at these hours, some of them thrilling enough, Hyacinth waited for the voice that should allot to him the particular part he was to play. His ambition was to play it with brilliancy, to offer an example even that might survive him, of pure, youthful, almost juvenile consecration. He was conscious of no commission to give the promises, to assume the responsibilities of a redeemer, and he had no envy of the man on whom this burden should rest. Muniment indeed might carry it, and it was the first article of his faith that to help him carry it the better, he himself was ready for any sacrifice. Then it was, on these nights of intenser vibration, that Hyacinth waited for a sign. They came oftener this second winter, for the season was terribly hard, and as in that lower world one walked with one's ear nearer the ground, the deep perpetual groan of London misery seemed to swell and form the whole undertone of life. The filthy air came into the place in the damp coats of silent men, and hung there till it was brewed to a nauseous warmth. And ugly, serious faces squared themselves through it, and strong-smelling pipes contributed their element in a fierce, dogged manner, which appeared to say that it now had to stand for everything, for bread and meat and beer, for shoes and blankets, and the poor things at the pawnbroker's, and the smokeless chimney at home. Hyacinth's colleagues seemed to him wiser then, and more permeated with intentions boding ill to the satisfied classes, and though the note of popularity was still most effectively struck by the man who could demand oftenest, unpractically, "What the plague am I to do with 17 shillings?" it was brought home to our hero on more than one occasion that revolution was ripe at last. This was especially the case on the evening I began referring to, when Eustache Poupin squeezed in and announced, as if it were a great piece of news, that in the east of London that night there were 40,000 men out of work. He looked round the circle with his dilated foreign eye as he took his place. He seemed to address the company individually as well as collectively, and to make each man responsible for hearing him. He owed his position at the Sun and Moon to the brilliancy with which he represented the political exile, the magnanimous, immaculate citizen wrenched out of bed at dead of night, torn from his hearthstone, his loved ones, and his profession, and hurried across the frontier with only the coat on his back. Poupin had performed in this character now for many years, but he had never lost the bloom of the outraged postscript, and the passionate pictures he had drawn up of the bitterness of exile were moving even to those who knew with what success he had set up his household gods in Lisson Grove. He was recognized as suffering everything for his opinions, and his hearers in Bloomsbury, who, after all, even in their most concentrated hours were very good-natured, appeared never to have made the subtle reflection, though they made many others, that there was a want of tact in his calling upon them to sympathize with him for being one of themselves. He imposed himself by the eloquence of his assumption that if one were not in the beautiful France, one was nowhere worth speaking of, and ended by producing an impression that that country had an almost supernatural charm. Muniment had once said to Hyacinth that he was sure Poupin would be very sorry if he should be enabled to go home again, as he might from one week to the other, the Republic being so indulgent, and the amnesty to the communards constantly extended, for over there he couldn't be a refugee, and however this might be, he certainly flourished a good deal in London on the basis of this very fact that he was miserable there. "Why do you tell us that, as if it were so striking? Don't we know it all, and haven't we known it always? But you are right, we behave as if we knew nothing at all," said Mr. Schinkel, the German cabinet-maker, who had originally introduced Captain Sholto to the Sun and Moon. He had a long, unhealthy, benevolent face and greasy hair, and constantly wore a kind of untidy bandage round his neck, as if for a local ailment. "You remind us, that is very well, but we shall forget it in half an hour. We are not serious." "Pardon, pardon, for myself, I do not admit that," Poupin replied, striking the table with his finger-tips several times very fast. "If I am not serious, I am nothing." "Oh no, you are something," said the German, smoking his monumental pipe with a contemplative air. "We are all something, but I am not sure it is anything very useful." "Well, things would be worse without us. I'd rather be in here, in this kind of muck, than outside," remarked the fat man who understood dogs. "Certainly, it is very pleasant, especially if you have your beer, but not so pleasant in the East, where 50,000 people starve. It is a very unpleasant night," the cabinet-maker went on. "How can it be worse?" Eustache Poupin inquired, looking defiantly at the German, as if to make him responsible for the fat man's reflection. "It is so bad that the imagination recoils, refuses." "Oh, we don't care for the imagination," the fat man declared. "We want a compact body in marching order." "What do you call a compact body?" the little grey-faced shoemaker demanded. I dare say you don't mean your kind of body." "Well, I know what I mean," said the fat man severely. "That's a grand thing. Perhaps one of these days you'll tell us." "You'll see it for yourself, perhaps, before that day comes," the gentleman with the silver ring rejoined. "Perhaps when you do you'll remember." "Well, you know, Schinkel says we don't," said the shoemaker, nodding at the cloud-compelling German. "I don't care what no man says," the dog fancier exclaimed, gazing straight before him. "They say it's a bad year, the blockheads in the newspapers," Mr. Schinkel went on, addressing himself to the company at large. "They say that on purpose, to convey the impression that there are such things as good years. I ask the company, has any gentleman present ever happened to notice that article? The good year is yet to come. It might begin to-night, if we like. It all depends on our being able to be serious for a few hours. But that is too much to expect. Mr. Muniment is very serious. He looks as if he were waiting for the signal, but he doesn't speak. He never speaks if I want particularly to hear him. He only considers, very deeply, I am sure. But it is almost as bad to think without speaking as to speak without thinking." Hyacinth always admired the cool, easy way in which Muniment comported himself when the attention of the public was directed towards him. These manifestations of curiosity or of hostility would have put him out immensely himself. When a lot of people, especially the kind of people who were collected at the Sun and Moon, looked at him or listened to him at once, he always blushed and stammered, feeling that if he couldn't have 1,000,000 of spectators, which would have been inspiring, he should prefer to have but 2 or 3. There was something very embarrassing in 20. Muniment smiled for an instant good-humouredly. Then, after a moment's hesitation, looking across at the German, and the German only, as if his remark were worth noticing, but it didn't matter if the others didn't understand reply, he said simply, "Hoffendal's in London." "Hoffendal! Gott in Himmel!" the cabinet-maker exclaimed, taking the pipe out of his mouth. And the two men exchanged a longish glance. Then Mr. Schinkel remarked, "That surprises me, sehr. Are you very sure?" Muniment continued for a moment to look at him. "If I keep quiet for half an hour, with so many valuable suggestions flying all around me, you think I say too little. Then, if I open my head to give out 3 words, you appear to think I say too much." "Ah, no, on the contrary, I want you to say 3 more. If you tell me you have seen him, I shall be perfectly satisfied." "Upon my word, I should hope so. Do you think he's the kind of party a fellow says he has seen?" "Yes, when he hasn't," said Eustache Poupin, who had been listening. Every one was listening now. "It depends on the fellow he says it to. Not even here?" the German asked. "Oh, here!" Paul Muniment exclaimed in a peculiar tone, and resumed his muffled whistle again. Take care, you will make me think you haven't," cried Poupin with his excited expression. "That's just what I want," said Muniment. "Nun, I understand," the cabinet-maker remarked, restoring his pipe to his lips after an interval almost as momentous as the stoppage of a steamer in mid-ocean. "'Ear, 'ear," repeated the small shoemaker indignantly. "I dare say it is as good as the place he came from. He might look in and see what he thinks of it." "That's a place you might tell us a little about now," the fat man suggested, as if he had been waiting for his chance. Before the shoemaker had time to notice this challenge, some one inquired, with a hoarse petulance, who the blazes they were talking about, and Mr. Schinkel took upon himself to reply that they were talking about a man who hadn't done what he had done by simply exchanging abstract ideas, however valuable, with his friends in a respectable pot-house. "What the devil has he done, then?" some one else demanded, and Muniment replied quietly that he had spent 12 years in a Prussian prison, and was consequently still an object of a good deal of interest to the police. "Well, if you call that useful, I must say I prefer a pothouse," cried the shoemaker, appealing to all the company, and looking, as it appeared to Hyacinth, particularly hideous. Doch, it is useful," the German remarked philosophically among his yellow clouds. "Do you mean to say you are not prepared for that yourself?" Muniment inquired of the shoemaker. "Prepared for that? I thought we were going to smash that sort of shop altogether. I thought that was the main part of the job." "They will smash best, those who have been inside," the German declared, "unless perhaps they are broken, enervated. But Hoffendahl is not enervated." "Ah, no, no smashing, no smashing," Muniment went on. "We want to keep them standing, and even to build a few more. But the difference will be that we shall put the correct sort in." "I take your idea that Griffin is one of the correct sort," the fat man remarked, indicating the shoemaker. "I thought we was going to 'ave their 'eads, all that bloomin' lot," Mr. Griffin declared, protesting, while Eustache Poupin began to enlighten the company as to the great Hoffendahl, one of the purest martyrs of their cause, a man who had been through everything, who had been scarred and branded, tortured, almost flayed, and had never given them the names they wanted to have. Was it possible they didn't remember that great combined attempt early in the 60s, which took place in 4 continental cities at once, and which, in spite of every effort to smother it up, there had been editors and journalists transported even for hinting at it, had done more for the social question than anything before or since? "Through him being served in the manner you describe?" some one asked with plainness, to which Poupin replied that it was one of those failures that are more glorious than any success. Muniment said that the affair had been only a flash in the pan, but that the great value of it was this, that whereas some 40 persons, and of both sexes, had been engaged in it, only one had been seized and had suffered. It had been Hoffendahl himself who was collared. Certainly he had suffered much, he had suffered for every one, but from that point of view, that of the economy of material, the thing had been a rare success. "Do you know what I call the others? I call 'em bloody sneaks," the fat man cried. And Eustache Poupin, turning to Muniment, expressed the hope that he didn't really approve of such a solution, didn't consider that an economy of heroism was an advantage to any cause. He himself esteemed Hoffendahl's attempt, because it had shaken, more than anything, except of course the Commune, had shaken it since the French Revolution, the rotten fabric of the actual social order, and because that very fact of the impunity, the invisibility of the persons concerned in it, had given the predatory classes, had given all Europe, a shudder that had not yet subsided. But for his part he must regret that some of the associates of this devoted victim had not come forward and insisted on sharing with him his tortures and his captivity. "Ça aurait été d'un bel exemple," said the Frenchman, with an impressive moderation of statement which made even those who could not understand him see that he was saying something fine; while the cabinet maker remarked that in Hoffendahl's place any of them would have stood out just the same. He didn't care if they set it down to self-love (Mr. Schinkel called it loaf), but he might say that he himself would have done so if he had been trusted and had been bagged. "I want to have it all drawn up clear first, then I'll go in," said the fat man, who seemed to think it was expected of him to be reassuring. "Well, who the dickens is to draw it up, eh? That's what we happen to be talking about," returned his antagonist, the shoemaker. "A fine example, old man? Is that your idea of a fine example?" Muniment, with his amused face, asked of Poupin. "A fine example of asininity? Are there capable people in such plenty about the place?" "Capable of greatness of soul, I grant you not." "Your greatness of soul is usually greatness of blundering. A man's foremost duty is not to get collared. If you want to show you're capable, that's the way." At this Hyacinth suddenly felt himself moved to speak. "But some one must be caught always, must he not? Hasn't some one always been?" "Oh, I dare say you'll be, if you like it," Muniment replied, without looking at him. "If they succeed in potting you, do as Hoffendahl did, and do it as a matter of course. But if they don't, make it your supreme duty, make it your religion to lie close and keep yourself for another go. The world is full of unclean beasts whom I shall be glad to see shovelled away by the thousand, but when it's a question of honest men and men of courage, I protest against the idea that two should be sacrificed where one will serve." "Trop d'arithmétique, trop d'arithmétique! That is fearfully English," Poupin cried. "No doubt, no doubt. What else should it be? You shall never share my fate if I have a fate and I can prevent it," said Munimet, laughing. Eustache Poupin stared at him in his merriment, as if he thought the English frivolous as well as calculating. Then he rejoined, "If I suffer, I trust it may be for suffering humanity, but I trust it may also be for France." "Oh, I hope you ain't going to suffer any more for France," said Mr. Griffin. "Hasn't it done that insatiable old country of yours some good by this time, all you've had to put up with?" "Well, I want to know what Hoffendahl has come over for. It's very kind of him, I'm sure. What is he going to do for us? That's what I want to know," remarked in a loud, argumentative tone a personage at the end of the table most distant from Muniment's place. His name was Delancey, and he gave himself out as holding a position in a manufactory of soda water. But Hyacinth had a secret belief that he was really a hairdresser, a belief connected with a high, lustrous curl or crest which he wore on the summit of his large head, and the manner in which he thrust over his ear, as if it were a barber's comb, the pencil with which he was careful to take notes of the discussions carried on at the Sun and Moon. His opinions were distinct and frequently expressed. He had a watery, Muniment had once called it a soda-watery, eye, and a personal aversion to a lord. He desired to change everything except religion, of which he approved. Muniment answered that he was unable to say as yet what the German revolutionists had come to England for, but that he hoped to be able to give some information on the matter the next time they should meet. It was very certain Hoffendahl hadn't come for nothing, and he would undertake to declare that they would all feel within a short time that he had given a lift to the cause they were interested in. He had had a great experience, and they might very well find it useful to consult. If there were a way for them, then and there, he was sure to know the way. "I quite agree with the majority of you, as I take it to be," Muniment went on, with his fresh, cheerful, reasonable manner. "I quite agree with you that the time has come to settle upon it and to follow it. I quite agree with you that the actual state of things is—" he paused a moment, and then went on in the same pleasant tone—"is hellish." These remarks were received with a differing demonstration. Some of the company declaring that if the Dutchman cared to come round and smoke a pipe they would be glad to see him. Perhaps he'd show where the thumbscrews had been put on, others being strongly of the opinion that they didn't want any more advice. They had already had advice enough to turn a donkey's stomach. What they wanted was to put forth their might without any more palaver, to do something, or for someone, to go out somewhere and smash something on the spot. Why not? That very night. While they sat there and talked, there were about 500,000 of people in London that didn't know where the morrow's meal was to come from. What they wanted to do, unless they were just a collection of pettifogging old women, was to show them where to get it, to take it to them with heaped-up hands. Hyacinth listened with a divided attention to interlaced iterations, while the talk blew hot and cold. There was a genuine emotion to-night in the rear of the Sun and Moon, and he felt the contagion of excited purpose. But he was following a train of his own. He was wondering what Muniment had in reserve, for he was sure he was only playing with the company, and his imagination, quickened by the sense of impending relations with the heroic Hoffendahl, and the discussion as to the alternative duty of escaping or of facing one's fate, had launched itself into possible perils, into the idea of how he might, in a given case, settle for himself that question of paying for the lot. The loud, contradictory, vain, unpractical babble went on about him, but he was definitely conscious only that the project of breaking into the bakers' shops was well before the assembly, and was receiving a vigorous treatment, and that there was likewise a good deal of reference to the butchers and grocers, and even to the fishmongers. He was in a state of inward exaltation. He was seized by an intense desire to stand face to face with the sublime Hoffendahl, to hear his voice, to touch his mutilated hand. He was ready for anything. He knew that he himself was safe to breakfast and dine, poorly but sufficiently, and that his colleagues were perhaps even more crude and clumsy than usual. But a breath of popular passion had passed over him, and he seemed to see, immensely magnified, the monstrosity of the great ulcers and sores of London, the sick, eternal misery crying in the darkness in vain, confronted with granaries and treasure houses and places of delight where shameless satiety kept guard. In such a mood as this, Hyacinth felt that there was no need to consider, to reason. The facts themselves were as imperative as the cry of the drowning. For while pedantry gained time, didn't starvation gain it too? He knew that Muniment disapproved of delay, that he held the day had come for a forcible rectification of horrible inequalities. In the last conversation they had had together, his chemical friend had given him a more definite warrant than he had ever done before for numbering him in the party of immediate action, though indeed he remarked on this occasion once more that particular formula which the little bookbinder appeared to have taken such a fancy to was mere gibberish. He hated that sort of pretentious label; it was fit only for politicians and amateurs. None the less, he had been as plain as possible on the point that their game must be now to frighten society, and frighten it effectually, to make it believe that the swindled classes were at last fairly in league, had really grasped the idea that closely combined they would be irresistible. They were not in league, and they hadn't in their totality grasped any idea at all. Muniment was not slow to make that equally plain. All the same, society was scareable, and every great scare was a gain for the people. If Hyacinth had needed warrant to-night for a faith that transcended logic, he would have found it in his recollection of this quiet profession, but his friend's words came back to him mainly to make him wonder what that friend had in his head just now. He took no part in the violence of the talk. He had called Schinkel to come round and sit beside him, and the two appeared to confer together in comfortable absorption, while the brown atmosphere grew denser, the passing to and fro of firebrands more lively, and the flush of faces more portentous. What Hyacinth would have liked to know most of all was why Muniment had not mentioned to him first that Hoffendahl was in London, and that he had seen him, for he had seen him, though he had dodged Schinkel's question. Of that Hyacinth instantly felt sure. He would ask for more information later, and meanwhile he wished, without resentment, but with a certain helpless, patient longing, that Muniment would treat him with a little more confidence. If there were a secret in regard to Hoffendahl, and there evidently was, Muniment, quite rightly, though he had dropped the announcement of his arrival for a certain effect, had no intention of sharing the rest of what he knew with that raw roomful. If there was something to be silent and devoted about, Hyacinth ardently hoped that to him a chance would be given to show how he could practice this superiority. He felt hot and nervous. He got up suddenly, and through the dark, tortuous, greasy passage which communicated with the outer world, he went forth into the street. The air was foul and sleety, but it refreshed him, and he stood in front of the public-house and smoked another pipe. Bedraggled figures passed in and out, and a damp, tattered, wretched man, with a spongy purple face, who had been thrust suddenly across the threshold, stood and whimpered in the brutal blaze of the row of lamps. The puddles glittered round about, and the silent vista of the street, bordered with low black houses, stretched away in the wintry drizzle to right and left, losing itself in the huge, tragic city where unmeasured misery lurked beneath the dirty night, ominously, monstrously still, only howling in its pain in the heated human cockpit behind him. Ah, what could he do? What opportunity would arise? The blundering, divided counsels he had been listening to only made the helplessness of every one concerned more abject. If he had a definite wish while he stood there, It was that exalted, deluded company should pour itself forth, with muniment at its head, and surge through the sleeping city, gathering the myriad miserable out of their slums and boroughs, and roll into the selfish squares, and lift a tremendous hungry voice, and awaken the gorged indifferent to a terror that would bring them down. Hyacinth lingered a quarter of an hour, but this grand spectacle gave no sign of coming off, and he finally returned to the noisy club room in a state of tormented wonder as to what better idea than this very bad one, which seemed to our young man to have at least the merit that it was an idea, muniment could be revolving in that too comprehensive brain of his. As he re-entered the place, he saw that the meeting was breaking up in disorder, or at all events in confusion, and that certainly no organized attempt at the rescue of the proletariat would take place that night. All the men were on their feet and were turning away, amid a shuffling of benches and chairs, a hunching of shaggy shoulders, a frugal lowering of superfluous gas, and a varied vivacity of disgust and resignation. The moment after Hyacinth came in, Mr. Delancey, the supposititious hairdresser, jumped upon a chair at the far end of the room and shrieked out an accusation which made every one stop and stare at him. "Well, I want you all to know what strikes me before we part company. There isn't a man in the blessed lot that isn't afraid of his bloody skin. Afraid, afraid, afraid. I'll go anywhere with anyone, but there isn't another by what I can make out. There isn't a mother's son of you that'll risk his precious bones." This little oration affected Hyacinth like a quick blow in the face. It seemed to leap at him personally, as if a three-legged stool or some hideous hobnailed boot had been shied at him. The room surged round, heaving up and down, while he was conscious of a loud explosion of laughter and scorn, of cries of "Order, order!" of some clear word of muniment's. "I say, Delancey, just step down," of Eustache Poupin shouting out, "Vous insultez le peuple, vous insultez le peuple," of other retorts not remarkable for refinement. The next moment Hyacinth found that he had sprung up on a chair opposite to the barber, and that at the sight of so rare a phenomenon the commotion had suddenly checked itself. It was the first time he had asked the ear of the company, and it was given on the spot. He was sure he looked very white, and it was even possible they could see him tremble. He could only hope that this didn't make him look ridiculous when he said, "I don't think it's right of him to say that. There are others besides him. At all events, I want to speak for myself. It may do some good. I can't help it. I'm not afraid. I'm very sure I'm not. I'm ready to do anything that will do any good. Anything, anything. I don't care a rap. In such a cause I should like the idea of danger. I don't consider my bones precious in the least, compared with some other things. If one is sure one isn't afraid, and one is accused, why shouldn't one say so?" It appeared to Hyacinth that he was talking a long time, and when it was over he scarcely knew what happened. He felt himself in a moment down almost under the feet of the other men, stamped upon with intentions of applause, of familiarity, laughed over and jeered over, hustled and poked in the ribs. He felt himself also pressed to the bosom of Eustache Poupin, who apparently was sobbing while he heard some say, "Did you hear the little beggar, as bold as a lion?" A trial of personal prowess between him and Mr. Delancey was proposed, but somehow it didn't take place, and at the end of 5 minutes the club room emptied itself, not evidently to be reconstituted outside in a revolutionary procession. Paul Muniment had taken hold of Hyacinth and said, "I'll trouble you to stay, you little desperado. I'll be blowed if I ever expected to see you on the stump." Muniment remained, and M. Poupin and Mr. Schinkel lingered in their overcoats, beneath a dim, surviving gas-burner, in the unventilated medium in which, at each renewed gathering, the Bloomsbury Club seemed to recognize itself. "Upon my word, I believe you're game," said Muniment, looking down at him with a serious face. "Of course you think it's swagger, self-loaf, as Schinkel says, but it isn't." Then Hyacinth asked, "In God's name, why don't we do something?" "Ah, my child, to whom do you say it?" Eustache Poupin exclaimed, folding his arms despairingly. "Whom do you mean by we?" said Muniment. "All the lot of us. There are plenty of them ready." "Ready for what? There's nothing to be done here." Hyacinth stared. "Then why the deuce do you come?" "I dare say I shan't come much more. This is a place you have always overestimated." "I wonder if I have overestimated you," Hyacinth murmured, gazing at his friend. "Don't say that. He's going to introduce us to Hoffendahl," Schinkel exclaimed, putting away his pipe in a receptacle almost as large as the fiddle case. "Should you like to see the genuine article, Robinson?" Muniment asked, with the same unusual absence of jocosity in his tone. "The genuine article?" Hyacinth looked from one of his companions to the other. "You have never seen it yet, though you think you have." "And why haven't you shown it to me before?" "Because I had never seen you on the stump." This time Muniment smiled. "Bother the stump! I was trusting you." "Exactly so. That gave me time." "Don't come unless your mind is made up, mon petit," said Poupin. "Are you going now to see Hoffendahl?" Hyacinth cried. "Don't shout it all over the place. He wants a genteel little customer like you," Muniment went on. "Is it true? Are we all going?" Hyacinth demanded eagerly. "Yes, these two are in it. They are not very artful, but they are safe," said Muniment, looking at Poupin and Schinkel. "Are you the genuine article, Muniment?" asked Hyacinth, catching this look. Muniment dropped his eyes on him. Then he said, "Yes, you're the boy he wants. It's at the other end of London. We must have a growler." "Be calm, my child. Me voici." And Eustache Poupin led Hyacinth out. They all walked away from the Sun and Moon, and it was not for some 5 minutes that they encountered the four-wheeled cab which deepened so the solemnity of their expedition. After they were seated in it, Hyacinth learned that Hoffendahl was in London but for 3 days, was liable to hurry away on the morrow, and was accustomed to receive visits at all kinds of queer hours. It was getting to be midnight; the drive seemed interminable to Hyacinth's impatience and curiosity. He sat next to Muniment, who passed his arm round him, as if by way of tacit expression of indebtedness. They all ended by sitting silent, as the cab jogged along murky miles, and by the time it stopped Hyacinth had wholly lost, in the drizzling gloom, a sense of their whereabouts. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth got up early, an operation attended with very little effort, as he had scarcely closed his eyes all night. What he saw from his window made him dress as rapidly as a young man could do who desired more than ever that his appearance should not give strange ideas about him. An old garden, with parterres and curious figures, and little intervals of lawn which appeared to our hero's cockney vision fantastically green. At one end of the garden was a parapet of mossy brick, which looked down on the other side into a canal, or moat, or quaint old pond, and from the same standpoint there was also a view of a considerable part of the main body of the house. Hyacinth's room appeared to be in a wing commanding the extensive irregular back, which was richly grey wherever it was not green with ivy and other dense creepers, and everywhere infinitely like a picture, with a high-piled, ancient, russet roof, broken by huge chimneys and queer peepholes, and all manner of odd gables and windows on different lines, and antique patches and protrusions, and a particularly fascinating architectural excrescence in which a wonderful clock-face was lodged, a clock-face covered with gilding and blazonry, but showing many traces of the years and the weather. Hyacinth had never in his life been in the country, the real country as he called it, the country which was not the mere ravelled fringe of London, and there entered through his open casement the breath of a world enchantingly new, and after his recent feverish hours inexpressibly refreshing to him, a sense of sweet, sunny air and mingled odours, all strangely pure and agreeable, and a kind of musical silence, the greater part of which seemed to consist of the voices of birds. There were tall, quiet trees near by, and far off and everywhere, and the group of objects which greeted Hyacinth's eyes evidently formed only a corner of larger spaces and a more complicated scene. There was a world to be revealed to him. It lay waiting, with the dew upon it, under his windows, and he must go down and take his first steps in it. The night before, at 10 o'clock, when he arrived, he had only got the impression of a mile-long stretch of park, after turning in at a gate, of the cracking of gravel under the wheels of the fly, and of the glow of several windows suggesting indoor cheer, in a facade that lifted a variety of vague pinnacles into the starlight. It was much of a relief to him then to be informed that the Princess, in consideration of the lateness of the hour, begged to be excused till the morrow. The delay would give him time to recover his balance and look about him. This latter opportunity was offered him first as he sat at supper in a vast dining-room with the butler whose acquaintance he had made in South Street behind his chair. He had not exactly wondered how he should be treated. There was too much vagueness in his conception of the way in which, at a country house, insidious distinctions might be made and shades of importance illustrated. But it was plain that the best had been ordered for him. He was, at all events, abundantly content with his reception, and more excited by it. The repast was delicate, though his other senses were so awake that hunger dropped out, and he ate, as it were, without eating. And the grave mechanical servant filled his glass with a liquor that reminded him of some lines in Keats, in the Ode to a Nightingale. He wondered whether he should hear a nightingale at Medley. He knew nothing about the seasons of this vocalist, and also whether the butler would attempt to talk to him, had ideas about him, knew or suspected who he was and what, which, after all, there was no reason for his doing, unless it might be the poverty of the luggage that had been transported from Lomax Place. Mr. Withers, however, it was in this manner that Hyacinth heard him addressed by the cabman who conveyed the visitor from the station, gave no further symptom of sociability than to ask him at what time he would be called in the morning, to which our young man replied that he preferred not to be called at all. He would get up by himself. The butler rejoined, "Very good, sir," while Hyacinth thought it probable that he puzzled him a good deal, and even considered the question of giving him a glimpse of his identity, lest it should be revealed later in a manner less graceful. The object of this anticipatory step in Hyacinth's mind was that he should not be oppressed and embarrassed with attentions to which he was unused, but the idea came to nothing, for the simple reason that before he spoke he found that he already was inured to being waited upon. His impulse to deprecate attentions departed, and he became conscious that there were none he should care to miss or was not quite prepared for. He knew he probably thanked Mr. Withers too much, but he couldn't help this. It was an irrepressible tendency, and an error he should doubtless always commit. He lay in a bed constituted in a manner so perfect to ensure rest that it was probably responsible in some degree for his restlessness, and in a large high room where long dressing-glasses emitted ghostly glances even after the light was extinguished. Suspended on the walls were many prints, mezzotints, and old engravings, which Hyacinth supposed, possibly without reason, to be fine and rare. He got up several times in the night, lighted his candle, and walked about looking at them. He looked at himself in one of the long glasses, and in a place where everything was on such a scale, it seemed to him more than ever that Mademoiselle Vivier's son was a tiny particle. As he came downstairs he encountered housemaids with dusters and brooms, or perceived them, through open doors, on their knees, before fireplaces, and it was his belief that they regarded him more boldly than if he had been a guest of the usual kind. Such a reflection as that, however, ceased to trouble him after he had passed out of doors and begun to roam through the park, into which he let himself loose at first, and then, in narrowing circles, through the nearer grounds. He rambled for an hour in a state of breathless ecstasy, brushing the dew from the deep fern and bracken and the rich borders of the garden, tasting the fragrant air, and stopping everywhere in murmuring rapture at the touch of some exquisite impression. His whole walk was peopled with recognitions. He had been dreaming all his life of just such a place and such objects, such a morning and such a chance. It was the last of April, and everything was fresh and vivid. The great trees in the early air were a blur of tender shoots. Round the admirable house he revolved repeatedly, catching every point and tone, feasting on its expression, and wondering whether the princess would observe his proceedings from the window, and whether, if she did, they would be offensive to her. The house was not hers, but only hired for 3 months, and it could flatter no princely pride that he should be struck with it. There was something in the way the grey walls rose from the green lawn that brought tears to his eyes. The spectacle of long duration unassociated with some sordid infirmity or poverty was new to him. He had lived with people among whom old age meant, for the most part, a grudged and degraded survival. In the majestic preservation of Medley, there was a kind of serenity of success, an accumulation of dignity and honour. A footman sought him out in the garden to tell him that breakfast was ready. He had never thought of breakfast, and as he walked back to the house, attended by the inscrutable flunkey, this offer appeared a free, extravagant gift, unexpected and romantic. He found he was to breakfast alone, and he asked no questions. But when he had finished, the butler came in and informed him that the princess would see him after luncheon, but that in the meanwhile she wished him to understand that the library was entirely at his service. After luncheon! That threw the hour he had come for very far into the future, and it caused him some confusion of mind that the princess should think it worth while to invite him to stay at her house from Saturday evening to Monday morning, if it had been her purpose that so much of his visit should elapse without their meeting. But he felt neither slighted nor impatient. The impressions that had already crowded upon him were in themselves a sufficient reward, and what could one do better precisely in such a house as that than wait for a princess? The butler showed him the way to the library, and left him planted in the middle of it, staring at the treasures that he instantly perceived it contained. It was an old brown room of great extent. Even the ceiling was brown, though there were figures in it dimly gilt, where row upon row of finely lettered backs returned his discriminating professional gaze. A fire of logs crackled in a great chimney. There were alcoves with deep window-seats, and armchairs such as he had never seen, luxurious, leather-covered, with an adjustment for holding one's volume, and a vast writing-table before one of the windows, furnished with a perfect magazine of paper and pens, inkstands and blotters, seals, stamps, candlesticks, reels of twine, paper-weights, book-knives. Hyacinth had never imagined so many aids to correspondence, and before he turned away he had written a note to Millicent, in a hand even more beautiful than usual. His penmanship was very minute, but at the same time wonderfully free and fair, largely for the pleasure of seeing Medley Hall stamped in crimson, heraldic-looking characters at the top of his paper. In the course of an hour he had ravaged the collection, taken down almost every book, wishing he could keep it a week, and put it back quickly, as his eye caught the next, which appeared even more desirable. He discovered many rare bindings, and gathered several ideas from an inspection of them, ideas which he felt himself perfectly capable of reproducing. Altogether, his vision of true happiness at that moment was that for a month or two he should be locked into the library at Medley. He forgot the outer world, and the morning waned, the beautiful vernal Sunday, while he lingered there. He was on the top of a ladder when he heard a voice remark, "I am afraid they are very dusty. In this house, you know, it is the dust of centuries." And looking down he saw Madame Grandoni stationed in the middle of the room. He instantly prepared to descend to make her his salutation, when she exclaimed, "Stay, stay! If you are not giddy, we can talk from here. I only came in to show you we are in the house, and to tell you to keep up your patience. The Princess will probably see you in a few hours." "I really hope so," said Hyacinth from his perch, rather dismayed at the "probably." "Natürlich," the old lady rejoined, "but people have come sometimes and gone away without seeing her. It all depends upon her mood." "Do you mean even when she has sent for them?" "Oh, who can tell whether she has sent for them or not?" "But she sent for me, you know," Hyacinth declared, staring down, struck with the odd effect of Madame Grandoni's wig in that bird's-eye view. "Oh yes, she sent for you, poor young man." The old lady looked up at him with a smile, and they remained a moment exchanging a silent scrutiny. Then she added, "Captain Sholto has come, like that, more than once, and he has gone away no better off." "Captain Sholto?" Hyacinth repeated. "Very true. If we talk at this distance, I must shut the door." She took her way back to it—she had left it open—and pushed it to, then advanced into the room again with her superannuated, shuffling step, walking as if her shoes were too big for her. Hyacinth meanwhile descended the ladder. "Ecco, she's a capricciosa," said the old lady. "I don't understand how you speak of her," Hyacinth remarked gravely. "You seem to be her friend, yet you say things that are not favourable to her." "Dear young man, I say much worse to her about herself than I should ever say to you. I am rude, oh yes, even to you, to whom, no doubt, I ought to be particularly kind. But I am not false. It is not our German nature. You will hear me some day. I am the friend of the Princess. It would be well enough if she never had a worse one. But I should like to be yours too. What will you have? Perhaps it is of no use. At any rate, here you are." "Yes, here I am, decidedly," Hyacinth laughed uneasily. "And how long shall you stay? Excuse me if I ask that. It is part of my rudeness." "I shall stay till to-morrow morning. I must be at my work by noon." "That will do very well. Don't you remember the other time how I told you to remain faithful?" "That was very good advice. But I think you exaggerate my danger." "So much the better," said Madame Grandoni, "though now that I look at you well, I doubt it a little. I see you are one of those types that ladies like. I can be sure of that, because I like you myself. At my age, 120, can I not say that? If the Princess were to do so, it would be different, remember that any flattery she may ever offer you will be on her lips much less discreet. But perhaps she will never have the chance. You may never come again. There are people who have come only once. Vedremo bene. I must tell you that I am not in the least against a young man taking a holiday, a little quiet recreation once in a while," Madame Grandoni continued in her disconnected, discursive, confidential way. "In Rome they take it every 5 days. That is no doubt too often. In Germany, less often. In this country I cannot understand whether it is an increase of effort. The English Sunday is so difficult. This one will, however, in any case, have been beautiful for you. Be happy, make yourself comfortable, but go home to-morrow." And with this injunction Madame Grandoni took her way again to the door, while Hyacinth went to open it for her. "I can say that, because it is not my house. I am only here like you. And sometimes I think I also shall go to-morrow." "I imagine you have not, like me, your living to get every day. That is reason enough for me," said Hyacinth. She paused in the doorway with her expressive, ugly, kindly little eyes on his face. "I believe I am nearly as poor as you. And I have not, like you, the appearance of nobility. Yet I am noble," said the old lady, shaking her wig. "And I am not," Hyacinth rejoined, smiling. "It is better not to be lifted up high, like our friend. It does not give happiness." "Not to oneself, possibly, but to others." From where they stood, Hyacinth looked out into the great panelled and decorated hall, lighted from above and roofed with a far-away dim fresco, and the reflection of this grandeur came into his appreciative eyes. "Do you admire everything here very much? Do you receive great pleasure?" asked Madame Grandoni. "Oh, so much, so much!" She considered him a moment longer. "Poverino," she murmured as she turned away. A couple of hours later the Princess sent for Hyacinth, and he was conducted upstairs through corridors carpeted with crimson and hung with pictures, and ushered into a kind of bright drawing-room, which he afterwards learned that his hostess regarded as her boudoir. The sound of music had come to him outside the door, so that he was prepared to find her seated at the piano, if not to see her continue to play after he appeared. Her face was turned in the direction from which he entered, and she smiled at him while the servant, as if he had just arrived, formally pronounced his name, without lifting her hands from the keys. The room, placed in an angle of the house and lighted from two sides, was large and sunny, upholstered in fresh, gay chintz, furnished with all sorts of sofas and low, familiar seats and convenient little tables, most of them holding great bowls of early flowers, littered over with books, newspapers, magazines, photographs of celebrities, with their signatures and full of the marks of luxurious and rather indolent habitation. Hyacinth stood there, not advancing very far, and the Princess, still playing and smiling, nodded toward a seat near the piano. "Put yourself there and listen to me." Hyacinth obeyed, and she played a long time without glancing at him. This left him the more free to rest his eyes on her own face and person, while she looked about the room, vaguely, absently, but with an expression of quiet happiness, as if she were lost in her music, soothed and pacified by it. A window near her was half open, and the soft clearness of the day and all the odour of the spring diffused themselves, and made the place cheerful and pure. The Princess struck him as extraordinarily young and fair, and she seemed so slim and simple, and friendly too, in spite of having neither abandoned her occupation nor offered him her hand, that he sank back in his seat at last with the sense that all his uneasiness, his nervous tension, was leaving him, and that he was safe in her kindness, in the free original way with which she evidently would always treat him. This peculiar manner, half consideration, half fellowship, seemed to him already to have the sweetness of familiarity. She played ever so movingly, with different pieces succeeding each other. He had never listened to music, nor to a talent of that order. 2 or 3 times she turned her eyes upon him, and then they shone with the wonderful expression which was the essence of her beauty, that profuse, mingled light which seemed to belong to some everlasting summer, and yet to suggest seasons that were past and gone, some experience that was only an exquisite memory. She asked him if he cared for music, and then added, laughing, that she ought to have made sure of this before, while he answered, he had already told her so in South Street, she appeared to have forgotten, that he was awfully fond of it. The sense of the beauty of women had been given to our young man in a high degree. It was a faculty that made him conscious to adoration of every element of loveliness, every delicacy of feature, every shade and tone that contributed to charm. Even, therefore, if he had appreciated less the deep harmonies the Princess drew from the piano, there would have been no lack of interest in his situation, in such an opportunity to watch her admirable outline and movement, the noble form of her head and face, the gathered-up glories of her hair, the living flower-like freshness which had no need to turn from the light. She was dressed in fair colours, as simply as a young girl. Before she ceased playing she asked Hyacinth what he would like to do in the afternoon. Would he have any objection to taking a drive with her? It was very possible he might enjoy the country. She seemed not to attend to his answer, which was covered by the sound of the piano, but if she had done so, it would have left her very little doubt as to the reality of his inclination. She remained gazing at the cornice of the room, while her hands wandered to and fro. Then suddenly she stopped, got up, and came toward her companion. "It is probable that is the most I shall ever bore you. You know the worst. Would you very kindly close the piano?" He complied with her request, and she went to another part of the room and sank into an armchair. When he approached her again, she said, "Is it really true that you have never seen a park, nor a garden, nor any of the beauties of nature and that sort of thing?" She was alluding to something he had said in his letter, when he answered the note by which she proposed to him to run down to Medley. And after he assured her that it was perfectly true, she exclaimed, "I'm so glad! I'm so glad! I have never been able to show any one anything new, and I have always thought I should like to do so, especially to a sensitive nature. Then you will come and drive with me?" She asked this as if it would be a great favor. That was the beginning of the communion, so singular, considering their respective positions, which he had come to Medley to enjoy, and it passed into some very remarkable phases. The Princess had the most extraordinary way of taking things for granted, of ignoring difficulties, of assuming that her preferences might be translated into fact. After Hyacinth had remained with her 10 minutes longer, a period mainly occupied with her exclamations of delight at his having seen so little of the sort of thing of which Medley consisted. Where should he have seen it, gracious heaven, he asked himself. After she had rested thus briefly from her exertions at the piano, she proposed that they should go out of doors together. She was an immense walker. She wanted her walk. She left him for a short time, giving him the last number of the Revue de Deux Mondes to entertain himself withal, and calling his attention in particular to a story of M. Octave Feuillet, she should be so curious to know what he thought of it, and reappeared with her hat and parasol, drawing on her long gloves, and presenting herself to our young man at that moment as a sudden incarnation of the heroine of M. Feuillet's novel, in which he had instantly become immersed. On their way downstairs it occurred to her that he had not yet seen the house, and that it would be amusing for her to show it to him. So she turned aside and took him through it, up and down and everywhere, even into the vast old-fashioned kitchen, where there was a small red-faced man in a white jacket and apron and a white cap (he removed the latter ornament to salute the little bookbinder), with whom his companion spoke Italian, which Hyacinth understood sufficiently to perceive that she addressed her cook in the second person singular, as if he had been a feudal retainer. He remembered that was the way the Three Musketeers spoke to their lackeys. The Princess explained that the gentleman in the white cap was a delightful creature. She couldn't endure English servants, though she was obliged to have 2 or 3, who would make her plenty of risottos and polentas. She had quite the palate of a contadina. She showed Hyacinth everything, the queer transmogrified corner that had once been a chapel, the secret stairway which had served in the persecutions of the Catholics. The owners of Medley were, like the Princess herself, of the old persuasion. The musicians' gallery over the hall, the tapestried room, which people came from a distance to see, and the haunted chamber, the two were sometimes confounded, but they were quite distinct, where a dreadful individual at certain times made his appearance, a dwarfish ghost with an enormous head, a dispossessed brother of long ago, the eldest, who had passed for an idiot, which he wasn't, and had somehow been made away with. The Princess offered her visitor the privilege of sleeping in this apartment, declaring, however, that nothing would induce her even to enter it alone, she being a benighted creature consumed with abject superstitions. "I don't know whether I am religious, and whether if I were my religion would be superstitious, but my superstitions are certainly religious." She made her young friend pass through the drawing-room very cursorily, remarking that they should see it again. It was rather stupid. Drawing-rooms in English country houses were always stupid. Indeed, if it would amuse him, they would sit there after dinner. Madame Grandoni and she usually sat upstairs, but they would do anything that he should find more comfortable. At last they went out of the house together, and as they did so she explained, as if she wished to justify herself against the imputation of extravagance, that though the place doubtless struck him as absurdly large for a couple of quiet women, and the whole thing was not in the least what she would have preferred, yet it was all far cheaper than he probably imagined. She would never have looked at it if it hadn't been cheap. It must appear to him so preposterous for a woman to associate herself with the great uprising of the poor, and yet live in palatial halls, a place with 40 or 50 rooms. This was one of only 2 allusions she made that day to her democratic sympathies, but it fell very happily, for Hyacinth had been reflecting precisely upon the anomaly she mentioned. It had been present to him all day. It added much to the way life practised on his sense of the tragic comical to think of the princess's having retired to that magnificent residence in order to concentrate her mind upon the London slums. He listened, therefore, with great attention while she related that she had taken the house for only 3 months in any case, because she wanted to rest after a winter of visiting and living in public, as the English spent their lives with all their celebrated worship of the home, and yet didn't wish as yet to return to town, though she was obliged to confess that she still had the place in South Street on her hands, thanks to her deciding unexpectedly to go on with it rather than to move out her things. But one had to keep one's things somewhere, and why wasn't that as good a receptacle as another? Medley was not what she would have chosen if she had been left to herself, but she had not been left to herself. She never was. She had been bullied into taking it by the owners, whom she had met somewhere, and who had made up to her immensely, persuading her that she might really have it for nothing, for no more than she would give for the little honeysuckle cottage, the old parsonage embowered in clematis, which were really what she had been looking for. Besides, it was one of those old musty mansions ever so far from town, which it was always difficult to let or to get a price for, and then it was a wretched house for living in. Hyacinth, for whom his 3 hours in the train had been a series of happy throbs, had not been struck with its geographical remoteness, and he asked the princess what she meant in such a connection by using the word wretched. To this she replied that the place was tumbling to pieces, inconvenient in every respect, full of ghosts and bad smells. "That is the only reason I come to have it. I don't want you to think me more luxurious than I am, or that I throw away money. Never, never." Hyacinth had no standard by which he could measure the importance his opinion would have for her, and he perceived that though she judged him as a creature still open to every initiation whose naivete would entertain her, it was also her fancy to treat him as an old friend, a person to whom she might have had the habit of referring her difficulties. Her performance of the part she had undertaken to play was certainly complete, and everything lay before him but the reason she had for playing it. One of the gardens at Medley took the young man's heart beyond the others. It had high brick walls, on the sunny sides of which was a great training of apricots and plums, and straight walks, bordered with old-fashioned homely flowers, enclosing immense squares where other fruit trees stood upright, and mint and lavender floated in the air. In the southern quarter it overhung a small, disused canal, and here a high embankment had been raised, which was also long and broad and covered with fine turf, so that the top of it, looking down at the canal, made a magnificent grassy terrace, than which, on a summer's day, there could be no more delightful place for strolling up and down with a companion. All the more that at either end was a curious pavilion, in the manner of a tea-house, which completed the scene in an old-world sense, and offered rest and privacy, a refuge from sun or shower. One of these pavilions was an asylum for gardeners' tools and superfluous flower-pots. The other was covered inside with a queer Chinese paper, representing ever so many times over a group of people with faces like blind kittens, having tea while they sat on the floor. It also contained a big, clumsy, inlaid cabinet, in which cups and saucers showed themselves through doors of greenish glass, together with a carved cocoanut and a pair of outlandish idols. On a shelf, over a sofa, not very comfortable, though it had cushions of faded tapestry which looked like samplers, was a row of novels, out of date and out of print, novels and one couldn't have found any more and that were only there. On the chimney-piece was a bowl of dried rose leaves mixed with some aromatic spice, and the whole place suggested a certain dampness. On the terrace Hyacinth paced to and fro with the Princess, until she suddenly remembered that he had not had his luncheon. He protested that this was the last thing he wished to think of, but she declared that she had not asked him down to Medley to starve him, and that he must go back and be fed. They went back, but by a very roundabout way, through the park, so that they really had half an hour's more talk. She explained to him that she herself breakfasted at 12 o'clock in the foreign fashion, and had tea in the afternoon. As he too was so foreign, he might like that better, and in any case on the morrow they would breakfast together. He could have coffee and anything else he wanted brought to his room when he woke up. When Hyacinth had sufficiently composed himself in the presence of this latter image, he thought he saw a footman arranging a silver service at his bedside. He mentioned that really, as regarded the morrow, he should have to be back in London. There was a train at 9 o'clock. He hoped she didn't mind his taking it. She looked at him a moment, gravely and kindly, as if she were considering an abstract idea, and then she said, "Oh yes, I mind it very much. Not to-morrow, some other day." He made no rejoinder, and the Princess spoke of something else. That is, his rejoinder was private, and consisted of the reflection that he would leave Medley in the morning, whatever she might say. He simply couldn't afford to stay. He couldn't be out of work. And then Madame Grandoni thought it so important, for though the old lady was obscure, she was decidedly impressive. The Princess's protest, however, was to be reckoned with. He felt that it might take a form less cursory than the words she had just uttered, which would make it embarrassing. She was less solemn, less explicit than Madame Grandoni had been, but there was something in her slight seriousness and the delicate way in which she signified a sort of command that seemed to tell him his liberty was going, the liberty he had managed to keep, till the other day when he gave Hoffendahl a mortgage on it, and the possession of which had in some degree consoled him for other forms of penury. This made him uneasy. What would become of him if he should add another servitude to the one he had undertaken, at the end of that long, anxious cab drive in the rain, in that dim back bedroom of a house as to whose whereabouts he was even now not clear, while Muniment and Poupin and Schinkel, all visibly pale, listened and accepted the vow? Muniment and Poupin and Schinkel, how disconnected all the same he felt from them at the present hour, how little he was the young man who had made the pilgrimage in the cab, and how the two latter, at least, if they could have a glimpse of him now, would wonder what he was up to. As to this, Hyacinth wondered sufficiently himself, while the Princess touched upon the people and places she had seen, the impressions and conclusions she had gathered, since their former meeting. It was to such matters as these that she directed the conversation. She appeared to wish to keep it off his own concerns, and he was surprised at her continued avoidance of the slums and the question of her intended sacrifices. She mentioned none of her friends by name, but she talked of their character, their houses, their manners, taking for granted, as before, that Hyacinth would always follow. So far as he followed, he was edified, but he had to admit to himself that half the time he didn't know what she was talking about. At all events, if he had been with the Dukes, she didn't call her associates Dukes, but Hyacinth was sure they were of that order, he would have got more satisfaction from them. She appeared on the whole to judge the English world severely, to think poorly of its wit and even worse of its morals. "You know, people oughtn't to be both corrupt and dull," she said, and Hyacinth turned this over, feeling that he certainly had not yet caught the point of view of a person for whom the aristocracy was a collection of bores. He had sometimes taken great pleasure in hearing that it was fabulously profligate, but he was rather disappointed in the bad account the Princess gave of it. She remarked that she herself was very corrupt. She ought to have mentioned that before, but she had never been accused of being stupid. Perhaps he would discover it, but most of the people she had had to do with thought her only too lively. The second allusion that she made to their ulterior designs, Hyacinth's and hers, was when she said, "I determined to see it." She was speaking still of English society. "To learn for myself what it really is, before we blow it up. I have been here now a year and a half, and, as I tell you, I feel that I have seen. It is the old regime again, the rottenness and extravagance, bristling with every iniquity and every abuse, over which the French Revolution passed like a whirlwind, or perhaps even more, a reproduction of Roman society in its decadence, gouty, apoplectic, depraved, gorged and clogged with wealth and spoils, selfishness and scepticism, and waiting for the onset of the barbarians. You and I are the barbarians, you know." The Princess was pretty general, after all, in her animadversions, and regaled him with no anecdotes (he rather missed them) that would have betrayed the hospitality she had enjoyed. She couldn't treat him absolutely as if he had been an ambassador. By way of defending the aristocracy, he said to her that it couldn't be true they were all a bad lot. He used that expression because she had let him know that she liked to hear him speak in the manner of the people. Inasmuch as he had had an acquaintance among them, a noble lady, who was one of the purest, kindest, most conscientious human beings it was possible to imagine. At this she stopped short and looked at him. Then she asked, "Whom do you mean, a noble lady?" "I suppose there is no harm in saying. Lady Aurora Langlish." "I don't know her. Is she nice?" "I like her ever so much." "Is she pretty? Clever?" "She isn't pretty, but she is very uncommon," said Hyacinth. "How did you make her acquaintance?" As he hesitated, she went on. "Did you buy some books for her?" "No, I met her in a place called Audley Court." "Where is that?" "In Camberwell." "And who lives there?" "A young woman I was calling on, who is bedridden." "And the lady you speak of, what do you call her, Lydia Langlish, goes to see her?" "Yes, very often." The Princess was silent a moment, looking at him. "Will you take me there?" "With great pleasure. The young woman I speak of is the sister of the chemist's assistant you will perhaps remember that I mentioned to you." "Yes, I remember. It must be one of the first places we go to. I am sorry," the Princess added, walking on. Hyacinth inquired what she might be sorry for, but she took no notice of his question, and presently remarked, "Perhaps she goes to see him." "Goes to see whom?" "The chemist's assistant, the brother." She said this very seriously. "Perhaps she does," Hyacinth rejoined, laughing. "But she is a fine sort of woman." The Princess repeated that she was sorry, and he again asked her for what? For Lady Aurora's being of that sort? To which she replied, "No, I mean for my not being the first, what is it you call them? Noble lady that you have encountered." "I don't see what difference that makes. You needn't be afraid you don't make an impression on me." "I was not thinking of that. I was thinking that you might be less fresh than I thought." "Of course I don't know what you thought," said Hyacinth, smiling. "No. How should you?" End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He was in the library after luncheon when word was brought to him that the carriage was at the door for their drive, and when he went into the hall he found Madame Grandoni, bonneted and cloaked, awaiting the descent of the Princess. "You see, I go with you. I am always there," she remarked jovially. "The Princess has me with her to take care of her, and this is how I do it. Besides, I never miss my drive." "You are different from me. This will be the first I have ever had in my life." He could establish that distinction without bitterness, because he was too pleased with his prospect to believe the old lady's presence could spoil it. He had nothing to say to the Princess that she might not hear. He didn't dislike her for coming, even after she had said to him, in answer to his own announcement, speaking rather more sententiously than was her wont, "It doesn't surprise me that you have not spent your life in carriages. They have nothing to do with your trade." "Fortunately not," he answered. "I should have made a ridiculous coachman." The Princess appeared, and they mounted into a great square barouche, an old-fashioned high-hung vehicle with a green body, a faded hammercloth, and a rumble where the footman sat. The Princess mentioned that it had been let with the house, which rolled ponderously and smoothly along the winding avenue and through the gilded gates. They were surmounted with an immense escutcheon of the park. The progress of this oddly composed trio had a high respectability, and that is one of the reasons why Hyacinth felt the occasion to be tremendously memorable. There might still be greater joys in store for him. He was by this time quite at sea, and could recognize no shores, but he would never again in his life be so respectable. The drive was long and comprehensive, but very little was said while it lasted. "I shall show you the whole country. It is exquisitely beautiful. It speaks to the heart." Of so much as this his hostess had informed him at the start, and she added in French, with a light elusive nod at the rich humanized landscape, "Voilà ce que j'aime en Angleterre." For the rest she sat there, opposite to him, in quiet fairness, under her softly swaying lace-fringed parasol, moving her eyes to where she noticed that his eyes rested, allowing them, when the carriage passed anything particularly charming, to meet his own, smiling as if she enjoyed the whole affair very nearly as much as he, and now and then calling his attention to some prospect, some picturesque detail, by 3 words of which the cadence was sociable. Madame Grandoni dozed most of the time, with her chin resting on a rather mangy ermine tippet, in which she had enveloped herself, expanding into consciousness at moments, however, to greet the scenery with comfortable polyglot ejaculations. If Hyacinth was exalted during these delightful hours, he at least measured his exaltation, and it kept him almost solemnly still, as if with the fear that a wrong movement of any sort would break the charm, cause the curtain to fall upon the play. This was especially the case when his senses oscillated back from the objects that sprang up by the way, every one of which was a rich image of something he had longed for, to the most beautiful woman in England, who sat there, close to him, as completely for his benefit as if he had been a painter engaged to make her portrait. More than once he saw everything through a mist. His eyes were full of tears. That evening they sat in the drawing-room after dinner, as the Princess had promised, or, as he was inclined to consider it, threatened him. The force of the threat was in his prevision that the ladies would make themselves fine, and that in contrast with the setting and company he should feel dingier than ever, having already on his back the only tolerably decent coat he possessed, and being unable to exchange it for a garment of the pattern that civilized people, so much he knew if he couldn't emulate them, put on about 8 o'clock. The ladies, when they came to dinner, looked festal indeed, but Hyacinth was able to make the reflection that he was more pleased to be dressed as he was dressed, meanly and unsuitably as it was, than he should have been to present such a figure as Madame Grandoni, in whose toggery there was something comical. He was coming more and more round to the sense that if the Princess didn't mind his poorness, in every way he had no call to mind it himself. His present circumstances were not of his seeking. They had been forced upon him. They were not the fruit of a disposition to push. How little the Princess minded, how much indeed she enjoyed the consciousness that in having him about her in that manner she was playing a trick upon society, the false and conventional society she had measured and despised, was manifest from the way she had introduced him to the people they found awaiting them in the hall on their return from their drive. 4 ladies, a mother and 3 daughters, who had come over to call from Broome, a place some 5 miles off. Broome was also a great house, as he gathered, and Lady Marchant, the mother, was the wife of a county magnate. She explained that they had come on the persuasion of the butler, who had represented the return of the Princess as imminent, and who then had administered tea without waiting for this event. The evening had drawn in chill. There was a fire in the hall, and they all sat near it, round the tea-table, under the great roof which rose to the top of the house. Hyacinth conversed mainly with one of the daughters, a very fine girl with a straight back and long arms, whose neck was encircled so tightly with the fur boa that to look a little to one side she was obliged to move her whole body. She had a handsome, inanimate face, over which the firelight played without making it more lively, a beautiful voice, and the occasional command of a few short words. She asked Hyacinth with what pack he hunted, and whether he went in much for tennis, and she ate 3 muffins. Our young man perceived that Lady Marchant and her daughters had already been at Medley, and even guessed at their reception by the Princess, who probably thought them of a tiresome type, had not been enthusiastic, and his imagination projected itself, further still, into the motives which, in spite of this tepidity, must have led them, in consideration of the rarity of princesses in that country, to come a second time. The talk and the firelight, while Hyacinth laboured rather recklessly, for the spirit of the occasion on his hostess's part was passing into his own blood, with his muffin-eating beauty, the conversation, accompanied with the light click of delicate teacups, was as well bred as could be consistent with an odd, evident parti pris of the princess's to make poor Lady Marchant explain everything. With great urbanity of manner she professed complete inability to understand the sense in which her visitor meant her thin remarks, and Hyacinth was scarcely able to follow her here. He wondered so what interest she could have in trying to appear dense. It was only afterwards he learned that the Marchant family produced a very peculiar, and at moments almost maddening, effect upon her nerves. He asked himself what would happen to that member of it with whom he was engaged if it should be revealed to her that she was conversing, how little soever, with a beggarly London artisan. And though he was rather pleased at her not having discovered his station, for he didn't attribute her brevity to this idea, he entertained a little the question of its being perhaps his duty not to keep it hidden from her, not to flourish in a cowardly disguise. What did she take him for? Or rather, what didn't she take him for when she asked him if he hunted? Perhaps that was because it was rather dark. If there had been more light in the great vague hall, she would have seen he was not one of themselves. Hyacinth felt that by this time he had associated a good deal with swells, but they had always known what he was, and had been able to elect how to treat him. This was the first occasion on which a young gentlewoman had not been warned, and, as a consequence, he appeared to pass muster. He determined not to unmask himself, on the simple ground that he should by the same stroke betray the Princess. It was quite open to her to lean over and say to Miss Marchant, "You know he's a wretched little bookbinder, earning a few shillings a week in a horrid street in Soho. There are all kinds of low things, and I suspect even something very horrible, connected with his birth. It seems to me I ought to mention it." He almost wished she would mention it, for the sake of the strange, violent sensation of the thing, a curiosity quivering within him to know what Miss Marchant would do at such a pinch, and what chorus of ejaculations, or what appalled, irremediable silence, would rise to the painted roof. The responsibility, however, was not his. He had entered a phase of his destiny where responsibilities were suspended. Madame Grandoni's tea had waked her up. She came at every crisis to the rescue of the conversation, and talked to the visitors about Rome, where they had once spent a winter, describing with much drollery the manner in which the English families she had seen there for nearly half a century, and had met of an evening in the Roman world, inspected the ruins and monuments, and squeezed into the great ceremonies of the church. Clearly the 4 ladies didn't know what to make of the Princess, but though they perhaps wondered if she were a paid companion, they were on firm ground in the fact that the queer, familiar, fat person had been acquainted with the Millingtons, the Bunburys, and the Tripps. After dinner, during which the Princess allowed herself a considerable licence of pleasantry on the subject of her recent visitors, declaring that Hyacinth must positively go with her to return their call and must see their interior, their manner at home, Madame Grandoni sat down to the piano, at Christina's request, and played to her companions for an hour. The spaces were large in the big drawing-room, and our friends had placed themselves at a distance from each other. The old lady's music trickled forth discreetly into the pleasant dimness of the candlelight. She knew dozens of Italian local airs, which sounded like the forgotten tunes of a people, and she followed them by a series of tender, plaintive German lieder, awaking without violence the echoes of the high, pompous apartment. It was the music of an old woman, and it seemed to quaver a little, as her singing might have done. The Princess, buried in a deep chair, listened behind her fan. Hyacinth at least supposed she listened; at any rate she never moved. At last Madame Grandoni left the piano and came toward the young man. She had taken up on the way a French book in a pink cover, which she nursed in the hollow of her arm, and she stood looking at Hyacinth. "My poor little friend, I must bid you good night. I shall not see you again for the present, as, to take your early train, you will have left the house before I put on my wig, and I never show myself to gentlemen without it. I have looked after the Princess pretty well all day to keep her from harm, and now I give her up to you for a little. Take the same care, I beg you. I must put myself into my dressing-gown. At my age, at this hour, it is the only thing. What will you have? I hate to be tight," pursued Madame Grandoni, who appeared, even in her ceremonial garment, to have evaded this discomfort successfully enough. "Do not sit up late," she added, "and do not keep him, Christina. Remember that for an active young man like Mr. Robinson, going every day to his work, there is nothing more exhausting than such an unoccupied life as ours. For what do we do, after all? His eyes are very heavy. Basta." During this little address the Princess, who made no rejoinder to that part of it which had concerned herself, remained hidden behind her fan. But after Madame Grandoni had wandered away, she lowered this emblazoned shield, and rested her eyes for a while on Hyacinth. At last she said, "Don't sit half a mile off. Come nearer to me. I want to say something to you that I can't shout across the room." Hyacinth instantly got up, but at the same moment she also rose, so that, approaching each other, they met halfway, before the great marble chimney-piece. She stood a little, opening and closing her fan. Then she remarked, "You must be surprised at my not having yet spoken to you about our great interest." "No, indeed, I am not surprised at anything." "When you take that tone, I feel as if we should never, after all, become friends," said the Princess. "I hope we were already. Certainly, after the kindness you have shown me, there is no service of friendship that you might ask of me." "That you wouldn't gladly perform. I know what you are going to say, and have no doubt you speak truly. But what good would your service do me if all the while you think of me as a hollow-headed, hollow-hearted trifler, behaving in the worst possible taste and oppressing you with her attentions? Perhaps you can think of me as—what shall I call it?—as a kind of coquette." Hyacinth demurred. "That would be very conceited." "Surely you have the right to be as conceited as you please after the advances I have made you. Pray, who has a better one? But you persist in remaining humble, and that is very provoking." "It is not that I am provoking. It is life, and society, and all the difficulties that surround us." "I am precisely of that opinion, that they are exasperating, that when I appeal to you, frankly, candidly, disinterestedly, simply because I like you, for no other reason in the world, to help me to disregard and surmount these obstructions, to treat them with the contempt they deserve, you drop your eyes, you even blush a little, and make yourself small and try to edge out of the situation by pleading general devotion and insignificance. Please remember this. You cease to be insignificant from the moment I have anything to do with you. My dear fellow," the Princess went on, in her free, audacious, fraternizing way, to which her beauty and simplicity gave nobleness, "there are people who would be very glad to enjoy, in your place, that form of obscurity." "What do you wish me to do?" Hyacinth asked as quietly as he could. If he had had an idea that this question, to which, as coming from his lips, and even as being uttered with perceptible impatience, a certain unexpectedness might attach, would cause her a momentary embarrassment, he was completely out in his calculation. She answered on the instant, "I want you to give me time. That's all I ask of my friends in general, all I have ever asked of the best I have had. But none of them ever did it, none of them, that is, save the excellent creature who has just left us. She understood me long ago." "That's all I, on my side, ask of you," said Hyacinth, smiling. "Give me time, he murmured, looking up at her splendour. "Dear Mr. Hyacinth, I have given you months, months since our first meeting. And at present haven't I given you the whole day? It has been intentional, my not speaking to you of our plans. Yes, our plans. I know what I am saying. Don't try to look stupid. You will never succeed. I wished to leave you free to amuse yourself." "Oh, I have amused myself," said Hyacinth. "You would have been very fastidious if you hadn't. However, that is precisely, in the first place, what I wished you to come here for. To observe the impression made by such a place as this, on such a nature as yours, introduced to it for the first time, has been, I assure you, quite worth my while. I have already given you a hint of how extraordinary I think it, that you should be what you are without having seen, what shall I call them, beautiful, delightful old things. I have been watching you. I am frank enough to tell you that. I want you to see more, more, more," the Princess exclaimed with a sudden flicker of passion. "And I want to talk with you about this matter as well as others. That will be for to-morrow." "To-morrow?" "I noticed Madame Grandoni took for granted just now that you were going. But that has nothing to do with the business. She has so little imagination." Hyacinth shook his head, smiling. "I can't stay." He had an idea his mind was made up. She returned his smile, but there was something strangely touching. It was so sad, yet as a rebuke so gentle, in the tone in which she replied, "You oughtn't to force me to beg. It isn't nice." He had reckoned without that tone. All his reason suddenly seemed to fall from under him, to liquefy. He remained a moment looking on the ground, and then he said, "Princess, you have no idea. How should you have? Into the midst of what abject, pitiful preoccupations you thrust yourself. I have no money. I have no clothes." "What do you want of money? This isn't a hotel." "Every day I stay here I lose a day's wages, and I live on my wages from day to day." "Let me, then, give you wages. You will work for me." "What do you mean, work for you?" "You will bind all my books. I have ever so many foreign ones in paper." "You speak as if I had brought my tools." "No, I don't imagine that. I will give you the wages now, and you can do the work at your leisure and convenience afterwards. Then, if you want anything, you can go over to Bonchester and buy it. There are very good shops. I have used them." Hyacinth thought of a great many things at this juncture. The Princess had that quickening effect upon him. Among others, he thought of these two. First, that it was indelicate, though such an opinion was not very strongly held either in Pentonville or in Soho, to accept money from a woman; and second, that it was still more indelicate to make such a woman as that go down on her knees to him. But it took more than a minute for one of these convictions to prevail over the other, and before that he had heard the Princess continue, in the tone of mild, disinterested argument, "If we believe in the coming democracy, if it seems to us right and just, and we hold that in sweeping over the world the great wave will wash away a myriad iniquities and cruelties, why not make some attempt, with our own poor means, for one must begin somewhere, to carry out the spirit of it in our lives and manners? I want to do that. I try to do it, in my relations with you, for instance. But you hang back. You are not democratic." The Princess accusing him of a patrician offishness was a very fine stroke. Nevertheless, it left him lucidity enough, though he still hesitated an instant, wondering whether the words would not offend her, to say with a smile, "I have been strongly warned against you." The offence seemed not to touch her. "I can easily understand that. Of course my proceedings, though after all I have done little enough as yet, must appear most unnatural. Che vuole, as Madame Grandoni says." A certain knot of light blue ribbon, which formed part of the trimming of her dress, hung down at her side in the folds of it. On these glossy loops Hyacinth's eyes happened for a moment to have rested, and he now took one of them up and carried it to his lips. "I will do all the work for you that you will give me. If you give it on purpose by way of munificence, that is your own affair. I myself will estimate the price. What decides me is that I shall do it so well. At least it shall be better than any one else can do. So that if you employ me, there will have been that reason. I have brought you a book, so you can see. I did it for you last year, and went to South Street to give it to you, but you had already gone. Give it to me tomorrow." These words appeared to express so exclusively the calmness of relief at finding that he could be reasonable, as well as that of a friendly desire to see the proof of his talent, that he was surprised when she said in the next breath, irrelevantly, "Who was it that warned you against me?" He feared she might suppose he meant Madame Grandoni, so he made the plainest answer, having no desire to betray the old lady, and reflecting that, as the likelihood was small that his friend in Camberwell would ever consent to meet the Princess, in spite of her plan of going there, no one would be hurt by it. "A friend of mine in London, Paul Muniment." "Paul Muniment?" "I think I mentioned him to you the first time we met." "The person who said something good? I forget what it was." "It was sure to be something good if he said it. He is very wise." "That makes his warning very flattering to me. What does he know about me?" "Oh, nothing, of course, except the little that I could tell him. He only spoke on general grounds." "I like his name, Paul Muniment," the Princess said. "If he resembles it, I think I should like him." "You would like him much better than me." "How do you know how much, or how little I like you? I am determined to keep hold of you simply for what you can show me." She paused a moment, with her beautiful, intelligent eyes smiling into his own, and then she continued, "On general grounds, bien entendu, your friend was quite right to warn you. Now those general grounds are just what I have undertaken to make as small as possible. It is to reduce them to nothing that I talk to you, that I conduct myself with regard to you as I have done. What in the world is it I am trying to do, but by every device that my ingenuity suggests, fill up the inconvenient gulf that yawns between my position and yours? You know what I think of positions. I told you in London. For heaven's sake, let me feel that I have, a little, succeeded." Hyacinth satisfied her sufficiently to enable her, 5 minutes later, apparently to entertain no further doubt on the question of his staying over. On the contrary, she burst into a sudden ebullition of laughter, exchanging her bright lucid insistence for one of her singular sallies. "You must absolutely go with me to call on the Marchants. It will be too delightful to see you there." As he walked up and down the empty drawing-room, it occurred to him to ask himself whether that was mainly what she was keeping him for, so that he might help her to play one of her tricks on the good people at Broome. He paced there in the still candlelight for a longer time than he measured, until the butler came and stood in the doorway, looking at him silently and fixedly, as if to let him know that he interfered with the custom of the house. He had told the Princess that what determined him was the thought of the manner in which he might exercise his craft in her service, but this was only half the influence that pressed him into forgetfulness of what he had most said to himself when, in Lomax Place, in an hour of unprecedented introspection, he wrote the letter by which he accepted the invitation to Medley. He would go there, so he said, because a man must be gallant, especially if he be a little bookbinder. But after he should be there he would insist at every step on knowing what he was in for. The change that had taken place in him now, from one moment to another, was that he had simply ceased to care what he was in for. All warnings, reflections, considerations of verisimilitude, of the delicate, the natural, and the possible, of the value of his independence, had become as nothing to him. The cup of an exquisite experience, a week in that enchanted palace, a week of such immunity from Lomax Place and old Crookenden as he had never dreamed of, was at his lips. It was purple with the wine of novelty, of civilization, and he couldn't push it aside without drinking. He might go home ashamed, but he would have for evermore in his mouth the taste of nectar. He went upstairs under the eye of the butler, and on his way to his room, at the turning of a corridor, found himself face to face with Madame Grandoni. She had apparently just issued from her own apartment, the door of which stood open near her. She might have been hovering there in expectation of his footstep. She had donned her dressing gown, which appeared to give her every facility for respiration, but she had not yet parted with her wig. She still had her pink French book under her arm, and her fat little hands, tightly locked together in front of her, formed the clasp of her generous girdle. "Do tell me it is positive, Mr. Robinson," she said, stopping short. "What is positive, Madame Grandoni?" "That you take the train in the morning?" "I can't tell you that, because it wouldn't be true. On the contrary, it has been settled that I shall stay over. I am very sorry if it distresses you, but che vuole?" Hyacinth added, smiling. Madame Grandoni was a humorous woman, but she gave him no smile in return. She only looked at him a moment, and then, shrugging her shoulders, silently but expressively, shuffled back to her room. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I can give you your friend's name in a single guess. He is Dietrich Hoffendahl. They had been strolling more and more slowly the next morning, and as she made this announcement the Princess stopped altogether, standing there under a great beech with her eyes upon hyacinths and her hands full of primroses. He had breakfasted at noon with his hostess and Madame Grandoni, but the old lady had fortunately not joined them when the Princess afterwards proposed that he should accompany her on her walk in the park. She told him that her venerable friend had let her know, while the day was still very young, that she thought it in the worst possible taste of the Princess not to have allowed Mr. Robinson to depart, to which Christina had replied that concerning tastes there was no disputing, and that they had disagreed on such matters before without any one being the worse. Hyacinth expressed the hope that they wouldn't dispute about him, of all thankless subjects in the world, and the Princess assured him that she never disputed about anything. She held that there were other ways than that of arranging one's relations with people, and Hyacinth guessed that she meant that when a difference became sharp she broke off altogether. On her side, then, there was as little possibility as on his that they should ever quarrel. Their acquaintance would be a solid friendship, or it would be nothing at all. The Princess gave it from hour to hour more of this quality, and it may be imagined how safe Hyacinth felt by the time he began to tell her that something had happened to him in London 3 months before, one night, or rather in the small hours of the morning, that had altered his life altogether, had indeed, as he might say, changed the terms on which he held it. He was aware that he didn't know exactly what he meant by this last phrase, but it expressed sufficiently well the new feeling that had come over him since that interminable, tantalizing cab drive in the rain. The Princess had led to this almost as soon as they left the house, making up for her avoidance of such topics the day before by saying suddenly, "Now, tell me what is going on among your friends. I don't mean your worldly acquaintances, but your colleagues, your brothers. Où en êtes-vous at the present time? Is there anything new? Is anything going to be done? I am afraid you are always simply dawdling and muddling." Hyacinth felt as if, of late, he had by no means either dawdled or muddled, But before he had committed himself so far as to refute the imputation, the Princess exclaimed in another tone, "How annoying it is that I can't ask you anything without giving you the right to say to yourself, 'After all, what do I know? May she not be in the pay of the police?'" "Oh, that doesn't occur to me," said Hyacinth with a smile. "It might at all events, by which I mean it may, at any moment. Indeed, I think it ought." "If you were in the pay of the police you wouldn't trouble your head about me." "I should make you think that, certainly. That would be my first care. However, if you have no tiresome suspicions, so much the better," said the Princess, and she pressed him again for some news from behind the scenes. In spite of his absence of doubt on the subject of her honesty, he felt that he should never again entertain any such trumpery idea as that she might be an agent on the wrong side. He did not open himself immediately, but at the end of half an hour he let her know that the most important event of his life had taken place, scarcely more than the other day, in the most unexpected manner. And to explain in what it had consisted, he said, "I pledged myself by everything that is sacred." "To what did you pledge yourself?" "I took a vow, a tremendous, terrible vow, in the presence of 4 witnesses," Hyacinth went on. "And what was it about your vow?" "I gave my life away," said Hyacinth, smiling. She looked at him askance, as if to see how he would make such an announcement as that, but she wore no smile, her face was politely grave. They moved together a moment, exchanging a glance in silence, and then she said, "Ah, well, then, I'm all the more glad you stayed." "That was one of the reasons." "I wish you had waited till after you had been here," the Princess remarked. "Why till after I had been here?" "Perhaps then you wouldn't have given away your life. You might have seen reasons for keeping it." And now at last she treated the matter gaily, as Hyacinth had done. He replied that he had not the least doubt that on the whole her influence was relaxing, but without heeding this remark she went on, "Be so good as to tell me what you are talking about." "I'm not afraid of you, but I'll give you no name," said Hyacinth, and he related what had happened in the back room in Bloomsbury, in the course of that evening of which I have given some account. The Princess listened intently while they strolled under the budding trees with a more interrupted step. Never had the old oaks and beeches, renewing themselves in the sunshine as they did to-day, or naked in some grey November, witnessed such an extraordinary series of confidences, since the first pair that sought isolation wandered over the grassy slopes and ferny dells beneath them. Among other things, Hyacinth mentioned to his companion that he didn't go to the Sun and Moon any more. He now perceived, what he ought to have perceived long before, that this particular temple of their faith, and everything that pretended to get hatched there, was a hopeless sham. He had been a rare muff from the first to take it seriously. He had done so mainly because a friend of his, in whom he had confidence, appeared to set him the example. But now it turned out that this friend (it was Paul Muniment again, by the way) had always thought the men who went there a pack of duffers, and was only trying them because he tried everything. There was nobody you could begin to call a first-rate man there, putting aside another friend of his, a Frenchman named Poupin, and Poupin was magnificent, but he wasn't first-rate. Hyacinth had a standard now that he had seen a man who was the very incarnation of his programme. You felt that he was a big chap the very moment you came into his presence. "Into whose presence, Mr. Robinson?" the Princess inquired. "I don't know that I ought to tell you, much as I believe in you. I am speaking of the very remarkable individual with whom I entered into that engagement." "To give away your life?" "To do something which in a certain contingency he will require of me. He will require my poor little carcass." "Those plans have a way of failing, unfortunately," the Princess murmured, adding the last word more quickly. "Is that a consolation or a lament?" Hyacinth asked. "This one shall not fail, so far as it depends on me. They wanted an obliging young man; the place was vacant. I stepped in." "I have no doubt you are right. We must pay for what we do." The Princess made that remark calmly and coldly. Then she said, "I think I know the person in whose power you have placed yourself." "Possibly, but I doubt it." "You can't believe I have already gone so far? Why not? I have given you a certain amount of proof that I don't hang back." "Well, if you know my friend, you have gone very far indeed." The Princess appeared to be on the point of pronouncing a name, but she checked herself, and asked suddenly, smiling, "Don't they also want, by chance, an obliging young woman?" "I happen to know he doesn't think much of women, my first-rate man. He doesn't trust them." "Is that why you call him first-rate? You have very nearly betrayed him to me." "Do you imagine there is only one of that opinion?" Hyacinth inquired. "Only one who, having it, still remains a superior man. That's a very difficult opinion to reconcile with others that it is important to have." "Schopenhauer did so successfully," said Hyacinth. "How delightful that you should know Schopenhauer!" the Princess exclaimed. "The gentleman I have in my eye is also German." Hyacinth let this pass, not challenging her, because he wished not to be challenged in return, and the Princess went on, "Of course such an engagement as you speak of must make a tremendous difference in everything." "It has made this difference, that I have now a far other sense from any I had before of the reality, the solidity, of what is being prepared. I was hanging about outside, on the steps of the Temple, among the loafers and the gossips, but now I have been in the innermost sanctuary, I have seen the Holy of Holies." "And it's very dazzling?" "Ah, Princess!" sighed the young man. "Then it is real? It is solid?" she said. "That's exactly what I have been trying to make up my mind about for so long." "It is more strange than I can say. Nothing of it appears above the surface. But there is an immense underworld, peopled with 1,000 forms of revolutionary passion and devotion. The manner in which it is organized is what astonished me. I knew that, or thought I knew it, in a general way, but the reality was a revelation. And on top of it all, society lives. People go and come and buy and sell, and drink and dance, and make money and make love, and seem to know nothing and suspect nothing, and think of nothing, and iniquities flourish, and the misery of half the world is prated about as a necessary evil, and generations rot away and starve in the midst of it, and day follows day, and everything is for the best in the best of possible worlds. All that is one half of it. The other half is that everything is doomed. In silence, in darkness, but under the feet of each one of us, the revolution lives and works. It is a wonderful, immeasurable trap, on the lid of which society performs its antics. When once the machinery is complete, there will be a great rehearsal. That rehearsal is what they want me for. The invisible, impalpable wires are everywhere, passing through everything, attaching themselves to objects in which one would never think of looking for them. What could be more strange and incredible, for instance, than that they should exist just here?" "You make me believe it," said the Princess thoughtfully. "It matters little whether one believes it or not." "You have had a vision," the Princess continued. "Parbleu, I have had a vision. So would you if you had been there." "I wish I had," she declared, in a tone charged with such ambiguous implications that Hyacinth, catching them a moment after she had spoken, rejoined with a quick, incongruous laugh. "No, you would have spoiled everything. He made me see, he made me feel, he made me do everything he wanted." "And why should he have wanted you in particular?" "Simply because I struck him as the right person. That's his affair. I can't tell you. When he meets the right person, he chalks him. I sat on the bed, there were only 2 chairs in the dirty little room, and by way of a curtain his overcoat was hung up before the window. He didn't sit himself. He leaned against the wall, straight in front of me, with his hands behind him. He told me certain things, and his manner was extraordinarily quiet. So was mine, I think I may say, and indeed it was only poor Poupin who made a row. It was for my sake, somehow. He didn't think we were all conscious enough. He wanted to call attention to my sublimity. There was no sublimity about it. I simply couldn't help myself. He and the other German had the two chairs, and Muniman sat on a queer old battered hair-covered trunk, a most foreign-looking article." Hyacinth had taken no notice of the little ejaculation with which his companion greeted in this last sentence the word other. "And what did Mr. Muniman say?" she presently inquired. "Oh, he said it was all right. Of course he thought that, from the moment he determined to bring me. He knew what the other fellow was looking for." "I see." Then the Princess remarked, "We have a curious way of being fond of you." "Whom do you mean by we?" "Your friends, Mr. Muniman and I, for instance." "I like it as well as any other. But you don't feel alike. I have an idea you are sorry." "Sorry for what?" "That I have put my head in a noose." "Ah, you're so severe. I thought I had concealed it so well," the Princess exclaimed. He admitted that he had been severe, and begged her pardon, for he was by no means sure that there was not a hint of tears in her voice. She looked away from him for a minute, and it was after this that, stopping short, she remarked, as I have related, "He is Diedrich Hoffendahl." Hyacinth stared for a moment with parted lips. "Well, you are in it, more than I supposed." "You know he doesn't trust women," his companion smiled. "Why in the world should you have cared for any light I can throw if you have ever been in relation with him?" She hesitated a little. "Oh, you are very different. I like you better," she added. "Ah, if it's for that!" murmured Hyacinth. The Princess coloured as he had seen her colour before, and in this accident, on her part, there was an unexpectedness, something touching. "Don't try to fix my inconsistencies on me," she said, with a humility which matched her blush. "Of course there are plenty of them, but it will always be kinder of you to let them pass. Besides, in this case they are not so serious as they seem. As a product of the people and of that strange fermenting underworld, what you say of it is so true, you interest me more and have more to say to me even than Hoffendahl, wonderful creature as he assuredly is." "Would you object to telling me how and where you came to know him?" "Through a couple of friends of mine in Vienna, two of the affiliated, both passionate revolutionists and clever men. They are Neapolitans, originally poveretti, like yourself, who emigrated years ago to seek their fortune. One of them is a teacher of singing, the wisest, most accomplished person in his line I have ever known. The other, if you please, is a confectioner. He makes the most delicious pâtisserie fine. It would take long to tell you how I made their acquaintance, and how they put me into relation with the maestro, as they call him, of whom they spoke with bated breath. It is not from yesterday, though you don't seem able to believe it, that I have had a care for all this business. I wrote to Hoffendahl, and had several letters from him. The singing master and the pastry cook went bail for my sincerity. The next year I had an interview with him at Wiesbaden, but I can't tell you the circumstances of our meeting in that place without implicating another person, to whom, at present at least, I have no right to give you a clue. Of course Hoffendahl made an immense impression on me. He seemed to me the master indeed, the very genius of a new social order, and I fully understand the manner in which you were affected by him. When he was in London 3 months ago I knew it, and I knew where to write to him. I did so, and asked him if he wouldn't see me somewhere. I said I would meet him in any hole he should designate. He answered by a charming letter, which I will show you. There is nothing in the least compromising in it, but he declined my offer, pleading his short stay and oppressive engagements. He will write to me, but he won't trust me. However, he shall some day." Hyacinth was thrown quite off his balance by this representation of the ground the Princess had already traversed, and the explanation was still but half restorative, when on his asking her why she hadn't exhibited her titles before, she replied, "Well, I thought my being quiet was the better way to draw you out." There was but little difficulty in drawing him out now, and before their walk was over he had told her more definitely what Hoffendahl demanded. This was simply that he should hold himself ready, for the next 5 years, to do at a given moment an act which would in all probability cost him his life. The act was as yet indefinite, but one might get an idea of it from the penalty involved, which would certainly be capital. The only thing settled was that it was to be done instantly and absolutely, without a question, a hesitation or a scruple, in the manner that should be prescribed at the moment from headquarters. Very likely it would be to kill someone, some humbug in a high place, but whether the individual should deserve it or should not deserve it was not Hyacinth's affair. If he recognized generally Hoffendahl's wisdom, and the other night it had seemed to shine like a northern aurora, it was not in order that he might challenge it in the particular case. He had taken a vow of blind obedience, as the Jesuit fathers did to the head of their order. It was because they had carried out their vows, having in the first place great administrators, that their organization had been mighty, and that sort of mightiness was what people who felt as Hyacinth and the Princess felt should go in for. It was not certain that he should be collared, any more than it was certain that he should bring down his man, but it was much to be looked for, and it was what he counted on and indeed preferred. He should probably take little trouble to escape, and he should never enjoy the idea of hiding, after the fact, or running away. If it were a question of putting a bullet into someone, he himself should naturally deserve what would come to him. If one did that sort of thing, there was an indelicacy in not being ready to pay for it, and he, at least, was perfectly willing. He shouldn't judge, he should simply execute. He didn't pretend to say what good his little job might do, or what portée it might have. He hadn't the data for appreciating it, and simply took upon himself to believe that at headquarters they knew what they were about. The thing was to be a feature in a very large plan, of which he couldn't measure the scope, something that was to be done simultaneously in a dozen different countries. The effect was to be very much in this immense coincidence. It was to be hoped it wouldn't be spoiled. At any rate, he wouldn't hang fire, whatever the other fellows might do. He didn't say it because Hoffendahl had done him the honour of giving him the business to do, but he believed the master knew how to pick out his men. To be sure, Hoffendahl had known nothing about him in advance. He had only been suggested by those who were looking out from one day to the other. The fact remained, however, that when Hyacinth stood before him, he recognized him as the sort of little chap that he had in his eye, one who could pass through a small orifice. Humanity in his scheme was classified and subdivided with a truly German thoroughness, and altogether, of course, from the point of view of the Revolution, as it might come forward or obstruct it. Hyacinth's little job was a very small part of what Hoffendahl had come to England for. He had in his hand innumerable other threads. Hyacinth knew nothing of these, and didn't much want to know, except it was marvellous the way Hoffendahl kept them apart. He had exactly the same mastery of them that a great musician, that the Princess herself, had of the keyboard of the piano. He treated all things, persons, institutions, ideas, as so many notes in his great symphonic revolt. The day would come when Hyacinth, far down in the treble, would feel himself touched by the little finger of the composer, would become audible, with a small sharp crack, for a second. It was impossible that our young man should not feel, at the end of 10 minutes, that he had charmed the Princess into the deepest, most genuine attention. She was listening to him as she had never listened before. He enjoyed having that effect upon her, and his sense of the tenuity of the thread by which his future hung, renewed by his hearing himself talk about it, made him reflect that at present anything in the line of enjoyment was so much gained. The reader may judge whether he had passed through a phase of excitement after finding himself on his new footing of utility in the world, but that had finally spent itself through 100 forms of restlessness, of vain conjecture, through an exaltation which alternated with despair, and which, equally with the despair, he concealed more successfully than he supposed. He would have detested the idea that his companion might have heard his voice tremble while he told his story; but though to-day he had really grown used to his danger and resigned, as it were, to his consecration, and though it could not fail to be agreeable to him to perceive that he was thrilling, he could still not guess how very remarkable, in such a connection, the Princess thought his composure, his lucidity, and good humour. It is true she tried to hide her wonder, for she owed it to her self-respect to let it still appear that even she was prepared for a personal sacrifice as complete. She had the air, or she endeavoured to have it, of accepting for him everything that he accepted for himself. Nevertheless, there was something rather forced in the smile, lovely as it was, with which she covered him, while she said after a little, "It's very serious. It's very serious indeed, isn't it?" He replied that the serious part was to come. There was no particular grimness for him, comparatively, in strolling in that sweet park and gossiping with her about the matter; and it occurred to her presently to suggest to him that perhaps Hoffendahl would never give him any sign at all, and he would wait all the while, sur les dents, in a false suspense. He admitted that this would be a sell, but declared that either way he would be sold, though differently, and that at any rate he would have conformed to the great religious rule to live each hour as if it were to be one's last. "In holiness, you mean? In great recueillement?" the Princess asked. "Oh dear no, simply in extreme thankfulness for every minute that's added." "Ah well, there will probably be a great many," she rejoined. "The more the better, if they are like this." "That won't be the case with many of them in Lomax Place." "I assure you that since that night Lomax Place has improved." Hyacinth stood there, smiling, with his hands in his pockets and his hat pushed back a little. The Princess appeared to consider this fact with an extremely intellectual curiosity. "If, after all, then, you are not called, you will have been positively happy." "I shall have had some fine moments. Perhaps Hoffendahl's plot is simply for that. Muniment may have put him up to it." "Who knows? However, with me you must go on as if nothing were changed." "Changed from what?" "From the time of our first meeting at the theatre." "I'll go on in any way you like," said Hyacinth. "Only the real difference will be there." "The real difference?" "That I shall have ceased to care for what you care about." "I don't understand," said the Princess. "Isn't it enough now to give my life to the beastly cause," the young man broke out, "without giving my sympathy?" "The beastly cause?" the Princess murmured, opening her deep eyes. "Of course, it is really just as holy as ever, only the people I find myself pitying now are the rich, the happy." "I see. You are very curious. Perhaps you pity my husband," the Princess added in a moment. "Do you call him one of the happy?" Hyacinth inquired as they walked on again. In answer to this she only repeated, "You are very curious." I have related the whole of this conversation because it supplies a highly important chapter of Hyacinth's history, but it will not be possible to trace all the stages through which the friendship of the Princess Casamassima with the young man she had constituted her bookbinder was confirmed. By the end of a week the standard of fitness she had set up in the place of exploded proprieties appeared the model of justice and convenience, and during this period many other things happened. One of them was that Hyacinth drove over to Broome with his hostess and called on Lady Marchant and her daughters, an episode from which the Princess appeared to derive an exquisite gratification. When they came away he asked her why she hadn't told the ladies who he was. Otherwise, what was the point? And she replied, "Simply because they wouldn't have believed me. That's your fault." This was the note she had struck when, the third day of his stay, the weather had changed for the worse, and a rainy afternoon kept them indoors, she remarked to him, irrelevantly and abruptly, "It is most extraordinary your knowing about Schopenhauer." He answered that she really seemed quite unable to accustom herself to his little talents; and this led to a long talk, longer than the one I have already narrated, in which he took her still further into his confidence. never had the pleasure of conversation, the greatest he knew, been so largely open to him. The Princess admitted frankly that he would, to her sense, take a great deal of accounting for. She observed that he was, no doubt, pretty well used to himself, but he must give other people time. "I have watched you constantly since you have been here, in every detail of your behaviour, and I am more and more intrigué. You haven't a vulgar intonation, you haven't a common gesture, you never make a mistake, you do and so everything exactly in the right way. You come out of the hole you have described to me, and yet you might have stayed in country houses all your life. You are much better than if you had. Jugez donc, from the way I talk to you. I have to make no allowances. I have seen Italians with that sort of natural tact and taste, but I didn't know one ever found it in any Anglo-Saxon in whom it hadn't been cultivated at a vast expense, unless, indeed, in certain little American women." "Do you mean I'm a gentleman?" asked Hyacinth in a peculiar tone, looking out into the wet garden. She hesitated, and then she said, "It's I who make the mistakes." 5 minutes later she broke into an exclamation which touched him almost more than anything else she had ever done, giving him the highest opinion of her delicacy and sympathy, and putting him before himself as vividly as if the words were a little portrait. "Fancy the strange, the bitter fate, to be constituted as you are constituted, to feel the capacity that you must feel, and yet to look at the good things of life only through the glass of the pastry cook's window." "Every class has its pleasures," Hyacinth rejoined with perverse sententiousness, in spite of his emotion; but the remark didn't darken their mutual intelligence, and before they separated that evening he told her the things that had never yet passed his lips, the things to which he had awaked when he made Penny explain to him the visit to the prison. He told her, in a word, what he was. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth took several long walks by himself beyond the gates of the park and through the neighbouring country, walks during which, committed as he was to reflection on the general rumness of his destiny, he had still a delighted attention to spare for the green dimness of leafy lanes, the attraction of meadow paths that led from stile to stile and seemed a clue to some pastoral happiness, some secret of the fields, the hedges thick with flowers, bewilderingly common, for which he knew no names, the picture-making quality of thatched cottages, the mystery and sweetness of blue distances, the bloom of rural complexions, the quaintness of little girls bobbing curtsies by waysides, a sort of homage he had never prefigured, the soft sense of the turf under feet that had never ached but from paving stones. One morning, as he had his face turned homeward after a long stroll, he heard behind him the sound of a horse's hoofs, and looking back perceived a gentleman who would presently pass him, advancing up the road which led to the lodge gates of Medley. He went his way, and as the horse overtook him, noticed that the rider slackened pace. Then he turned again and recognized in this personage his brilliant occasional friend, Captain Sholto. The captain pulled up alongside of him, saluting him with a smile and a movement of the whip-handle. Hyacinth stared with surprise, not having heard from the Princess that she was expecting him. He gathered, however, in a moment that she was not, and meanwhile he received an impression, on Sholto's part, of the riding gear that was knowing, of gaiters and spurs and a curious waistcoat, perceiving that this was a phase of the captain's varied nature which he had not yet had an opportunity to observe. He struck him as very high in the air, perched on his big lean chestnut, and Hyacinth noticed that if the horse was heated the rider was cool. "Good morning, my dear fellow. I thought I should find you here," the captain exclaimed. "It's a good job I've met you this way, without having to go to the house." "Who gave you reason to think I was here?" Hyacinth asked, partly occupied with the appositeness of this inquiry, and partly thinking, as his eyes wandered over his handsome friend, bestriding so handsome a beast, what a jolly thing it would be to know how to ride. He had already, during the few days he had been at Medley, had time to observe that the knowledge of luxury and the extension of one's sensations begat a taste for still newer pleasures. "Why, I knew the Princess was capable of asking you," Sholto said, "and I learned at the Sun and Moon that you had not been there for a long time. I knew furthermore that as a general thing you go there a good deal, don't you? So I put this and that together, and judged you were out of town." This was very luminous and straightforward, and might have satisfied Hyacinth, were it not for that irritating reference to the Princess's being capable of asking him. He knew, as well as the captain, that it had been tremendously eccentric in her to do so, but somehow a transformation had lately taken place in him, which made it disagreeable for him to receive that view from another, and particularly from a gentleman of whom, on a certain occasion several months before, he had had strong grounds for thinking unfavourably. He had not seen Sholto since the evening when a queer combination of circumstances caused him, more queerly still, to sit and listen to comic songs in the company of Millicent Henning and this admirer. The captain did not conceal his admiration. Hyacinth had his own ideas about his taking that line in order to look more innocent. That evening, when he accompanied Millicent to her lodgings, they parted with Sholto on coming out of the pavilion. The situation was tense between the young lady and her childhood's friend. She let him have it, as she said. She gave him a dressing which she evidently intended should be memorable, for having suspected her, for having insulted her before a military gentleman. The tone she took, and the magnificent audacity with which she took it, reduced him to a kind of gratified helplessness. He watched her at last with something of the excitement with which he would have watched a clever but uncultivated actress, while she worked herself into a passion which he believed to be fictitious. He gave more credence to his jealousy and to the whole air of the case than to her vehement repudiations, enlivened though these were by tremendous head-tossings and skirt-shakings. But he felt baffled and outfaced, and took refuge in sarcasms which after all proved as little as her high jibes, seeking a final solution in one of those beastly little French shrugs, as Millicent called them, with which he had already reproached him with interlarding his conversation. The air was never cleared, though the subject of their dispute was afterwards dropped, Hyacinth promising himself to watch his playmate as he had never done before. She let him know, as may well be supposed, that she had her eye on him, and it must be confessed that as regards the exercise of a right of supervision, he had felt himself at a disadvantage ever since the night at the theatre. It mattered little that she had pushed him into the Princess's box, for she herself had not been jealous beforehand. She had wanted too much to know what such a person could be up to, desiring perhaps to borrow a hint, and it mattered little also that his relations with the great lady were all for the sake of suffering humanity. The atmosphere, none the less, was full of thunder for many weeks, and it scarcely signified from which quarter the flash and the explosion proceeded. Hyacinth was a good deal surprised to find that he should care whether Millicent deceived him or not, and even tried to persuade himself that he didn't. But there was a grain of conviction in his heart that some kind of personal affinity existed between them, and that it would torment him more never to see her at all than to see her go into tantrums in order to cover her tracks. An inner sense told him that her mingled beauty and grossness, her vulgar vitality, the spirit of contradiction, yet at the same time of attachment that was in her, had ended by making her indispensable to him. She bored him as much as she irritated him, but if she was full of execrable taste, she was also full of life, and her rustlings and chatterings, her wonderful stories, her bad grammar and good health, her insatiable thirst, her shrewd perceptions and grotesque opinions, her mistakes and her felicities, were now all part of the familiar human sound of his little world. He could say to himself that she came after him much more than he went after her, and this helped him a little to believe, though the logic was but lame, that she was not making a fool of him. If she were really taking up with the swell, he didn't see why she wished to retain a bookbinder. Of late, it must be added, he had ceased to devote much consideration to Millicent's ambiguities, for although he was lingering on at Medley for the sake of suffering humanity, he was quite aware that to say so, if she should ask him for a reason, would have been almost as absurd a sound as some of the girl's own speeches. As regards Sholto, he was in the awkward position of having let him off, as it were, by accepting his hospitality, his bounty, so that he couldn't quarrel with him except on a fresh pretext. This pretext the captain had apparently been careful not to give, and Millicent had told him, after the triple encounter in the street, that he had driven him out of England, the poor gentleman whom he insulted by his low insinuations even more — why even more Hyacinth could hardly think — than he outraged herself. When he asked her what she knew about the captain's movements, she made no scruple to announce to him that the latter had come to her great shop to make a little purchase — it was a pair of silk braces, if she remembered rightly, and she admitted perfectly the transparency of the pretext, and had asked her with much concern whether his gifted young friend — that's what he called him; Hyacinth could see he meant well — was still in a huff. Millicent had answered that she was afraid he was, the more shame to him, and then the captain had said that it didn't matter, for he himself was on the point of leaving England for several weeks. Hyacinth — he called him Hyacinth this time — couldn't have ideas about a man in a foreign country, could he? And he hoped that by the time he returned the little cloud would have blown over. Sholto had added that she had better tell him frankly — recommending her at the same time to be gentle with their morbid friend — about his visit to the shop. Their candour, their humane precautions, were all very well, but after this, 2 or 3 evenings, Hyacinth passed and repassed the captain's chambers in Queen Anne Street to see if, at the window, there were signs of his being in London. Darkness, however, prevailed, and he was forced to comfort himself a little, when at last making up his mind to ring at the door and inquire, by way of a test, for the occupant, he was informed by the superior valet, whose acquaintance he had already made, and whose air of wearing a jacket left behind by his master confirmed the statement, that the gentleman in question was at Monte Carlo. "Have you still got your back up a little?" the captain demanded without rancour, and in a moment he had swung a long leg over the saddle and dismounted, walking beside his young friend and leading his horse by the bridle. Hyacinth pretended not to know what he meant, for it came over him that, after all, even if he had not condoned, at the time, the captain's suspected treachery, he was in no position, sitting at the feet of the Princess, to sound the note of jealousy in relation to another woman. He reflected that the Princess had originally been, in a manner, Sholto's property, and if he did, en fin de compte, wish to quarrel with him about Millicent, he would have to cease to appear to poach on the captain's preserves. It now occurred to him for the first time that the latter had intended a kind of exchange, though it must be added that the Princess, who on a couple of occasions had alluded slightingly to her military friend, had given him no sign of recognizing this gentleman's claim. Sholto let him know at present that he was staying at Bonchester, 7 miles off. He had come down from London and had put up at the inn. That morning he had ridden over on a hired horse. Hyacinth had supposed this steed was a very fine animal, but Sholto spoke of it as an infernal screw. He had been taken by the sudden fancy of seeing how his young friend was coming on. "I'm coming on very well, thank you," said Hyacinth with some shortness, not knowing exactly what business it was of the captain's. "Of course you understand my interest in you, don't you? I'm responsible for you. I put you forward." "There are a great many things in the world that I don't understand, but I think the thing I understand least is your interest in me. Why the devil—" and Hyacinth paused, breathless with the force of his inquiry. Then he went on, "If I were you, I shouldn't care a filbert for the sort of person that I happen to be." "That proves how different my nature is from yours. But I don't believe it, my boy. You are too generous for that." Sholto's imperturbability always appeared to grow with the irritation it produced, and it was proof even against the just resentment excited by his want of tact. That want of tact was sufficiently marked when he went on to say, "I wanted to see you here, with my own eyes. I wanted to see how it looked. It is a rum sight. Of course you know what I mean, though you are always trying to make a fellow explain. I don't explain well in any sense, and that's why I go in only for clever people who can do without it. It's very grand, her having brought you down." "Grand, no doubt, but hardly surprising, considering that, as you say, I was put forward by you." "Oh, that's a great thing for me, but it doesn't make any difference to her," Sholto exclaimed. "She may care for certain things for themselves, but it will never signify a jot to her what I may have thought about them. One good turn deserves another. I wish you would put me forward." "I don't understand you, and I don't think I want to," said Hyacinth, as his companion strolled beside him. The latter put a hand on his arm, stopping him, and they stood face to face a moment. "I say, my dear Robinson, you're not spoiled already at the end of a week? How long is it? It isn't possible you're jealous." "Jealous of whom?" asked Hyacinth, whose failure to comprehend was perfectly genuine. Sholto looked at him a moment, then, with a laugh, "I don't mean Miss Henning." Hyacinth turned away, and the captain resumed his walk, now taking the young man's arm and passing his own through the bridle of the horse. The courage of it, the insolence, the crânerie! There isn't another woman in Europe who could carry it off." Hyacinth was silent a little, after which he remarked, "This is nothing, here. You should have seen me the other day over at Broome, at Lady Marchant's." "Gad, did she take you there? I'd have given £10 to see it. There's no one like her," cried the captain, gaily, enthusiastically. "There's no one like me, I think, for going." "Why, didn't you enjoy it?" "Too much, too much. Such excesses are dangerous." "Oh, I'll back you," said the captain. Then, checking their pace, he inquired, "Is there any chance of our meeting her? I won't go into the park." "You won't go to the house?" Hyacinth demanded, staring. "Oh dear, no; not while you're there." "Well, I shall ask the Princess about you, and have done with it once for all." "Lucky little beggar with your fireside talks!" the captain exclaimed. "Where does she sit now, in the evening? She won't tell you anything except that I'm a nuisance. But even if she were willing to take the trouble to throw some light upon me, it wouldn't be of much use, because she doesn't understand me herself." "You are the only thing in the world, then, of which that can be said," Hyacinth returned. "I dare say I am, and I am rather proud of it. So far as the head is concerned, the Princess is all there. I told you, when I presented you, that she was the cleverest woman in Europe, and that is still my opinion. But there are some mysteries you can't see into unless you happen to have a little heart. The Princess hasn't, though doubtless just now you think that's her strong point. One of these days you'll see. I don't care a straw myself whether she has or not. She has hurt me already so much, she can't hurt me any more, and my interest in her is quite independent of that. To watch her, to adore her, to see her lead her life and act out her extraordinary nature, all the while she treats me like a brute, is the only thing I care for to-day. It doesn't do me a scrap of good, but all the same it's my principal occupation. You may believe me or not, it doesn't in the least matter, but I'm the most disinterested human being alive. She'll tell you I'm a tremendous ass, and so one is, but that isn't all." It was Hyacinth who stopped this time, arrested by something new and natural in the tone of his companion, a simplicity of emotion which he had not hitherto associated with him. He stood there a moment looking up at him, and thinking again what improbable confidences it decidedly appeared to be his lot to receive from gentlefolks. To what quality in himself would they attribute? The honour was one he could easily dispense with, though, as he scrutinized Sholto, he found something in his curious light eyes, an expression of cheerfulness not disconnected from veracity, which put him into a less fantastic relation with this jaunty, factitious personage. "Please go on," he said in a moment. "Well, what I mentioned just now is my real and only motive in anything. The rest is mere gammon and rubbish to cover it up, or to give myself the change, as the French say." "What do you mean by the rest?" asked Hyacinth, thinking of Millicent Henning. "Oh, all the straw one chews to cheat one's appetite, all the rot one dabbles in because it may lead to something which it never does lead to, all the beastly bunkum, you know, that you and I have heard together in Bloomsbury, and that I myself have poured out, damme, with an eloquence worthy of a better cause. Don't you remember what I have said to you, all as my own opinion, about the impending change of the relations of class with class? Impending fiddlesticks! I believe those that are on top the heap are better than those that are under it, that they mean to stay there, and that if they are not a pack of poltroons, they will." "You don't care for the social question, then?" Hyacinth inquired, with an aspect of which he was conscious of the blankness. "I only took it up because she did. It hasn't helped me," Sholto remarked, smiling. "My dear Robinson," he went on, "there is only one thing I care for in life, to have a look at that woman when I can, and when I can't, to approach her in the sort of way I'm doing now." "It's a very curious sort of way." "Indeed it is. But if it is good enough for me, it ought to be good enough for you. What I want you to do is this: to induce her to ask me over to dine." "To induce her?" Hyacinth murmured. "Tell her I'm staying at Bonchester, and it would be an act of common humanity." They proceeded till they reached the gates, and in a moment Hyacinth said, "You took up the social question, then, because she did? But do you happen to know why she took it up?" "Ah, my dear fellow, you must find that out for yourself. I found you the place, but I can't do your work for you." "I see, I see. But perhaps you'll tell me this: if you had free access to the Princess a year ago, taking her to the theatre and that sort of thing, why shouldn't you have it now?" This time Sholto's white pupils looked strange again. "You have it now, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid it doesn't follow that you'll have it a year hence. She was tired of me then, and of course she's still more tired of me now, for the simple reason that I'm more tiresome. She has sent me to Coventry, and I want to come out for a few hours. See how conscientious I am. I won't pass the gates." "I'll tell her I met you," said Hyacinth. Then, irrelevantly, he added, "Is that what you mean by her having no heart?" "Her treating me as she treats me? Oh dear, no! Her treating you." This had a portentous sound, but it did not prevent Hyacinth from turning round with his visitor, for it was the greatest part of the oddity of the present meeting that the hope of a little conversation with him, if accident were favourable, had been the motive not only of Sholto's riding over to Medley, but of his coming down to stay in the neighbourhood at a musty inn in a dull market town. It did not prevent him, I say, from bearing the captain company for a mile on his backward way. Our young man did not pursue this particular topic much further, but he discovered still another reason or two for admiring the light, free action with which his companion had unmasked himself, and the nature of his interest in the revolutionary idea, after he had asked him abruptly what he had had in his head when he travelled over that evening the summer before (he didn't appear to have come back as often as he promised) to Paul Muniment's place in Camberwell. What was he looking for? Whom was he looking for there? "I was looking for anything that would turn up, that might take her fancy. Don't you understand that I'm always looking? There was a time when I went in immensely for illuminated missals, and another when I collected horrible ghost stories. She wanted to cultivate a belief in ghosts, all for her. The day I saw she was turning her attention to the rising democracy, I began to collect little democrats. That's how I collected you." "Muniment read you exactly, then. And what did you find to your purpose in Audley Court?" "Well, I think the little woman with the popping eyes—she reminded me of a bedridden grasshopper—will do. And I made a note of the other one, the old virgin with the high nose, the aristocratic sister of mercy. I'm keeping them in reserve for my next propitiatory offering." Hyacinth was silent a moment. "And Muniment himself? Can't you do anything with him?" "Oh, my dear fellow, after you he's poor." "That's the first stupid thing you've said. But it doesn't matter, for he dislikes the Princess, what he knows of her, too much ever to consent to see her." "That's his line, is it? Then he'll do!" Sholto cried. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Of course he may come and stay as long as he likes!" the Princess exclaimed, when Hyacinth that afternoon told her of his encounter, with the sweet, bright surprise her face always wore when people went through the form, supererogatory she apparently meant to declare it, of asking her leave. From the manner in which she granted Sholto's petition, with the geniality that made light of it, as if the question were not worth talking about, one way or the other, it might have been supposed that the account he had given Hyacinth of their relations was an elaborate but none the less foolish hoax. She sent a messenger with a note over to Bonchester, and the captain arrived just in time to dress for dinner. The Princess was always late, and Hyacinth's toilet on these occasions occupied him considerably. He was acutely conscious of its deficiencies, and yet tried to persuade himself that they were positively honourable, and that the only garb of dignity for him was the costume, as it were, of his profession. Therefore, when the fourth member of the little party descended to the drawing-room, Madame Grandoni was the only person he found there. "Santissima Vergine! I'm glad to see you. What good wind has sent you?" she exclaimed as soon as Sholto came into the room. "Didn't you know I was coming?" he asked. "Has the idea of my arrival produced so little agitation?" "I know nothing of the affairs of this house. I have given them up at last, and it was time. I remain in my room." There was nothing at present in the old lady's countenance of her usual spirit of cheer. It expressed anxiety and even a certain sternness, and the excellent woman had perhaps at this moment more than she had ever had in her life of the air of a duenna who took her duties seriously. She looked almost august. "From the moment you come it's a little better, but it is very bad." "Very bad, dear madam?" "Perhaps you will be able to tell me where Christina veut en venir. I have always been faithful to her, I have always been loyal, but to-day I have lost patience. It has no sense." "I am not sure I know what you are talking about," Sholto said, "but if I understand you I must tell you I think it's magnificent." "Yes, I know your tone. You are worse than she because you are cynical. It passes all bounds. It is very serious. I have been thinking what I should do." "Precisely. I know what you would do." "Oh, this time I shouldn't come back," the old lady declared. "The scandal is too great. It is intolerable. My only fear is to make it worse." "Dear Madame Grandoni, you can't make it worse, and you can't make it better," Sholto rejoined, seating himself on the sofa beside her. "In point of fact, no idea of scandal can possibly attach itself to our friend. She is above and outside of all such considerations, such dangers. She carries everything off. She heeds so little. She cares so little. Besides, she has one great strength. She does no wrong." "Pray, what do you call it when a lady sends for a bookbinder to come and live with her?" "Why not for a bookbinder as well as for a bishop? It all depends upon who the lady is, and what she is." "She had better take care of one thing first," cried Madame Grandoni, "that she shall not have been separated from her husband." "The Princess can carry off even that. It's unusual, it's eccentric, it's fantastic, if you will, but it isn't necessarily wicked. From her own point of view our friend goes straight. Besides, she has her opinions." "Her opinions are perversity itself." "What does it matter," asked Sholto, "if they keep her quiet?" "Quiet? Do you call this quiet?" "Surely, if you'll only be so yourself. Putting the case at the worst, moreover, Who is to know he's her bookbinder? It's the last thing you'd take him for." "Yes, for that she chose him carefully," the old lady murmured, still with a discontented eyebrow. "She chose him? It was I who chose him, dear lady," the captain exclaimed with a laugh which showed how little he shared her solicitude. "Yes, I had forgotten. At the theatre," said Madame Grandoni, gazing at him as if her ideas were confused, but a certain repulsion from her interlocutor nevertheless disengaged itself. "It was a fine turn you did him there, poor young man." "Certainly, he will have to be sacrificed. But why was I bound to consider him so much? Haven't I been sacrificed myself?" "Oh, if he bears it like you!" cried the old lady with a short laugh. "How do you know how I bear it? One does what one can," said the captain, settling his shirt front. "At any rate, remember this: she won't tell people who he is for his own sake, and he won't tell them for hers. So, as he looks much more like a poet, or a pianist, or a painter, there won't be that sensation you fear." "Even so, it's bad enough," said Madame Grandoni. "And he's capable of bringing it out, suddenly, himself." "Ah, if he doesn't mind it, she won't. But that's his affair." "It's too terrible to spoil him for his station," the old lady went on. "How can he ever go back?" "If you want him kept, then, indefinitely, you are inconsistent. Besides, if he pays for it, he deserves to pay. He's an abominable little conspirator against society." Madame Grandoni was silent a moment. Then she looked at the captain with a gravity which might have been impressive to him, had not his accomplished jauntiness suggested an insensibility to that sort of influence. "What, then, does Christina deserve?" she asked, with solemnity. "Whatever she may get, whatever in the future may make her suffer. But it won't be the loss of her reputation. She is too distinguished." "You English are strange. Is it because she's a princess?" Madame Grandoni reflected audibly. "Oh dear, no. Her princedom is nothing here. We can easily beat that. But we can't beat—" And Sholto paused a moment. "What then?" his companion asked. "Well, the perfection of her indifference to public opinion, and the unaffectedness of her originality. The sort of thing by which she has bedevilled me." "Oh, you!" murmured Madame Grandoni. "If you think so poorly of me, why did you say just now that you were glad to see me?" Sholto demanded in a moment. "Because you make another person in the house, and that is more regular. The situation is by so much less—what did you call it?—eccentric. Nun," the old lady went on in a moment, "so long as you are here, I won't go off. Depend upon it that I shall be here until I'm turned out." She rested her small troubled eyes upon him, but they betrayed no particular enthusiasm at this announcement. "I don't understand how, for yourself, on such an occasion, you should like it." "Dear Madame Grandoni, the heart of man, without being such a hopeless labyrinth as the heart of woman, is still sufficiently complicated. Don't I know what will become of the little beggar?" "You are very horrible," said the ancient woman. Then she added in a different tone, "He is much too good for his fate." "And pray, wasn't I for mine?" the captain asked. "By no manner of means," Madame Grandoni answered, rising and moving away from him. The Princess had come into the room accompanied by Hyacinth. As it was now considerably past the dinner hour, the old lady judged that this couple, on their side, had met in the hall and had prolonged their conversation there. Hyacinth watched with extreme interest the way the Princess greeted the captain, observed that it was very simple, easy, and friendly. At dinner she made no stranger of him, including him in everything as if he had been a useful familiar, like Madame Grandoni, only a little less venerable, yet not giving him any attention that might cause their eyes to meet. She had told Hyacinth that she didn't like his eyes, nor, indeed, very much, any part of him. Of course any admiration, from almost any source, could not fail to be in some degree agreeable to a woman, but of any little impression that one might ever have produced, the mark she had made on Godfrey Sholto was the one that ministered least to her vanity. He had been useful, undoubtedly, at times, but at others he had been an intolerable bore. He was so uninteresting in himself, so shallow, so unoccupied and superfluous, and really so frivolous in spite of his pretension, of which she was unspeakably weary, of being all wrapped up in a single idea. It had never by itself been sufficient to interest her in any man, the fact that he was in love with her, but indeed she could honestly say that most of the people who had liked her had had on their side something in their character or circumstances that one could care a little about. Not so far as would do any harm, save perhaps in one or two cases, but still something. Sholto was a curious and not particularly edifying English type, as the Princess further described him. One of those strange beings produced by old societies that have run to seed, corrupt, exhausted civilizations. He was a cumberer of the earth, and purely selfish, in spite of his devoted, disinterested airs. He was nothing whatever in himself, and had no character or merit save by tradition, reflection, imitation, superstition. He had a longish pedigree. He came of some musty, mouldy county family, people with a local reputation and an immense lack of general importance. He had taken the greatest care of his little fortune. He had travelled all over the globe several times, for the shooting, in that brutal way of the English. That was a pursuit which was compatible with the greatest stupidity. He had a little taste, a little cleverness, a little reading, a little good furniture, a little French and Italian (he exaggerated these latter quantities), an immense deal of assurance, and complete leisure. That, at bottom, was all he represented, idle, trifling, luxurious, yet at the same time pretentious leisure, the sort of thing that led people to invent false, humbugging duties because they had no real ones. Sholto's great idea of himself, after his profession of being her slave, was that he was a cosmopolite, exempt from every prejudice. About the prejudices the Princess couldn't say and didn't care, but she had seen him in foreign countries, she had seen him in Italy, and she was bound to say he understood nothing about those people. It was several years before, shortly after her marriage, that she had first encountered him. He had not begun immediately to take the adoring line, but it had come little by little. It was only after she had separated from her husband that he had begun really to hang about her, since when she had suffered much from him. She would do him one justice, however. He had never, so far as she knew, had the impudence to represent himself as anything but hopeless and helpless. It was on this that he took his stand. He wished to pass for the great model of unrewarded constancy. She couldn't imagine what he was waiting for. Perhaps it was for the death of the Prince. But the Prince would never die, nor had she the least desire that he should. She had no wish to be harsh, for of course that sort of thing from any one was very flattering. But really, whatever feeling poor Sholto might have, 4/5 of it were purely theatrical. He was not in the least a natural human being, but had 100 affectations and attitudes, the result of never having been obliged to put his hand to anything, having no serious tastes, and yet being born to a little position. The Princess remarked that she was so glad Hyacinth had no position, and had been forced to do something in life but amuse himself. That was the way she liked her friends now. She had said to Sholto again and again, "There are plenty of others who will be much more pleased. Why not go to them? It's such a waste of time." And she was sure he had taken her advice, and was by no means, as regards herself, the absorbed, annihilated creature he endeavoured to appear. He had told her once that he tried to take an interest in other women, though indeed he had added that it was of no use. Of what use did he expect anything he could possibly do to be? Hyacinth did not tell the Princess that he had reason to believe the captain's effort in this direction had not been absolutely vain, but he made that reflection privately with increased confidence. He recognized a further truth when his companion said at the end that with all she had touched upon he was a queer combination. Trifler as he was, There was something sinister in him, too, and she confessed she had had a vague feeling at times that some day he might do her a hurt. Hyacinth at this stopped short on the threshold of the drawing-room and asked in a low voice, "Are you afraid of him?" The Princess looked at him a moment, then smiling, "Dio mio! How you say that! Should you like to kill him for me?" "I shall have to kill some one, you know. Why not him while I'm about it, if he troubles you?" "Ah, my friend, if you should begin to kill every one who had troubled me," the Princess murmured as they went into the room. Chapter 27 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth knew there was something out of the way as soon as he saw Lady Aurora's face look forth at him in answer to his tap while she held the door ajar. What was she doing in Pinnie's bedroom? A very poor place, into which the dressmaker, with her reverence, would never have admitted a person of that quality unless things were pretty bad. She was solemn, too. She didn't laugh as usual. She had removed her large hat, with its limp, old-fashioned veil, and she raised her finger to her lips. Hyacinth's first alarm had been immediately after he let himself into the house with his latch-key, as he always did, and found the little room on the right of the passage, in which Pinnie had lived ever since he remembered, fireless and untenanted. As soon as he had paid the cabman, who put down his portmanteau for him in the hall, he was not used to paying cabmen, and was conscious he gave him too much, but was too impatient in his sudden anxiety to care. He hurried up the vile staircase, which seemed viler, even through his preoccupation, than ever, and gave the knock, accompanied by a call the least bit tremulous, immediately answered by Lady Aurora. She drew back into the room a moment, while he stared in his dismay, then she emerged again, closing the door behind her, all with the air of enjoining him to be terribly quiet. He felt suddenly so sick at the idea of having lingered at Medley while there was distress at the wretched little house to which he owed so much, that he scarcely found strength for an articulate question, and obeyed mechanically the mute, urgent gesture by which Lady Aurora appealed to him to go downstairs with her. It was only when they stood together in the deserted parlour—it was as if he perceived for the first time what an inelegant odour prevailed there—that he asked, "Is she dying? Is she dead?" That was the least the strained sadness looking out from the face of the noble visitor appeared to announce. "Dear Mr. Robinson, I'm so sorry for you. I wanted to write, but I promised her I wouldn't. She is very ill. We are very anxious. It began 10 days ago, and I suppose I must tell you how much she has gone down." Lady Aurora spoke with more than all her usual embarrassments and precautions, eagerly, yet as if it cost her much pain, pausing a little after everything she said to see how he would take it, then going on with a little propitiatory rush. He learned presently what was the matter, what doctor she had sent for, and that if he would wait a little before going into the room it would be so much better, the invalid having sunk, within half an hour, into a doze of a less agitated kind than she had had for some time, from which it would be an immense pity to run the risk of waking her. The doctor gave her the right things, as it seemed to her ladyship, but he admitted that she had very little power of resistance. He was, of course, not a very large practitioner, Mr. Buffery, from round the corner, but he seemed really clever, and she herself had taken the liberty, as she confessed to this, she threw off one of her odd laughs, and her colour rose, of sending an elderly, respectable person, a kind of nurse. She was out just then, she had to go for an hour for the air. "Only when I come, of course," said Lady Aurora. Dear Miss Pinsent had had a cold hanging about her, and had not taken care of it. Hyacinth would know how plucky she was about that sort of thing. She took so little interest in herself. "Of course a cold is a cold, whoever has it, isn't it?" said Lady Aurora. 10 days before she had taken an additional chill through falling asleep in her chair in the evening down there and letting the fire go out. "It would have been nothing if she had been like you or me, you know," her ladyship went on. "But just as she was then, it made the difference. The day was horribly damp, and it had struck into the lungs, and inflammation had set in. Mr. Buffery says she was impoverished, just rather low and languid, you know. The next morning she had had bad pains and a good deal of fever, yet she had got up. Poor Penny's gracious ministrant did not make clear to Hyacinth what time had elapsed before she came to her relief, nor by what means she had been notified, and he saw that she slurred this over from the admirable motive of wishing him not to feel that the little dressmaker had suffered by his absence or called for him in vain. This apparently had indeed not been the case if Penny had opposed successfully his being written to. Lady Aurora only said, "I came in very soon. It was such a delightful chance. Since then she has had everything. Only it's sad to see a person need so little. She did want you to stay. She has clung to that idea. I speak the simple truth, Mr. Robinson." "I don't know what to say to you. You are so extraordinarily good, so angelic," Hyacinth replied, bewildered and made weak by a strange, unexpected shame. The episode he had just traversed, the splendor he had been living in and drinking so deep, the unnatural alliance to which he had given himself up while his wretched little foster mother struggled alone with her death-stroke. He could see it was that. The presentiment of it, the last stiff horror, was in all the place. The contrast seemed to cut him like a knife, and to make the horrible accident of his absence a perversity of his own. "I can never blame you when you are so kind, but I wish to God I had known," he broke out. Lady Aurora clasped her hands, begging him to judge her fairly. "Of course it was a great responsibility for us, but we thought it right to consider what she urged upon us. She went back to it constantly, that your visit should not be cut short. When you should come of yourself, it would be time enough. I don't know exactly where you have been, but she said it was such a pleasant house. She kept repeating that it would do you so much good." Hyacinth felt his eyes filling with tears. "She's dying, she's dying. How can she live when she's like that?" He sank upon the old yellow sofa, the sofa of his lifetime and of so many years before, and buried his head in the shabby, tattered arm. A succession of sobs broke from his lips, sobs in which the accumulated emotion of months and the strange acute conflict of feeling that had possessed him for the 3 weeks just past found relief and a kind of solution. Lady Aurora sat down beside him and laid her finger-tips gently on his hand. So, for a minute, while his tears flowed and she said nothing, he felt her timid, consoling touch. At the end of the minute he raised his head. It came back to him that she had said "we" just before, and he asked her whom she meant. "Oh, Mr. Vetch, don't you know? I have made his acquaintance. It's impossible to be more kind." Then, while for an instant Hyacinth was silent, wincing, pricked with the thought that Penny had been beholden to the fiddler while he was masquerading in high life, Lady Aurora added, "He's a charming musician. She asked him once at first to bring his violin. She thought it would soothe her." "I'm much obliged to him, but now that I'm here we needn't trouble him," said Hyacinth. Apparently there was a certain dryness in his tone, which was the cause of her ladyship's venturing to reply, after an hesitation, "Do let him come, Mr. Robinson. Let him be near you. I wonder whether you know that he has a great affection for you." "The more fool he! I've always treated him like a brute," Hyacinth exclaimed, colouring. The way Lady Aurora spoke proved to him, later, that she now definitely did know his secret, or one of them, rather. For at the rate things had been going for the last few months, he was making a regular collection. She knew the smaller, not, of course, the greater. She had decidedly been illuminated by Penny's divagations. At the moment he made that reflection, however, He was almost startled to perceive how completely he had ceased to resent such betrayals, and how little it suddenly seemed to signify that the innocent source of them was about to be quenched. The sense of his larger secret swallowed up that particular anxiety, making him ask himself what it mattered, for the time that was left to him, that people should whisper to each other his little mystery. The day came quickly when he believed, and yet didn't care, that it had been universally imparted. After Lady Aurora left him, promising she would call him the first moment it should seem prudent, he walked up and down the cold, stale parlour, immersed in his meditations. The shock of the danger of losing Pinnie had already passed away. He had achieved so much of late in the line of accepting the idea of death that the little dressmaker, in taking her departure, seemed already to benefit by this curious discipline. What was most vivid to him in the deserted scene of Pinnie's unsuccessful industry was the changed vision with which he had come back to objects familiar for 20 years. The picture was the same, and all its horrid elements, wearing a kind of greasy gloss in the impure air of Lomax Place, made, through the mean window panes, a dismal chiaroscuro, showed in their polished misery the friction of his own little life, but the eyes with which he looked at it had new terms of comparison. He had known the place was hideous and sordid, but its aspect to-day was pitiful to the verge of the sickening. He couldn't believe that for years together he had accepted and even, a little, revered it. He was frightened at the sort of service that his experience of grandeur had rendered him. It was all very well to have assimilated that element with a rapidity which had surprises even for himself. But with sensibilities now so improved, what fresh arrangement could one come to with the very humble, which was in its nature uncompromising? Though the spring was far advanced, the day was a dark drizzle, and the room had the clamminess of a finished use, an ooze of dampness from the muddy street, where the areas were a narrow slit. No wonder Pinnie had felt it at last, and her small, underfed organism had grown numb and ceased to act. At the thought of her limited, stinted life, the patient, humdrum effort of her needle and scissors, which had ended only in a show-room where there was nothing to show, and a pensive reference to the cut of sleeves no longer worn, the tears again rose to his eyes, but he brushed them aside when he heard a cautious tinkle at the house door, which was presently opened by the little besmirched slavey retained for the service of the solitary lodger, a domestic easily bewildered, who had a squint and distressed Hyacinth by wearing shoes that didn't match, though they were of an equal antiquity and resembled each other in the facility with which they dropped off. Hyacinth had not heard Mr. Vetch's voice in the hall, apparently because he spoke in a whisper, but the young man was not surprised when, taking every precaution not to make the door creak, he came into the parlour. The fiddler said nothing to him at first. The two men only looked at each other for a long minute. Hyacinth saw what he most wanted to know, whether he knew the worst about Pinnie, but what was further in his eyes, they had an expression considerably different from any he had hitherto seen in them, defined itself to our hero only little by little. "Don't you think you might have written me a word?" said Hyacinth at last. His anger at having been left in ignorance had quitted him, but he thought the question fair. None the less he expected a sarcastic answer, and was surprised at the mild reasonableness with which Mr. Vetch replied. "I assure you, no responsibility in the course of my life ever did more to distress me. There were obvious reasons for calling you back, and yet I couldn't help wishing you might finish your visit. I balanced one thing against the other. It was very difficult." "I can imagine nothing more simple. When people's nearest and dearest are dying, they are usually sent for." The fiddler gave a strange, argumentative smile. If Lomax Place and Miss Pinson's select lodging-house wore a new face of vulgarity to Hyacinth, It may be imagined whether the renunciation of the niceties of the toilet, the resigned seediness which marked Mr. Vetch's old age, was unlikely to lend itself to comparison. The glossy butler at Medley had had 100 more of the signs of success in life. "My dear boy, this case was exceptional," said the old man. "Your visit had a character of importance." "I don't know what you know about it. I don't remember that I told you anything." "No, certainly, you have never told me much. But if, as is probable, you have seen that kind lady who is now upstairs, you will have learned that Pinnie made a tremendous point of your not being disturbed. She threatened us with her displeasure if we should hurry you back. You know what Pinnie's displeasure is." As at this Hyacinth turned away with a gesture of irritation, Mr. Vetch went on. "No doubt she is absurdly fanciful, poor dear thing, but don't now cast any disrespect upon it. I assure you, if she had been here alone, suffering, sinking, without a creature to tend her, and nothing before her but to die in a corner like a starved cat, she would still have faced that fate rather than cut short by a single hour your experience of novel scenes." Hyacinth was silent for a moment. "Of course I know what you mean. But she spun her delusion. She always did, all of them, out of nothing. I can't imagine what she knows about my experience of any kind of scenes. I told her, when I went out of town, very little more than I told you." "What she guessed, what she gathered, has been at any rate enough. She has made up her mind that you have formed a connection by means of which you will come somehow or other into your own. She has done nothing but talk about your grand kindred. To her mind, you know, it's all one, the aristocracy, and nothing is simpler than that the person, very exalted as she believes, with whom you have been to stay, should undertake your business with her friends." "Oh, well," said Hyacinth, "I'm very glad not to have deprived you of that entertainment." "I assure you the spectacle was exquisite." Then the fiddler added, "My dear fellow, please leave her the idea." "Leave it? I'll do much more!" Hyacinth exclaimed. "I'll tell her my great relations have adopted me, and that I have come back in the character of Lord Robinson." "She will need nothing more to die happy," Mr. Vetch observed. 5 minutes later, after Hyacinth had obtained from his old friend a confirmation of Lady Aurora's account of Miss Pinsent's condition, Mr. Vetch explaining that he came over, like that, to see how she was 6 times a day, 5 minutes later a silence had descended upon the pair, while Hyacinth waited for some sign from Lady Aurora that he might come upstairs. The fiddler, who had lighted a pipe, looked out of the window, studying intently the physiognomy of Lomax Place; and Hyacinth, making his tread discreet, walked about the room with his hands in his pockets. At last Mr. Vetch observed, without taking his pipe out of his lips or looking round, "I think you might be a little more frank with me at this time of day, and at such a crisis." Hyacinth stopped in his walk, wondering for a moment, sincerely, what his companion meant, for he had no consciousness at present of an effort to conceal anything he could possibly tell. There were some things, of course, he couldn't. On the contrary, his life seemed to him particularly open to the public view and exposed to invidious comment. It was at this moment he first observed a certain difference. There was a tone in Mr. Vetch's voice that he had never perceived before, an absence of that note which made him say, in other days, that the impenetrable old man was diverting himself at his expense. It was as if his attitude had changed, become more explicitly considerate in consequence of some alteration or promotion on Hyacinth's part. His having grown older or more important, or even simply more surpassingly curious. If the first impression made upon him by Pinnie's old neighbor, as to whose place in the list of sacrificial, his being a gentleman or one of the sovereign people, he formerly was so perplexed, if the sentiment excited by Mr. Vetch in a mind familiar now for nearly a month with forms of indubitable gentility was not favorable to the idea of fraternization, This secret impatience on Hyacinth's part was speedily corrected by one of the sudden reactions or quick conversions of which the young man was so often the victim. In the light of the fiddler's appeal, which evidently meant more than it said, his musty antiquity, his typical look of having had for years a small definite use, and taken all the creases and contractions of it, his visible expression, even, of ultimate parsimony, and of having ceased to care for the shape of his trousers because he cared more for something else. These things became so many reasons for turning round, going over to him, touching signs of an invincible fidelity, the humble, continuous, single-minded practice of daily duties, and an art after all very charming. Pursued, moreover, while persons of the species our restored prodigal had lately been consorting with, fidgeted from one selfish sensation to another, and couldn't even live in the same place for 3 months together. "What should you like me to do, to say, to tell you? Do you want to know what I have been doing in the country? I should have first to know myself," Hyacinth said. "Have you enjoyed it very much?" "Yes, certainly, very much. Not knowing anything about Pinnie. I have been in a beautiful house with a beautiful woman." Mr. Vetch had turned round. He looked very impartial through the smoke of his pipe. "Is she really a princess?" "I don't know what you mean by 'really.' I suppose all titles are great rot, but every one seems agreed to call her so." "You know, I have always liked to enter into your life, and to-day the wish is stronger than ever," the old man observed presently, fixing his eyes very steadily on Hyacinth's. The latter returned his gaze for a moment. Then he asked, "What makes you say that just now?" The fiddler appeared to deliberate, and at last he replied, "Because you are in danger of losing the best friend you ever had." "Be sure I feel it. But if I have got you," Hyacinth added. "Oh, me! I'm very old and very tired of life." "I suppose that's what one arrives at. Well, if I can help you in any way, you must lean on me. You must make use of me." "That's precisely what I was going to say to you," said Mr. Vetch. "Should you like any money?" "Of course I should. But why should you offer it to me?" "Because in saving it up little by little, I have had you in mind." "Dear Mr. Vetch," said Hyacinth, "you have me too much in mind. I'm not worth it, please believe that, for all sorts of reasons. I should make money enough for any uses I have for it, or have any right to have, if I stayed quietly in London and attended to my work. As you know, I can earn a decent living." "Yes, I can see that. But if you stayed quietly in London, what would become of your princess?" "Oh, they can always manage, ladies in that position." "Hanged if I understand her position!" cried Mr. Vetch, but without laughing. "You have been for 3 weeks without work, and yet you look uncommonly smart." "You see, my living has cost me nothing. When you stay with great people, you don't pay your score," Hyacinth explained with great gentleness. "Moreover, the lady whose hospitality I have been enjoying has made me a very handsome offer of work." "What kind of work?" "The only kind I know. She is going to send me a lot of books to do up for her." "And to pay you fancy prices?" "Oh no. I am to fix the prices myself." "Are not transactions of that kind rather disagreeable with a lady whose hospitality one has been enjoying?" Mr. Vetch inquired. "Exceedingly. That is exactly why I shall do the books and then take no money." "Your princess is rather clever," the fiddler exclaimed in a moment, smiling. "Well, she can't force me to take it if I won't," said Hyacinth. "No, you must only let me do that." "You have curious ideas about me," the young man declared. Mr. Vetch turned about to the window again, remarking that he had curious ideas about everything. Then he added, after an interval, "And have you been making love to your great lady?" He had expected a flash of impatience in reply to this inquiry, and was rather surprised at the manner in which Hyacinth answered, "How shall I explain? It is not a question of that sort." "Has she been making love to you, then?" If you should ever see her, you would understand how absurd that supposition is." "How shall I ever see her?" returned Mr. Vetch. "In the absence of that privilege, I think there is something in my idea." "She looks quite over my head," said Hyacinth simply. "It's by no means impossible you may see her. She wants to know my friends, to know the people who live in the place. And she would take a particular interest in you on account of your opinions." "Ah, I have no opinions now, none any more," the old man broke out sadly. "I only had them to frighten Pinny." "She was easily frightened," said Hyacinth. "Yes, and easily reassured. Well, I like to know about your life," his neighbor sighed irrelevantly. "But take care the great lady doesn't lead you too far." "How do you mean, too far?" "Isn't she an anarchist, a nihilist? Doesn't she go in for a general rectification, as Eustace calls it?" Hyacinth was silent a moment. "You should see the place. You should see what she wears, what she eats and drinks." "Ah, you mean that she is inconsistent with her theories. My dear boy, she would be a droll woman if she were not. At any rate, I'm glad of it." "Glad of it?" Hyacinth repeated. "For you, I mean, when you stay with her. It's more luxurious," Mr. Vetch exclaimed, turning round and smiling. At this moment a little rap on the floor above, given by Lady Aurora, announced that Hyacinth might at last come up and see Pinny. Mr. Vetch listened and recognized it, and it led him to say with considerable force, "There's a woman whose theories and conduct do square." Hyacinth, on the threshold, leaving the room, stopped long enough to reply, "Well, when the day comes for my friend to give up, you'll see." "Yes, I have no doubt there are things she will bring herself to sacrifice," the old man remarked; but Hyacinth was already out of hearing. End of Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Vetch waited below till Lady Aurora should come down and give him the news he was in suspense for. His mind was pretty well made up about Pinny. It had seemed to him the night before that death was written in her face, and he judged it on the whole a very good moment for her to lay down her earthly burden. He had reasons for believing that the future could not be sweet to her. As regards Hyacinth, his mind was far from being at ease, for though he was aware in a general way that he had taken up with strange company, and though he had flattered himself of old that he should be pleased to see the boy act out his life and solve the problem of his queer inheritance, he was worried by the absence of full knowledge. He put out his pipe in anticipation of Lady Aurora's reappearance, and without this consoler he was more accessible still to certain fears that had come to him in consequence of a recent talk, or rather an attempt at a talk, with Eustache Poupin. It was through the Frenchman that he had gathered the little he knew about the occasion of Hyacinth's unprecedented excursion. His ideas on the subject had been very inferential, for Hyacinth had made a mystery of his absence to Pinny, merely letting her know that there was a lady in the case, and that the best luggage he could muster and the best way his shirts could be done up would still not be good enough. Poupin had seen Godfrey Sholto at the Sun and Moon, and it had come to him, through Hyacinth, that there was a remarkable feminine influence in the captain's life, mixed up in some way with his presence in Bloomsbury, an influence, moreover, by which Hyacinth himself, for good or for evil, was in peril of being touched. Sholto was the young man's visible link with a society for which Lisson Grove could have no importance in the scheme of the universe, but as a short cut, too disagreeable to be frequently used, out of Bayswater. Therefore, if Hyacinth left town with a new hat and a pair of kid gloves, it must have been to move in the direction of that superior circle, and in some degree at least, at the solicitation of the before-mentioned feminine influence. So much as this the Frenchman suggested, explicitly enough, as his manner was to the old fiddler, But his talk had a flavour of other references which excited Mr. Vetch's curiosity much more than they satisfied it. They were obscure, they evidently were painful to the speaker, they were confused and embarrassed, and totally wanting in the luminosity which usually characterized the lightest allusions of M. Poupin. It was the fiddler's fancy that his friend had something on his mind which he was not at liberty to impart, and that it related to Hyacinth, and might, for those who took an interest in the singular lad, constitute a considerable anxiety. Mr. Vetch, on his own part, nursed this anxiety into a tolerably definite shape. He had persuaded himself that the Frenchman had been leading the boy too far in the line of social criticism, had given him a push on some crooked path where a slip would be a likely accident. When, on a subsequent occasion, with Poupin, he indulged in a hint of this suspicion, the bookbinder flushed a good deal and declared that his conscience was pure. It was one of his particularities that when his colour rose he looked angry, and Mr. Vetch held that his displeasure was a proof that in spite of his repudiations he had been unwise; though before they parted Eustache gave this sign of softness, that he shed tears of emotion, of which the reason was not clear to the fiddler, and which appeared in a general way to be dedicated to Hyacinth. The interview had taken place in Lisson Grove, where Madame Poupin, however, had not shown herself. Altogether the old man was a prey to suppositions which led him to feel how much he himself had outlived the democratic glow of his prime. He had ended by accepting everything, though indeed he couldn't swallow the idea that a trick should be played upon Hyacinth, and even by taking an interest in current politics, as to which of old he had held the opinion, the same that the Poupins held to-day, that they had been invented on purpose to throw dust into the eyes of disinterested reformers and to circumvent the social solution. He had given up that problem some time ago. There was no way to clear it up that didn't seem to make a bigger mess than the actual muddle of human affairs, which, by the time one had reached 65, had mostly ceased to exasperate. Mr. Vetch could still feel a certain sharpness on the subject of the prayer book and the bishops; and if at moments he was a little ashamed of having accepted this world, he could reflect that at all events he continued to repudiate every other. The idea of great changes, however, took its place among the dreams of his youth, for what was any possible change in the relations of men and women but a new combination of the same elements? If the elements could be made different, the thing would be worth thinking of; but it was not only impossible to introduce any new ones, no means had yet been discovered for getting rid of the old. The figures on the chessboard were still the passions and jealousies and superstitions and stupidities of man, and their position with regard to each other at any given moment could be of interest only to the grim, invisible fates who played the game, who sat through the ages bow-backed over the table. This laxity had come upon the old man with the increase of his measurement round the waist, of the little heap of half-crowns and half-sovereigns that had accumulated in a tin box with a very stiff padlock, which he kept under his bed, and of the interwoven threads of sentiment and custom that united him to the dressmaker and her foster son. If he was no longer pressing about the demands he felt he should have a right to make of society, as he had been in the days when his conversation scandalized Pinny, so he was not now pressing for Hyacinth either, reflecting that though indeed the constituted powers might have to count with him, it would be in better taste for him not to be importunate about a settlement. What he had come to fear for him was that he should be precipitated by crude agencies, with results in which the deplorable might not exclude the ridiculous. It may even be said that Mr. Vetch had a secret project of settling a little on his behalf. Lady Aurora peeped into the room very noiselessly, nearly half an hour after Hyacinth had left it, and let the fiddler know that she was called to other duties, but that the nurse had come back, and the doctor had promised to look in at 5 o'clock. She herself would return in the evening, and meanwhile Hyacinth was with his aunt, who had recognized him without a protest; indeed, seemed intensely happy that he should be near her again, and lay there with closed eyes, very weak and speechless, with his hand in hers. Her restlessness had passed, and her fever abated, but she had no pulse to speak of, and Lady Aurora did not disguise the fact that in her opinion she was rapidly sinking. Mr. Vetch had already accepted it, and after her ladyship had quitted him, he lighted another philosophic pipe upon it, lingering on till the doctor came, in the dressmaker's dismal forsaken bower, where in past years he had indulged in so many sociable droppings in and hot tumblers. The echo of all her little simple surprises and pointless contradictions, her gasping reception of contemplative paradox, seemed still to float in the air, but the place felt as relinquished and bereaved as if she were already beneath the sod. Pinnie had always been a wonderful hand at putting away. The litter that testified to her most elaborate efforts was often immense, but the reaction in favour of an unspeckled carpet was greater still, and on the present occasion, before taking to her bed, she had found strength to sweep and set in order as daintily as if she had been sure that the room would never again know her care. Even to the old fiddler, who had not Hyacinth's sensibility to the scenery of life, it had the cold propriety of a place arranged for an interment. After the doctor had seen Pinnie that afternoon, there was no doubt left as to its soon being the stage of dismal preliminaries. Miss Pinsent, however, resisted her maladies for nearly a fortnight more, during which Hyacinth was constantly in her room. He never went back to Mr. Crookenden's, with whose establishment, through violent causes, his relations seemed indefinitely suspended; and in fact, for the rest of the time that Pinnie demanded his care, he absented himself but twice from Lomax Place for more than a few minutes. On one of these occasions he travelled over to Audley Court and spent an hour there; on the other he met Millicent Henning by appointment, and took a walk with her on the Embankment. He tried to find a moment to go and thank Madame Poupin for a sympathetic offering, many times repeated, of tisane, concocted after a receipt thought supreme by the couple in Lisson Grove, though little appreciated in the neighbourhood generally, but he was obliged to acknowledge her kindness only by a respectful letter, which he composed with some trouble, though much elation, in the French tongue, peculiarly favourable, as he believed, to little courtesies of this kind. Lady Aurora came again and again to the darkened house, where she diffused her beneficent influence in nightly watches, in the most modern sanative suggestions, in conversations with Hyacinth directed with more ingenuity than her fluttered embarrassments might have led one to attribute to her, to the purpose of diverting his mind, and in tea-makings. There was a great deal of this liquid consumed on the premises during Pinnie's illness, after a system more enlightened than the usual fashion of Pentonville. She was the bearer of several messages and of a good deal of medical advice from Rose Muniment, whose interest in the dressmaker's case irritated Hyacinth by its fine courage, which even at second hand was still obtrusive. She appeared very nearly as resigned to the troubles of others as she was to her own. Hyacinth had been seized, the day after his return from Medley, with a sharp desire to do something enterprising and superior on Pinnie's behalf. He felt the pressure of a sort of angry sense that she was dying of her poor career, of her uneffaced remorse for the trick she had played him in his boyhood, as if he hadn't long ago, and indeed at the time, forgiven it, judging it to have been the highest wisdom; of something basely helpless in the attitude of her little circle. He wanted to do something which should prove to himself that he had got the best opinion about the invalid that it was possible to have. So he insisted that Mr. Buffery should consult with the West End doctor, if the West End doctor would consent to meet Mr. Buffery. A physician capable of this condescension was discovered through Lady Aurora's agency. She had not brought him of her own movement, because on the one hand she hesitated to impose on the little household in Lomax Place the expense of such a visit, and on the other, with all her narrow personal economies for the sake of her charities, had not the means to meet it herself. And in provision of the great man's fee, Hyacinth applied to Mr. Vetch as he had applied before for a loan. The great man came, and was wonderfully civil to Mr. Buffery, whose conduct of the case he pronounced judicious. He remained several minutes in the house, while he gazed at Hyacinth over his spectacles. He seemed rather more occupied with him than with the patient, and almost the whole of the place turned out to stare at his chariot. After all, he consented to accept no fee. He put the question aside with a gesture full of urbanity, a course disappointing and displeasing to Hyacinth, who felt in a manner cheated of the full effect of the fine thing he had wished to do for Pinnie; though when he said as much, or something like it, to Mr. Vetch, the caustic fiddler greeted the observation with a face of amusement which, considering the situation, verged upon the unseemly. Hyacinth, at any rate, had done the best he could, and the fashionable doctor had left directions which foreshadowed relations with an expensive chemist in Bond Street, a prospect by which our young man was to some extent consoled. Poor Pinnie's decline, however, was not arrested, and one evening, more than a week after his return from Medley, as he sat with her alone, it seemed to Hyacinth that her spirit must have already passed away. The nurse had gone down to her supper, and from the staircase a perceptible odour of fizzling bacon indicated that a more cheerful state of things prevailed in the lower regions. Hyacinth could not make out whether Miss Pinsent were asleep or awake. He believed she had not lost consciousness, yet for more than an hour she had given no sign of life. At last she put out her hand, as if she knew he was near her and wished to feel for his, and murmured, "Why did she come? I didn't want to see her." In a moment, as she went on, he perceived to whom she was alluding. Her mind had travelled back through all the years to the dreadful day, she had described every incident of it to him, when Mrs. Bowerbank had invaded her quiet life and startled her sensitive conscience with a message from the prison. "She sat there so long, so long. She was very large, and I was frightened. She moaned and moaned and cried. Too dreadful! I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it." Her thought wandered from Mrs. Bowerbank in the discomposed show-room, enthroned on the yellow sofa, to the tragic creature at Millbank, whose accents again for the hour lived in her ears, and mixed with this mingled vision was still the haunting sense that she herself might have acted differently. That had been cleared up in the past, so far as Hyacinth's intention was concerned, but what was most alive in Pinnie at the present moment was the passion of repentance, of still further expiation. It sickened Hyacinth that she should believe these things were still necessary, and he leaned over her and talked tenderly, with words of comfort and reassurance. He told her not to think of that dismal far-off time which had ceased long ago to have any consequences for either of them, to consider only the future, when she should be quite strong again, and he would look after her and keep her all to himself and take care of her better, far better, than he had ever done before. He had thought of many things while he sat with Pinnie, watching the shadows made by the night lamp, high, imposing shadows of objects low and mean, and among them he had followed, with an imagination that went further in that direction than ever before, the probable consequences of his not having been adopted in his babyhood by the dressmaker. The workhouse and the gutter, ignorance and cold, filth and tatters, nights of huddling under bridges and in doorways, vermin, starvation and blows, possibly even the vigorous efflorescence of an inherited disposition to crime. These things, which he saw with unprecedented vividness, suggested themselves as his natural portion. Intimacies with a princess, visits to fine old country houses, intelligent consideration even of the best means of inflicting a scare on the classes of privilege, would in that case not have been within his compass, and that Pinnie should have rescued him from such a destiny, and put these luxuries within his reach, was an amelioration which really amounted to success, if he could only have the magnanimity to regard it so. Her eyes were open and fixed on him, but the sharp ray the little dressmaker used to direct into Lomax Place as she plied her needle at the window had completely left them. "Not there! What should I do there?" she inquired very softly. "Not with the great—" and her voice failed. "The great what? What do you mean?" You know," she went on, making another effort. "Haven't you been with them? Haven't they received you?" "Ah, they won't separate us, Penny. They won't come between us as much as that," said Hyacinth, kneeling by her bed. "You must be separate. That makes me happier. I knew they would find you at last." "Poor Penny," murmured the young man. "It was only for that. Now I'm going," she went on. "If you'll stay with me, you needn't fear," said Hyacinth, smiling at her. "Oh, what would they think?" asked the dressmaker. "I like you best," said Hyacinth. "You have had me always. Now it's their turn. They have waited." "Yes, indeed, they have waited," Hyacinth exclaimed. "But they will make it up. They will make up everything," the invalid panted. Then she added, "I couldn't help it," which was the last flicker of her strength. She gave no further sign of consciousness, and 4 days later she ceased to breathe. Hyacinth was with her, and Lady Aurora, but neither of them could recognize the moment. Hyacinth and Mr. Vetch carried her bier with the help of Eustache Poupin and Paul Muniment. Lady Aurora was at the funeral, and Madame Poupin as well, and 20 neighbors from Lomax Place, but the most distinguished person, in appearance at least, in the group of mourners was Millicent Henning, the grave yet brilliant beauty of whose countenance, the high propriety of whose demeanour, and the fine taste and general style of whose black costume excited no little attention. Mr. Vetch had his idea. He had been nursing it ever since Hyacinth's return from Medley, and 3 days after Penny had been consigned to the earth, he broached it to his young friend. The funeral had been on a Friday, and Hyacinth had mentioned to him that he should return to Mr. Crookenden's on Monday morning. This was Sunday night, and Hyacinth had been out for a walk, neither with Millicent Henning nor with Paul Muniment, but alone, after the manner of old days. When he came in, he found the fiddler waiting for him, and burning a tallow candle in the blighted show-room. He had 3 or 4 little papers in his hand, which exhibited some jottings of his pencil, and Hyacinth guessed what was the truth, but not all the truth, that he had come to speak to him about business. Penny had left a little will, of which she had appointed her old friend executor. This fact had already become known to our hero, who thought such an arrangement highly natural. Mr. Vetch informed him of the purport of this simple and judicious document, and mentioned that he had been looking into the dressmaker's affairs. They consisted, poor Penny's affairs, of the furniture of the house in Lomax Place, of the obligation to pay the remainder of a quarter's rent, and of a sum of money in the savings bank. Hyacinth was surprised to learn that Penny's economies had produced fruit at this late day. Things had gone so ill with her in recent years, and there had been often such a want of money in the house, until Mr. Vetch explained to him with eager clearness that he himself had watched over the little hoard, accumulated during the period of her comparative prosperity, with the stiff determination that it should be sacrificed only in case of desperate necessity. Work had become scarce with Penny, but she could still do it when it came, and the money was to be kept for the very possible period when she should be helpless. Mercifully enough, she had not lived to see that day, and the sum in the bank had survived her, though diminished by more than half. She had left no debts but the matter of the house, and those incurred during her illness. Of course the fiddler had known, he hastened to give his young friend this assurance, that Penny, had she become infirm, would have been able to count absolutely upon him for the equivalent, in her old age, of the protection she had given him in his youth. But what if an accident had overtaken Hyacinth? What if he had incurred some nasty penalty for his revolutionary dabblings, which, little dangerous as they might be to society, were quite capable, in a country where authority, though good-natured, liked occasionally to make an example, to put him on the wrong side of a prison wall? At any rate, for better or worse, by pinching and scraping, She had saved a little, and of that little, after everything was paid off, a fraction would still be left. Everything was bequeathed to Hyacinth, everything but a couple of plated candlesticks and the old chiffonier, which had been so handsome in its day. These Penny begged Mr. Vetch to accept in recognition of services beyond all price. The furniture, everything he didn't want for his own use, Hyacinth would sell in a lump, and with the proceeds he could wipe out old scores. The sum of money would remain to him. It amounted in its reduced condition to about £37. In mentioning this figure, Mr. Vetch appeared to imply that Hyacinth would be master of a very pretty little fortune. Even to the young man himself, in spite of his recent initiations, it seemed far from contemptible. It represented sudden possibilities of still not returning to old Crookendens. It represented them, that is, till presently he remembered the various advances made him by the fiddler, and reflected that by the time these had been repaid there would hardly be £20 left. That, however, was a far larger sum than he had ever had in his pocket at once. He thanked the old man for his information, and remarked, and there was no hypocrisy in the speech, that he was very sorry Penny had not given herself the benefit of the whole of the little fund in her lifetime. To this her executor replied that it had yielded her an interest far beyond any other investment, for he was persuaded she believed she should never live to enjoy it, and this faith was rich in pictures, visions of the effect such a windfall would produce in Hyacinth's career. "What effect did she mean, do you mean?" Hyacinth inquired. As soon as he had spoken he felt that he knew what the old man would say. It would be a reference to Penny's belief in his reunion with his relations, and the facilities that £37 would afford him for cutting a figure among them. And for a moment Mr. Vetch looked at him as if exactly that response were on his lips. At the end of the moment, however, he replied quite differently. "She hoped you would go abroad and see the world." The fiddler watched his young friend. Then he added, "She had a particular wish that you should go to Paris." Hyacinth had turned pale at this suggestion, and for a moment he said nothing. "Ah, Paris," he murmured at last. "She would have liked you even to take a little run down to Italy." "Doubtless that would be pleasant, but there is a limit as to what one can do with £20. "How do you mean with £20?" the old man asked, lifting his eyebrows, while the wrinkles in his forehead made deep shadows in the candlelight. "That's about what will remain after I have settled my account with you." "How do you mean your account with me? I shall not take any of your money." Hyacinth's eyes wandered over his interlocutor's suggestive rustiness. "I don't want to be ungracious, but suppose you should lose your powers." "My dear boy, I shall have one of the resources that was open to Penny. I shall look to you to be the support of my old age." "You may do so with perfect safety, except for that danger you just mentioned of my being imprisoned or hanged." "It's precisely because I think it will be less if you go abroad that I urge you to take this chance. You will see the world, and you will like it better. You will think society, even as it is, has some good points," said Mr. Vetch. "I have never liked it better than the last few months." "Ah, well, wait till you see Paris." "Oh, Paris, Paris," Hyacinth repeated vaguely, staring into the turbid flame of the candle, as if he made out the most brilliant scenes there, an attitude, accent, and expression which the fiddler interpreted both as the vibration of a latent hereditary chord and a symptom of the acute sense of opportunity. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The boulevard was all alive, brilliant with illuminations, with the variety and gaiety of the crowd, the dazzle of shops and cafes seen through uncovered fronts or immense lucid plates, the flamboyant porches of theatres and the flashing lamps of carriages, the far-spreading murmur of talkers and strollers, the uproar of pleasure and prosperity, the general magnificence of Paris on a perfect evening in June. Hyacinth had been walking about all day. He had walked from rising till bedtime every day of the week that had elapsed since his arrival, and now an extraordinary fatigue, which, however, was not without its delight. There was a kind of richness, a sweet satiety in it. A tremendous lassitude had fallen upon him, and he settled himself in a chair beside a little table in front of Tortoni's, not so much to rest from it as to enjoy it. He had seen so much, felt so much, learned so much, thrilled and throbbed and laughed and sighed so much during the past several days that he was conscious at last of the danger of becoming incoherent to himself, of the need of balancing his accounts. To-night he came to a full stop. He simply sat at the door of the most dandified café in Paris and felt his pulse and took stock of his impressions. He had been intending to visit the Variété Théâtre, which blazed through intermediate lights and through the thin foliage of trees not favored by the asphalt on the other side of the great avenue. But the impression of Chaumont, he relinquished that for the present. It added to the luxury of his situation to reflect that he should still have plenty of time to see the succès du jour. The same effect proceeded from his determination to order a marquise, when the waiter, whose superior shirt-front and whisker emerged from the long white cylinder of an apron, came to take his commands. He knew the decoction was expensive. He had learnt as much at the moment he happened to overhear for the first time a mention of it, which had been the night before in his place in a stall during an entr'acte in the Comédie Française. A gentleman beside him, a young man in evening dress, conversing with an acquaintance in the row behind, recommended the latter to refresh himself with the article in question after the play. There was nothing like it, the speaker remarked, of a hot evening in the open air when one was thirsty. The waiter brought Hyacinth a tall glass of champagne, in which a pineapple ice was in solution, and our hero felt that he had hoped for a sensation no less delicate when he looked for an empty table on Tortoni's terrace. Very few tables were empty, and it was his belief that the others were occupied by high celebrities. At any rate, they were just the types he had had a provision of, and wanted most to meet, when the extraordinary opportunity to come abroad with his pocket full of money (it was more extraordinary even than his original meeting with the Princess) became real to him in Lomax Place. He knew about Tortoni's from his study of the French novel, and as he sat there he had a vague sense of fraternizing with Balzac and Alfred de Musset. There were echoes and reminiscences of their works in the air, confounding themselves with the indefinable exhalations, the strange composite odor, half agreeable, half impure, of the boulevard. Splendid Paris, charming Paris! That refrain, the fragment of an invocation, a beginning without an end, hummed itself perpetually in Hyacinth's ears. The only articulate words that got themselves uttered in the hymn of praise which his imagination had been offering to the French capital from the first hour of his stay. He recognized, he greeted, with 1,000 palpitations, the seat of his maternal ancestors, was proud to be associated with so much of the superb, so many proofs of a civilization that had no visible rough spots. He had his perplexities, and he had even now and then a revulsion for which he had made no allowance, as when it came over him that the most brilliant city in the world was also the most blood-stained. But the great sense that he understood and sympathized was preponderant, and his comprehension gave him wings, appeared to transport him to still wider fields of knowledge, still higher sensations. In other days, in London, he had thought again and again of his mother's father, the revolutionary watchmaker who had known the ecstasy of the barricade and had paid for it with his life, and his reveries had not been sensibly chilled by the fact that he knew next to nothing about him. He figured him in his mind, had a conviction that he was very short, like himself, and had curly hair, an immense talent for his work, and an extraordinary natural eloquence, together with many of the most attractive qualities of the French character. But he was reckless, and a little cracked, and probably immoral. He had difficulties and debts and irrepressible passions. His life had been an incurable fever, and its tragic termination was a matter of course. None the less, it would have been a charm to hear him talk, to feel the influence of a gaiety which even political madness could never quench, for his grandson had a theory that he spoke the French tongue of an earlier time, delightful and sociable in accent and phrase, exempt from the commonness of modern slang. This vague yet vivid personage became Hyacinth's constant companion from the day of his arrival. He roamed about with Florentine's boy, hand in hand, sat opposite to him at dinner, at the small table in the restaurant, finished the bottle with him, made the bill a little longer, and treated him to innumerable revelations and counsels. He knew the lad's secret without being told, and looked at him across the diminutive tablecloth, where the great tube of bread, pushed aside a little, left room for his elbows. It puzzled Hyacinth that the people of Paris should ever have the fierceness of hunger when the loaves were so big. Gazed at him with eyes of deep, kind, glowing comprehension, and with lips which seemed to murmur that when one was to die to-morrow, one was wise to eat and drink to-day. There was nothing venerable, no constraint of importance or disapproval in this edifying and impalpable presence. The young man considered that Hyacinth Vivier was of its own time of life, and could enter into his pleasures as well as his pains. Wondering repeatedly where the barricade on which his grandfather fell had been erected, he at last satisfied himself, but I am unable to trace the process of the induction, that it had bristled across the Rue Saint-Honoré, very near to the church of Saint-Roch. The pair had now roamed together through all the museums and gardens, through the principal churches (the Republican martyr was very good-natured about this), through the passages and arcades, up and down the great avenues, across all the bridges, and above all, again and again along the river, where the quays were an endless entertainment to Hyacinth, who lingered by the half-hour beside the boxes of old books on the parapets, stuffing his pockets with five-penny volumes, while the bright industries of the Seine flashed and glittered beneath him, and on the other bank the glorious Louvre stretched either way for half a league. Our young man took almost the same sort of satisfaction in the Louvre as if he had erected it. He haunted the museum during all the first days, and couldn't look enough at certain pictures, nor sufficiently admire the high polish of the great floors in which the golden frescoed ceilings repeated themselves. All Paris struck him as tremendously artistic and decorative. He felt as if hitherto he had lived in a dusky, frowsy, Philistine world, in which the taste was the taste of little Pedlington, and the idea of beautiful arrangement had never had an influence. In his ancestral city it had been active from the first, and that was why his quick sensibility responded, and he murmured again his constant refrain when the fairness of the great monuments arrested him, in the pearly, silvery light, or he saw them take grey-blue, delicate tones at the end of stately vistas. It seemed to him that Paris expressed herself, and did it in the grand style, while London remained vague and blurred, inarticulate, blunt, and dim. Eustache Poupin had given him letters to 3 or 4 Democratic friends, ardent votaries of the social question, who had by a miracle either escaped the cruelty of exile or suffered the outrage of pardon, and, in spite of Republican mouchards, no less infamous than the imperial, and the periodical swoops of despotism which had only changed its buttons and postage stamps, kept alive the sacred spark which would some day become a consuming flame. Hyacinth, however, had not had the thought of delivering these introductions. He had accepted them because Poupin had had such a solemn glee in writing them, and also because he had not the courage to let the couple in Lisson Grove know that since that terrible night at Hoffendal's a change had come over the spirit of his dream. He had not grown more concentrated, he had grown more relaxed, and it was inconsistent with relaxation that he should rummage out Poupin's friends, one of whom lived in the Batignolles and the others in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and pretend that he cared for what they cared for in the same way as they cared for it. What was supreme in his mind to-day was not the idea of how the society that surrounded him should be destroyed. It was, much more, the sense of the wonderful, precious things it had produced, of the brilliant, impressive fabric it had raised. That destruction was waiting for it, there was forcible evidence, known to himself and others, to show. But since this truth had risen before him in its magnitude, he had become conscious of a transfer, partial if not complete, of his sympathies, the same revulsion of which he had given a sign to the Princess in saying that now he pitied the rich, those who were regarded as happy. While the evening passed, therefore, as he kept his place at Tortoni's, the emotion that was last to visit him was a compunction for not having put himself in relation with poor Poupin's friends, for having neglected to make the acquaintance of earnest people. Who in the world, if one should come to that, was as earnest as he himself, or had given such signal even through secret proofs of it? He could lay that unction to his soul in spite of his having amused himself cynically, spent all his time in theatres, galleries, walks of pleasure. The feeling had not failed him with which he accepted Mr. Vetch's furtherance, the sense that since he was destined to perish in his flower, he was right to make a dash at the beautiful, horrible world. That reflection had been natural enough, but what was strange was the fiddler's own impulse, his desire to do something pleasant for him, to beguile him and ship him off. What had been most odd in that was the way Mr. Vetch appeared to overlook the fact that his young friend had already had, that year, such an episode of dissipation as was surely rare in the experience of London artisans. This was one of the many things Hyacinth thought of. He thought of the others in turn and out of turn. It was almost the first time he had sat still long enough, except at the theatre, to collect himself. 100 confused reverberations of the recent past crowded upon him, and he saw that he had lived more intensely in the previous 6 months than in all the rest of his existence. The succession of events finally straightened itself, and he tasted some of the rarest, strangest moments over again. His last week at Medley, in especial, had already become a kind of fable, the echo of a song. He could read it over like a story, gaze at it as he would have gazed at some exquisite picture. His visit there had been perfect to the end, and even the 3 days that Captain Sholto's sojourn lasted had not broken the spell, for the 3 more that had elapsed before his own departure, the Princess herself had given him the signal, were the most important of all. It was then the Princess had made it clear to him that she was in earnest, was prepared for the last sacrifice. She was now his standard of comparison, his authority, his measure, his perpetual reference, and in taking possession of his mind to this extent, she had completely renewed it. She was altogether a new term, and now that he was in a foreign country, he observed how much her conversation, itself so foreign, had prepared him to understand it. In Paris he saw, of course, a great many women, and he noticed almost all of them, especially the actresses, confronting, mentally, their movement, their speech, their manner of dressing, with that of his extraordinary friend. He judged that she was beyond them in every respect, though there were 1 or 2 actresses who had the air of trying to copy her. The recollection of the last days he had spent with her affected him now like the touch of a tear-washed cheek. She had shed tears for him, and it was his suspicion that her secret idea was to frustrate the redemption of his vow to Hoffendal, to the immeasurable body that Hoffendal represented. She pretended to have accepted it, and what she said was simply that when he should have played his part, she would engage to save him, to fling a cloud about him, as the goddess mother of the Trojan hero used, in Virgil's poem, to escamote Aeneas. What she meant was, in his view, to prevent him from playing his part at all. She was earnest for herself, not for him. The main result of his concentrated intimacy with her had been to make him feel that he was good enough for anything. When he had asked her, the last day, if he might write to her, she had said yes, but not for 2 or 3 weeks. He had written after Pinnie's death, and again just before coming abroad, and in doing so had taken account of something else she had said in regard to their correspondence, that she didn't wish vague phrases, protestations, or compliments. She wanted the realities of his life, the smallest, most personal details. Therefore he had treated her to the whole business of the break-up in Lomax Place, including the sale of the rickety furniture. He had told her what the transaction had brought, a beggarly sum, but sufficient to help a little to pay debts. And he had informed her furthermore that one of the ways Mr. Vetch had taken to hurry him off to Paris was to offer him a present of £30 out of his curious little hoard, to add to the sum already inherited from Pinnie, which, in a manner that none of Hyacinth's friends, of course, could possibly regard as frugal, or even as respectable, was now consecrated to a mere excursion. He even mentioned that he had ended by accepting the £30, adding that he had feared there was something demoralizing in his peculiar situation. She would know what he meant by that. It disposed one to take what one could get, made one at least very tolerant of whims that happened to be munificent. What he did not mention to the Princess was the manner in which he had been received by Paul Muniment and by Millicent Henning on his return from Medley. Millicent's reception had been the queerest, it had been unexpectedly mild. She made him no scene of violence, and appeared to have given up the line of throwing a blur of recrimination over her own nefarious doings. She treated him as if she liked him for having got in with the swells. She had an appreciation of success which would lead her to handle him more tenderly now that he was really successful. She tried to make him describe the style of life that was led in a house where people were invited to stay like that without having to pay, and she surprised him almost as much as she gratified him by not indulging in any of her former digs at the Princess. She was lavish of ejaculations when he answered certain of her questions, ejaculations that savoured of Pimlico, "Oh, I say!" and "Oh, my stars!" and he was more than ever struck with her detestable habit of saying, "Aye, that's where it is," when he had made some remark to which she wished to give an intelligent and sympathetic assent. But she didn't jeer at the Princess's private character. She stayed her satire in a case where there was such an opening for it. Hyacinth reflected that this was lucky for her. He couldn't have stood it, nervous and anxious as he was about Pinnie, if she had had the bad taste, at such a time as that, to be profane and insulting. In that case he would have broken with her completely. He would have been too disgusted. She displeased him enough as it was by her vulgar tricks of speech. There were 2 or 3 little recurrent irregularities that aggravated him to a degree quite out of proportion to their importance, as when she said "full up" for full, "sold out" for sold, or remarked to him that she supposed he was now going to chuck up his work at old Crookenden's. These phrases had fallen upon his ear many a time before, but now they seemed almost unpardonable enough to quarrel about. Not that he had any wish to quarrel, for if the question had been pushed, he would have admitted that to-day his intimacy with the Princess had caused any rights he might have had upon Millicent to lapse. Millicent did not push it, however. She only, it was evident, wished to convey to him that it was better for both parties that they should respect each other's liberty. A genial understanding on this subject was what Miss Henning desired, and Hyacinth forbade himself to inquire what use she proposed to make of her freedom. During the month that elapsed between Pinnie's death and his visit to Paris, he had seen her several times, for the respect for each other's freedom had somehow not implied cessation of intercourse, and it was only natural she should have been soft to him in his bereaved condition. Hyacinth's sentiment about Pinnie was deep, and Millicent was clever enough to guess it. The consequence of which was that on these occasions she was very soft indeed. She talked to him almost as if she had been his mother, and he a convalescent child, called him her dear and a young rascal, and her old boy, moralized a good deal, abstained from beer, till she learned he had inherited a fortune, and when he remarked once, moralizing a little too, that after the death of a person we have loved, we are haunted by the memory of our failures of kindness, of generosity, rejoined with a dignity that made the words almost a contribution to philosophy, "Yes, that's where it is." Something in her behavior at this period had even made Hyacinth wonder whether there were not some mystical sign in his appearance, some subtle betrayal in the very expression of his face, of the predicament in which he had been placed by Diedrich Hoffendahl. He began to suspect afresh the operation of that beastly attendrissement he had detected of old in people who had the benefit of Miss Pinsent's innuendos. The compassion Millicent felt for him had never been one of the reasons why he liked her. It had fortunately been corrected, moreover, by his power to make her furious. This evening, on the boulevard, as he watched the interminable successions, one of the ideas that came to him was that it was odd he should like her even yet, for heaven knew he liked the Princess better, and he had hitherto supposed that when a sentiment of this kind had the energy of a possession, it made a clean sweep of all minor predilections. But it was clear to him that Millicent still existed for him, that he couldn't feel he had quite done away with her, or she with him, and that in spite of his having now so many other things to admire, there was still a comfort in the recollection of her robust beauty and her primitive passions. Hyacinth thought of her as some clever young barbarian who in ancient days should have made a pilgrimage to Rome, might have thought of a Dacian or Iberian mistress awaiting his return on the rough provincial shore. If Millicent considered his visit at a hall a proof of the sort of success that was to attend him, how he reconciled this with the supposition that she perceived as a ghostly irradiation, intermingled with his curly hair, the aureola of martyrdom, he would have had some difficulty in explaining. If Miss Henning considered, on his return from Medley, that he had taken his place on the winning side, it was only consistent of her to borrow a grandeur from his further travels; and indeed, by the time he was ready to start, she spoke of the plan as if she had invented it herself, and had even contributed materially to the funds required. It had been her theory from the first that she only liked people of spirit, and Hyacinth certainly had never so much spirit as when he launched himself into continental adventures. He could say to himself, quite without bitterness, that of course she would profit by his absence to put her relations with Sholto on a comfortable footing. Yet somehow, at this moment, as her face came back to him amid the crowd of faces about him, it had not that gentleman's romantic shadow across it. It was the brilliancy of Paris, perhaps, that made him see things rosy. At any rate, he remembered with kindness something that she had said to him the last time he saw her, and that had touched him exceedingly at the moment. He had happened to observe to her in a friendly way that now Miss Pinsent had gone, she was, with the exception of Mr. Vetch, the person in his whole circle who had known him longest. To this Millicent had replied that Mr. Vetch wouldn't live for ever, and then she should have the satisfaction of being his very oldest friend. "Oh, well, I shan't live for ever either," said Hyacinth, which led her to inquire whether by chance he had a weakness of the chest. "Not that I know of, but I might get killed in a row." And when she broke out into the scorn of his silly notion of turning everything up, as if any one wanted to know what a costermonger would like, or any of that low sort of the East End, he amused himself with asking her if she was satisfied with the condition of society, and thought nothing ought to be done for people who, at the end of a lifetime of starvation wages, had only the reward of the hideous workhouse and a pauper's grave. "I shouldn't be satisfied with anything if ever you was to slip up," Millicent answered simply, looking at him with her beautiful boldness. Then she added, "There's one thing I can tell you, Mr. Robinson, that if ever any one was to do you a turn—" And she paused again, tossing back the head she carried as if it were surmounted by a tiara, while Hyacinth inquired what would occur in that contingency. "Well, there'd be one left behind who would take it up," she announced, and in the tone of the declaration there was something brave and genuine. It struck Hyacinth as a strange fate, though not stranger after all than his native circumstances, that one's memory should come to be represented by a shop girl overladen with bracelets of imitation silver, but he was reminded that Millicent was a fine specimen of a woman of a type opposed to the whining, and that in her free temperament many disparities were reconciled. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the other hand, the brilliancy of Paris had not much power to transfigure the impression made upon him by such intercourse with Paul Muniment as he had enjoyed during the weeks that followed Penny's death, an impression considerably more severe than any idea of renunciation or oblivion that could connect itself with Millicent. Why it should have had the taste of sadness was not altogether clear, for Muniment's voice was as distinct as any in the chorus of approbation excited by the news that Hyacinth was about to cultivate the most characteristic of the pleasures of gentility, a sympathetic unanimity of which the effort was to place his journey to Paris in a light almost ridiculous. What had got into them all? And did they think he was good for nothing but to amuse himself? Mr. Vetch had been the most zealous, but the others clapped him on the back in almost exactly the same manner as he had seen his mates in Soho bring their palms down on one of their number when it was disclosed to them that his missus had made him yet once again a father. That had been Poupin's tone, and his wife's as well, and even poor Shinkle, with his everlasting bandage, whom he had met in Lisson Grove, appeared to think it necessary to remark that a little run across the Rhine while he was about it would open his eyes to a great many wonders. The Poupins shed tears of joy, and the letters which have already been mentioned, and which lay day after day on the mantel-shelf of the little room our hero occupied in an Hôtel Garni, tremendously tall and somewhat lopsided, in the Rue Jacob. That recommendation proceeded also from Lisson Grove, the Garni being kept by a second cousin of Madame Eustache. These valuable documents had been prepared by the obliging exile many days before his young friend was ready to start. It was almost refreshing to Hyacinth when old Crookenden, the sole outspoken dissentient, told him he was a blockhead to waste his money on the bloody French. This worthy employer of labour was evidently disgusted at such an innovation. If he wanted a little recreation, why couldn't he take it as it had been taken in Soho from the beginning of time, in the shape of a trip to Hampton Court, or 2 or 3 days of alcoholic torpor? Old Crookenden was right. Hyacinth conceded freely that he was a blockhead, and was only a little uncomfortable that he couldn't explain why he didn't pretend not to be, and had a kind of right to that compensatory luxury. Paul guessed why, of course, and smiled approval with a candour which gave Hyacinth a strange, inexpressible heartache. He already knew that his friend's view of him was that he was ornamental and adapted to the lighter kinds of socialistic utility, constituted to show that the Revolution was not necessarily brutal and illiterate, but in the light of the cheerful stoicism with which Muniment regarded the sacrifice our hero was committed to, the latter had found it necessary to remodel a good deal his original conception of the young chemist's nature. The result of this process was not that he admired it less, but that he felt almost awe-stricken in the presence of it. There had been an element of that sort in his appreciation of Muniment from the first, but it had been infinitely deepened by the spectacle of his sublime consistency. Hyacinth felt that he himself could never have risen to that point. He was competent to make the promise to Hoffendahl, and he was equally competent to keep it. But he could not have had the same fortitude for another, could not have detached himself from personal prejudice so effectually as to put forward in that way for the terrible job a little chap he liked. That Muniment liked him it never occurred to Hyacinth to doubt, and certainly he had all the manner of it to-day. He had never been more good-humoured, more placidly talkative. He was like an elder brother who knew that the youngster was clever, and was rather proud of it even when there was no one there to see. That air of suspending their partnership for the moment, which had usually marked him at the Sun and Moon, was never visible in other places. In Audley Court he only chaffed Hyacinth occasionally for taking him too seriously. To-day his young friend hardly knew just how to take him. The episode of which Hoffendahl was the central figure had, as far as one could see, made so little change in his life. As a conspirator he was so extraordinarily candid, and bitterness and denunciation so rarely sat on his lips. It was as if he had been ashamed to complain, and indeed for himself, as the months went on, he had nothing particular to complain of. He had had a rise at the chemical works, and a plan of getting a larger room for Rosie was under serious consideration. On behalf of others he never sounded the pathetic note. He thought that sort of thing unbusinesslike, and the most that he did in the way of expatiation on the wrongs of humanity was occasionally to mention certain statistics, certain returns in regard to the remuneration of industries, applications for employment, and the discharge of hands. In such matters as these he was deeply versed, and he moved in a dry statistical and scientific air in which it cost Hyacinth an effort of respiration to accompany him. Simple and kindly as he was, and thoughtful of the woes of beasts, attentive and merciful to small insects, and addicted even to kissing dirty babies in Audley Court, he sometimes emitted a short satiric gleam which showed that his esteem for the poor was small, and that if he had no illusions about the people who had got everything into their hands, he had as few about those who had egregiously failed to do so. He was tremendously reasonable, which was largely why Hyacinth admired him, having a desire to be so himself, but finding it terribly difficult. Muniment's absence of passion, his fresh-coloured coolness, his easy, exact knowledge, the way he kept himself clean, except for the chemical stains on his hands, in circumstances of foul contact, constituted a group of qualities that had always appeared to Hyacinth singularly enviable. Most enviable of all was the force that enabled him to sink personal sentiment where a great public good was to be attempted, and yet keep up the form of caring for that minor interest. It seemed to Hyacinth that if he had introduced a young fellow to Hoffendal for his purposes, and Hoffendal had accepted him on such a recommendation, and everything had been settled, he would have preferred never to look at the young fellow again. That was his weakness, and Muniment carried it off far otherwise. It must be added that he had never made an allusion to their visit to Hoffendal, so that Hyacinth also, out of pride, held his tongue on the subject. If his friend didn't wish to express any sympathy for him, he was not going to beg for it, especially as he didn't want it, by restless references. It had originally been a surprise to him that Muniment should be willing to countenance a possible assassination, but after all none of his ideas were narrow. Hyacinth had a sense that they ripened all the while, and if a pistol shot would do any good, he was not the man to raise pedantic objections. It is true that, as regards his quiet acceptance of the predicament in which Hyacinth might be placed by it, our young man had given him the benefit of a certain amount of doubt. It had occurred to him that perhaps Muniment had his own reasons for believing that the summons from Hoffendal would never really arrive, so that he might only be treating himself to the entertainment of judging of a little bookbinder's nerve. But in this case, why did he take an interest in the little bookbinder's going to Paris? That was a thing he would not have cared for if he had held that in fact there was nothing to fear. He despised the sight of idleness, and in spite of the indulgence he had more than once been good enough to express on the subject of Hyacinth's Epicurean tendencies, what he would have been most likely to say at present was, "Go to Paris? Go to the dickens! Haven't you been out at grass long enough for one while? Didn't you lark enough in the country there with the noble lady? And hadn't you better take up your tools again before you forget how to handle them?" Rosie had said something of that sort, in her free, familiar way. Whatever her intention, she had been, in effect, only a little less sarcastic than old Crookenden. That Mr. Robinson was going in for a life of leisure, a life of luxury like herself. She must congratulate him on having the means and the time. Oh, the time! That was the great thing. She could speak with knowledge, having always enjoyed these advantages herself. And she intimated, or was she mistaken, that his good fortune emulated hers also in the matter of his having a high-born and beneficent friend, such a blessing now he had lost dear Miss Pinsent, who covered him with little attentions. Rose Muniment, in short, had been more exasperating than ever. The boulevard became even more brilliant as the evening went on, and Hyacinth wondered whether he had a right to occupy the same table for so many hours. The theatre on the other side discharged its multitude. The crowd thickened on the wide asphalt, on the terrace of the café. Gentlemen, accompanied by ladies of whom he knew already how to characterize the type, des femmes très chic, passed into the portals of Tortoni. The nightly emanation of Paris seemed to rise more richly, to float and hang in the air, to mingle with the universal light and the many-voiced sound, to resolve itself into 1,000 solicitations and opportunities, addressed however mainly to those in whose pockets the chink of a little loose gold might respond. Hyacinth's retrospections had not made him drowsy, but quite the reverse. He grew restless and excited, and a kind of pleasant terror of the place and hour entered into his blood. But it was nearly midnight, and he got up to walk home, taking the line of the boulevard towards the Madeleine. He passed down the Rue Royale, where comparative stillness reigned, and when he reached the Place de la Concorde to cross the bridge which faces the Corps Législatif, he found himself almost isolated. He had left the human swarm and the obstructed pavements behind, and the wide spaces of the splendid square lay quiet under the summer stars. The plash of the great fountains was audible, and he could almost hear the wind-stirred murmur of the little wood of the Tuileries on one side and of the vague expanse of the Champs-Élysées on the other. The place itself, the Place Louis XV, the Place de la Révolution, had given him a sensible emotion from the day of his arrival. He had recognized so quickly its tremendously historic character. He had seen, in a rapid vision, the guillotine in the middle, on the site of the inscrutable obelisk, and the tumbrils, with waiting victims, were stationed round the circle now made majestic by the monuments of the cities of France. The great legend of the French Revolution, sanguinary and heroic, was more real to him here than anywhere else. And strangely, what was most present was not its turpitude and horror, but its magnificent energy, the spirit of life that had been in it, not the spirit of death. That shadow was effaced by the modern fairness of fountain and statue, the stately perspective and composition, and as he lingered, before crossing the Seine, a sudden sense overtook him, making his heart sink with a kind of desolation, a sense of everything that might hold one to the world, of the sweetness of not dying, the fascination of great cities, the charm of travel and discovery, the generosity of admiration. The tears rose to his eyes, as they had done more than once in the past 6 months, and a question, low but poignant, broke from his lips, ending in nothing. How could he? How could he? It may be explained that he was a reference to Paul Muniment, for Hyacinth had dreamed of the religion of friendship. 3 weeks after this he found himself in Venice, whence he addressed to the Princess Casamassima a letter of which I reproduce the principal passages. This is probably the last time I shall write to you before I return to London. Of course you have been in this place, and you will easily understand why here, especially here, the spirit should move me. Dear Princess, what an enchanted city, what ineffable impressions, what a revelation of the exquisite! I have a room in a little campo opposite to a small old church, which has cracked marble slabs let into the front, and in the cracks grow little wild, delicate flowers, of which I don't know the name. Over the door of the church hangs an old battered leather curtain, polished and tawny, as thick as a mattress, and with buttons in it like a sofa, and it flops to and fro laboriously, as women and girls, with shawls on their heads, and their feet in little wooden shoes, which have nothing but toes, pass in and out. In the middle of the campo is a fountain, which looks still older than the church. It has a primitive, barbaric air, and I have an idea it was put there by the first settlers, those who came to Venice from the mainland, from Aquileia. Observe how much historical information I have already absorbed. It won't surprise you, however, for you never wondered at anything after you discovered I knew something of Schopenhauer. I assure you I don't think of that musty misogynist in the least to-day, for I bend a genial eye on the women and girls I just spoke of, as they glide, with a small clatter, and with their old copper water jars, to the fountain. The Venetian girl face is wonderfully sweet, and the effect is charming when its pale, sad oval (they all look underfed) is framed in the old faded shawl. They also have very fascinating hair, which never has done curling, and they slip along together in couples and threes, interlinked by the arms, and never meeting one's eye, so that its geniality doesn't matter, dressed in thin, cheap cotton gowns, whose limp folds make the same delightful line that everything else in Italy makes. The weather is splendid, and I roast, but I like it. Apparently I was made to be spitted and done, and I discover that I have been cold all my life, even when I thought I was warm. I have seen none of the beautiful patricians who sat for the great painters, the gorgeous beings whose golden hair was intertwined with pearls, but I am studying Italian in order to talk with the shuffling, clicking maidens who work in the bead factories. I am determined to make one or two of them look at me. When they have filled their old water-pots at the fountain, it is jolly to see them perch them on their heads and patter away over the polished Venetian stones. It's a charm to be in a country where the women don't wear the hideous British bonnet. Even in my own class (excuse the expression, I remember it used to offend you), I have never known a young female in London to put her nose out of the door without it, and if you had frequented such young females as much as I have, you would have learned of what degradation that dreary necessity is the source. The floor of my room is composed of little brick tiles, and to freshen the air in this temperature one sprinkles it, as you no doubt know, with water. Before long, if I keep on sprinkling, I shall be able to swim about. The green shutters are closed, and the place makes a very good tank. Through the chinks the hot light of the Campo comes in. I smoke cigarettes, and in the pauses of this composition recline on a faded magenta divan in the corner. Convenient to my hand in that attitude are the works of Leopardi and a second-hand dictionary. I am very happy, happier than I have ever been in my life save at Medley, and I don't care for anything but the present hour. It won't last long, for I am spending all my money. When I have finished this I shall go forth and wander about in the splendid Venetian afternoon, and I shall spend the evening in that enchanted square of St. Mark's, which resembles an immense open-air drawing-room, listening to music and feeling the sea breeze blow in between those two strange old columns in the Piazzetta, which seem to make a portal for it. I can scarcely believe that it's of myself that I am telling these fine things. I say to myself a dozen times a day that Hyacinth Robinson is not in it. I pinch my leg to see if I am not dreaming. But a short time hence, when I have resumed the exercise of my profession in sweet Soho, I shall have proof enough that it has been my very self. I shall know that by the terrible grind I shall feel my work to be. That will mean, no doubt, that I'm deeply demoralized. It won't be for you, however, in this case, to cast the stone at me, for my demoralization began from the moment I first approached you. Dear Princess, I may have done you good, but you haven't done me much. I trust you will understand what I mean by that speech, and not think it flippant or impertinent. I may have helped you to understand and enter into the misery of the people, though I protest I don't know much about it. But you have led my imagination into quite another train. However, I don't mean to pretend that it's all your fault if I have lost sight of the sacred cause almost altogether in my recent adventures. It is not that it has not been there to see, for that perhaps is the clearest result of extending one's horizon, the sense, increasing as we go, that want and toil and suffering are the constant lot of the immense majority of the human race. I have found them everywhere, but I haven't minded them. Excuse the cynical confession. What has struck me is the great achievements of which man has been capable in spite of them, the splendid accumulations of the happier few, to which, doubtless, the miserable many have also in their degree contributed. The face of Europe appears to be covered with them, and they have had much the greater part of my attention. They seem to me inestimably precious and beautiful, and I have become conscious, more than ever before, of how little I understand what, in the great rectification, you and Poupin propose to do with them. Dear Princess, there are things which I shall be sorry to see you touch, even with your hands divine. And, shall I tell you le fond de ma pensée, as you used to say? I feel myself capable of fighting for them. You can't call me a traitor, for you know the obligation that I recognize. The monuments and treasures of art, the great palaces and properties, the conquests of learning and taste, the general fabric of civilization as we know it, based, if you will, upon all the despotisms, the cruelties, the exclusions, the monopolies and the rapacities of the past, but thanks to which, all the same, the world is less impracticable and life more tolerable. Our friend Hoffendal seems to me to hold them too cheap, and to wish to substitute for them something in which I can't somehow believe as I do in things with which the aspirations and the tears of generations have been mixed. You know how extraordinary I think our Hoffendal, to speak only of him; but if there is one thing that is more clear about him than another, it is that he wouldn't have the least feeling for this incomparable, abominable old Venice. He would cut up the ceilings of the Veronese into strips so that every one might have a little piece. I don't want every one to have a little piece of anything, and I have a great horror of that kind of invidious jealousy which is at the bottom of the idea of a redistribution. You will say that I talk of it at my ease, while in a delicious capital I smoke cigarettes on a magenta divan, and I give you leave to scoff at me if it turns out that when I come back to London without a penny in my pocket I don't hold the same language. I don't know what it comes from, but during the last 3 months there has crept over me a deep mistrust of that same grudging attitude, the intolerance of positions and fortunes that are higher and brighter than one's own, a fear, moreover, that I may, in the past, have been actuated by such motives, and a devout hope that if I am to pass away while I am yet young, it may not be with that odious stain upon my soul. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hyacinth spent 3 days after his return to London in a process which he supposed to be the quest of a lodging, but in reality he was pulling himself together for the business of his livelihood, an effort he found by no means easy or agreeable. As he had told the Princess, he was demoralized, and the perspective of Mr. Crookenden's dirty staircase had never seemed so steep. He lingered on the brink before he plunged again into Soho. He wished not to go back to the shop till he should be settled, and he delayed to get settled in order not to go back to the shop. He saw no one during this interval, not even Mr. Vetch. He waited to call upon the fiddler till he should have the appearance of not coming as a beggar or a borrower, have recovered his employment, and be able to give an address, such as he had heard Captain Sholto say. He went to South Street, not meaning to go in at once, but wishing to look at the house, and there he had the surprise of perceiving a bill of sale in the window of the Princess's late residence. He had not expected to find her in town. He had heard from her the last time 3 weeks before, and then she had said nothing about her prospects. But he was puzzled by this indication that she had moved away altogether. There was something in this, however, which he felt at the bottom he had looked for. It appeared a proof of the justice of a certain suspicious, uneasy sentiment from which one could never be quite free in one's intercourse with the Princess, a vague apprehension that one might suddenly stretch out one's hand and miss her altogether from one's side. Hyacinth decided to ring at the door and ask for news of her, but there was no response to his summons. The stillness of an August afternoon—the year had come round again from his first visit—hung over the place, The blinds were down, and the caretaker appeared to be absent. Under these circumstances Hyacinth was much at a loss, unless, indeed, he should address a letter to his wonderful friend at Medley. It would doubtless be forwarded, though her short lease of the country house had terminated, as he knew, several weeks before. Captain Sholto was of course a possible medium of communication, but nothing would have induced Hyacinth to ask such a service of him. He turned away from South Street with a curious sinking of the heart. His state of ignorance struck inward, as it were, had the force of a vague, disquieting portent. He went to old Crookenden's only when he had arrived at his last penny. This, however, was very promptly the case. He had disembarked at London Bridge with only 17 pence in his pocket, and he had lived on that sum for 3 days. The old fiddler in Lomax Place was having a chop before he went to the theatre, and he invited Hyacinth to share his repast, sending out at the same time for another pot of beer. He took the youth with him to the play, where, as at that season there were very few spectators, he had no difficulty in finding him a place. He seemed to wish to keep hold of him, and looked at him strangely over his spectacles. Mr. Vetch wore the homely double glass in these latter years. When he learned that Hyacinth had taken a lodging not in their old familiar quarter, but in the unexplored purlieus of Westminster. What had determined our young man was the fact that from this part of the town the journey was comparatively a short one to Camberwell. He had suffered so much before Penny's death from being separated by such a distance from his best friends. There was a pang in his heart connected with the image of Paul Muniment, but none the less the prospect of an evening hour in Audley Court from time to time appeared one of his most definite sources of satisfaction in the future. He could have gone straight to Camberwell to live, but that would carry him too far from the scene of his profession, and in Westminster he was much nearer to old Crookenden's than he had been in Lomax Place. He said to Mr. Vetch that if it would give him pleasure, he would abandon his lodging and take another in Pentonville. But the old man replied after a moment that he should be sorry to put that constraint upon him. If he were to make such an exaction, Hyacinth would think he wanted to watch him. "How do you mean, watch me?" Mr. Vetch had begun to tune his fiddle, and he scraped it a little before answering. "I mean it as I have always meant it. Surely you know that in Lomax Place I had my eyes on you. I watched you as a child on the edge of a pond watches the little boat he has constructed and set afloat." "You couldn't discover much. You saw, after all, very little of me," Hyacinth said. "I made what I could of that little. It was better than nothing." Hyacinth laid his hand gently on the old man's arm. He had never felt so kindly to him, not even when he accepted the 30 pounds before going abroad, as at this moment. "Certainly I will come and see you." "I was much obliged to you for your letters," Mr. Vetch remarked, without heeding these words and continuing to scrape. He had always, even into the shabbiness of his old age, kept that mark of English good breeding, which is composed of some such odd elements, that there was a shyness, an aversion to possible phrase-making in his manner of expressing gratitude for favours, and that in spite of this cursory tone his acknowledgment had ever the accent of sincerity. Hyacinth took but little pleasure in the play, which was an inanimate revival. He had been at the Théâtre Français, and the tradition of that house was still sufficiently present to him to make any other style of interpretation appear of the clumsiest. He sat in one of the front stalls close to the orchestra, and while the piece went forward, or backward, ever backward as it seemed to him, his thoughts wandered far from the shabby scene and the dusty boards, revolving around a question which had come up immensely during the last few hours. The Princess was a capricciosa; that at least was Madame Grandoni's account of her, and was that blank, expressionless house in South Street a sign that an end had come to the particular caprice in which he had happened to be involved? He had returned to London with an ache of eagerness to be with her again, on the same terms as at Medley, a throbbing sense that unless she had been abominably dishonest, he might count upon her. This state of mind was by no means complete security, but it was so sweet that it mattered little whether it were sound. Circumstances had favored in an extraordinary degree his visit to her, and it was by no means clear that they would again be so accommodating, or that what had been possible for a few days should be possible with continuity in the midst of the ceremonies and complications of London. Hyacinth felt poorer than he had ever felt before, inasmuch as he had had money and spent it, whereas in previous times he had never had it to spend. He never for an instant regretted his squandered fortune, for he said to himself that he had made a good bargain and become master of a precious equivalent. The equivalent was a rich experience, an experience which would become richer still as he should talk it over in a low chair close to hers with the all-comprehending, all-suggesting lady of his life. His poverty would be no obstacle to their intercourse so long as he should have a pair of legs to carry him to her door, for she liked him better shabby than when he was furbished up, and she had given him too many pledges, they had taken together too many appointments, worked out too many programs to be disconcerted, on either side, by obstacles that were merely a part of the general conventionality. He was to go with her into the slums, to introduce her to the worst that London contained. He should have precisely to make acquaintance with it first, to show her the reality of the horrors of which she dreamed that the world might be purged. He had ceased himself to care for the slums, and had reasons for not wishing to spend his remnant in the contemplation of foul things, but he would go through with his part of the engagement. He might be perfunctory, but any dreariness would have a gilding that should involve an association with her. What if she should have changed, have ceased to care? What if, from a kind of royal insolence, which he suspected to lurk somewhere in the side scenes of her nature, though he had really not once seen it peep out, she should toss back her perfect head with a movement signifying that he was too basely literal and that she knew him no more? Hyacinth's imagination represented her this evening in places where a barrier of dazzling light shut her out from access or even from any appeal. He saw her with other people in splendid rooms where the dukes had possession of her, smiling, satisfied, surrounded, covered with jewels. When this vision grew intense he found a reassurance in reflecting that after all she would be unlikely to throw him personally over, so long as she should remain mixed up with what was being planned in the dark, and that it would not be easy for her to liberate herself from that entanglement. She had, of course, told him more, at Medley, of the manner in which she had already committed herself, and he remembered with a strange perverse elation that she had gone very far indeed. In the intervals of the foolish play, Mr. Vetch, who lingered in his place in the orchestra while his mates descended into the little hole under the stage, leaned over the rail and asked his young friend occasional questions, carrying his eyes at the same time up about the dingy house, at whose smoky ceiling and tarnished galleries he had been staring for so many a year. He came back to Hyacinth's letters and said, "Of course you know they were clever. They entertained me immensely. But as I read them I thought of poor Pinnie. I wished she could have listened to them. They would have made her so happy." "Yes, poor Pinnie," Hyacinth murmured, while Mr. Vetch went on. "I was in Paris in 1840. I stayed at a small hotel in the Rue Mogador. I judged everything is changed from your letters. Does the Rue Mogador still exist? Yes, everything is changed. I dare say it's all much finer, but I liked it very much as it was then. At all events, I am right in supposing, am I not, that it cheered you up considerably, made you really happy?" "Why should I have wanted any cheering? I was happy enough," Hyacinth replied. The fiddler turned his old white face upon him. It had the unhealthy smoothness which denotes a sedentary occupation, 30 years spent in a close crowd, amid the smoke of lamps and the odor of stage paint. "I thought you were sad about Pinnie," he remarked. "When I jumped with that avidity at your proposal that I should take a tour? Poor old Pinnie," Hyacinth added. "Well, I hope you think a little better of the world. We mustn't make up our mind too early in life." "Oh, I have made up mine. It's an awfully jolly place." Awfully jolly, no, but I like it as I like an old pair of shoes. I like so much less the idea of putting on the new ones." "Why should I complain?" Hyacinth asked. "What have I known but kindness? People have done such a lot for me." "Oh, well, of course they have liked you, but that's all right," murmured Mr. Vetch, beginning to scrape again. What remained in Hyacinth's mind from this conversation was the fact that the old man, whom he regarded distinctly as cultivated, had thought his letters clever. He only wished that he had made them cleverer still. He had no doubt of his ability to have done so. It may be imagined whether the first hours he spent at old Crookenden's, after he took up work again, were altogether to his taste, and what was the nature of the reception given him by his former comrades, whom he found exactly in the same attitudes and the same clothes, he knew and hated every article they wore, and with the same primitive pleasantries on their lips. Our young man's feelings were mingled. The place and the people appeared to him loathsome, but there was something delightful in handling his tools. He gave a little private groan of relief when he discovered that he still liked his work, and that the pleasant swarm of his ideas, in the matter of sides and backs, returned to him. They came in still brighter, more suggestive form, and he had the satisfaction of feeling that his taste had improved, that it had been purified by experience, and that the covers of a book might be made to express an astonishing number of high conceptions. Strange enough it was, and a proof surely of our little hero's being a genuine artist, that the impressions he had accumulated during the last few months appeared to mingle and confound themselves with the very sources of his craft, and to be susceptible of technical representation. He had quite determined by this time to carry on his life as if nothing were hanging over him, and he had no intention of remaining a little bookbinder to the end of his days, for that medium, after all, would translate only some of his conceptions. Yet his trade was a resource, an undiminished resource for the present, and he had a particular as well as a general motive in attempting new flights, the prevision of the exquisite work which he was to do during the coming year for the Princess, and which it was very definite to him he owed her. When that debt should have been paid, and his other arrears made up, he proposed to himself to write something. He was far from having decided as yet what it should be. The only point settled was that it should be very remarkable, and should not, at least on the face of it, have anything to do with the fresh deal of the social pack. That was to be his transition into literature. To bind the book, charming as the process might be, was after all much less fundamental than to write it. It had occurred to Hyacinth more than once that it would be a fine thing to produce a brilliant death song. It is not surprising that amongst such reveries as this he should have been conscious of a narrow range in the tone of his old work-fellows. They had only one idea, that he had come into £1,000 and had gone to spend them in France with a regular high one. He was aware in advance of the diffusion of this legend, and did his best to allow for it, taking the simplest course, which was not to contradict it, but to catch the ball as it came, and toss it still further, enlarging and embroidering humorously until Grugan and Roker and Hodgkin and all the rest, who struck him as not having washed since he left them, seemed really to begin to understand how it was he could have spent such a rare sum in so short a time. The impressiveness of this achievement helped him greatly to slip into his place. He could see that though the treatment it received was superficially irreverent, the sense that he was very sharp, and that the springs of his sharpness were somehow secret, gained a good deal of strength from it. Hyacinth was not incapable of being rather pleased that it should be supposed, even by Grugan, Roker, and Hodgkin, that he could get rid of £1,000 in less than 5 months, especially as to his own conscience, the fact had altogether yet to be proved. He got off on the whole easily enough to feel a little ashamed, and he reflected that the men at Crookenden's, at any rate, showed no symptoms of the social jealousy lying at the bottom of the desire for a fresh deal. This was doubtless an accident, and not inherent in the fact that they were highly skilled workmen (old Crookenden had no others), and therefore sure of constant employment. For it was impossible to be more skilled in one's own line than Paul Muniment was, and yet he, though not out of jealousy, of course, went in for the great restitution. What struck him most, after he had got used again to the sense of his apron, and bent his back a while over his battered table, was the simple, synthetic patience of the others, who had bent their backs and felt the rub of that dirty drapery all the while he was lounging in the halls of Medley, dawdling through boulevards and museums, and admiring the purity of the Venetian girl face. With Poupin, to be sure, his relations were special, but the explanations that he owed the sensitive Frenchman were not such as could make him very unhappy, once he had determined to resist as much as possible the friction of his remaining days. There was, moreover, more sorrow than anger in Poupin's face when he learned that his young friend and pupil had failed to cultivate, in Paris, the rich opportunities he had offered him. "You are cooling off, my child. There is something about you. Have you the weakness to flatter yourself that anything has been done, or that humanity suffers a particle less? Enfin, it's between you and your conscience." "Do you think I want to get out of it?" Hyacinth asked, smiling. Eustache's Poupin's phrases about humanity, which used to thrill him so, having grown of late strangely hollow and rococo. "You owe me no explanations. The conscience of the individual is absolute, except, of course, in those classes in which, from the very nature of the infamies on which they are founded, no conscience can exist. Speak to me, however, of my Paris. She is always divine," Poupin went on, but he showed signs of irritation when Hyacinth began to praise to him the magnificent creations of the arch-fiend of December. In the presence of this picture he was in a terrible dilemma. He was gratified as a Parisian and a patriot, but he was disconcerted as a lover of liberty. It cost him a pang to admit that anything in the sacred city was defective, yet he saw still less his way to concede that it could owe any charm to the perjured monster of the Second Empire, or even to the hypocritical mendacious republicanism of the regime before which the sacred Commune had gone down in blood and fire. "Ah, yes, it's very fine, no doubt," he remarked at last, "but it will be finer still when it's ours," a speech which caused Hyacinth to turn back to his work with a slight feeling of sickness. Everywhere, everywhere, he saw the ulcer of envy, the passion of a party which hung together for the purpose of despoiling another to its advantage. In old Eustache, one of the pure, this was particularly sad. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Princess Casamassima by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The landing at the top of the stairs in Audley Court was always dark, but it seemed darker than ever to Hyacinth while he fumbled for the door latch, after he had heard Rose Munimit's penetrating voice bid him come in. During that instant his ear caught the sound, if it could trust itself, of another voice, which prepared him, a little, for the spectacle that offered itself as soon as the door (his attempt to reach the handle in his sudden agitation proving fruitless) was opened to him by Paul. His friend stood there, tall and hospitable, saying something loud and jovial, which he didn't distinguish. His eyes had crossed the threshold in a flash, but his steps faltered a moment, only to obey, however, the vigour of Munimit's outstretched hand. Hyacinth's glance had gone straight, and though with 4 persons in it, Rosie's little apartment looked crowded, he saw no one but the object of his quick preconception, no one but the Princess Casamassima, seated beside the low sofa, the grand feature introduced during his absence from London, on which, arrayed in the famous pink dressing-gown, Miss Munimit now received her visitors. He wondered afterwards why he should have been so startled, for he had said often enough, both to himself and to the Princess, that so far as she was concerned he was proof against astonishment. It was so evident that, in her behaviour, the unexpected was the only thing to be looked for. In fact, now that he perceived she had made her way to Camberwell without his assistance, the feeling that took possession of him was a kind of embarrassment. He blushed a little as he entered the circle, the 4th member of which was inevitably Lady Aurora Langrish. Was it that his intimacy with the Princess gave him a certain sense of responsibility for her conduct in respect to people who knew her as yet but a little, and that there was something that required explanation in the confidence with which she had practised a descent upon them? It is true that it came over our young man that by this time, perhaps, they knew her a good deal, and moreover a woman's conduct spoke for itself when she could sit looking, in that fashion, like a radiant angel dressed in a simple bonnet and mantle, and immensely interested in an appealing corner of the earth. It took Hyacinth but an instant to perceive that her character was in a different phase from any that had yet been exhibited to him. There had been a brilliant mildness about her the night he made her acquaintance, and she had never ceased, at any moment since, to strike him as an exquisitely human, sentient, pitying organization, unless it might be, indeed, in relation to her husband, against whom, for reasons after all doubtless very sufficient, her heart appeared absolutely steeled. But now her face looked at him through a sort of glorious charity. She had put off her splendour, but her beauty was unquenchably bright. She had made herself humble for her pious excursion. She had, beside Rosie, who, in the pink dressing-gown, looked much the more luxurious of the two, almost the attitude of a hospital nurse, and it was easy to see from the meagre line of her garments that she was tremendously in earnest. If Hyacinth was flurried, her own countenance expressed no confusion. For her, evidently, this queer little chamber of poverty and pain was a place in which it was perfectly natural that he should turn up. The sweet, still greeting her eyes offered him might almost have conveyed to him that she had been waiting for him, that she knew he would come, and that there had been a tacit appointment for that very moment. They said other things beside, in their beautiful friendliness. They said, "Don't notice me too much, or make any kind of scene. I have an immense deal to say to you, but remember that I have the rest of our life before me to say it in. Consider only what will be easiest and kindest to these people, these delightful people whom I find enchanting. Why didn't you ever tell me more, I mean really more, about them? It won't be particularly complimentary to them if you have the air of seeing a miracle in my presence here. I am very glad of your return. The quavering, fidgety ladyship is as fascinating as the others." Hyacinth's reception at the hands of his old friends was cordial enough quite to obliterate the element of irony that had lurked 3 months before in their Godspeed. Their welcome was not boisterous, but it seemed to express the idea that the occasion was already so rare and agreeable that his arrival was all that was needed to make it perfect. By the time he had been 3 minutes in the room, he was able to measure the impression produced by the Princess, who, it was clear, had thrown a spell of adoration over the little company. This was in the air, in the face of each, in their excited, smiling eyes and heightened colour. Even Rosie's wan grimace, which was at all times screwed up to ecstasy, emitted a supererogatory ray. Lady Aurora looked more than ever dishevelled with interest and wonder. The long strands of her silky hair floated like gossamer, as in her extraordinary religious attention. Her hands were raised and clasped to her bosom as if she were praying. Her respiration rose and fell. She had never seen any one like the Princess, but Hyacinth's apprehension of some months before had been groundless. She evidently didn't think her vulgar. She thought her divine and a revelation of beauty and benignity, and the illuminated, amplified room could contain no dissentient opinion. It was her beauty primarily that fetched them, Hyacinth could easily see, and it was not hidden from him that the sensation was as active in Paul Muniment as in his companions. It was not in Paul's nature to be jerkily demonstrative, and he had not lost his head on the present occasion, but he had already appreciated the difference between one's preconception of a meretricious, factitious fine lady and the actual influence of such a personage. She was gentler, fairer, wiser than a chemist's assistant could have guessed in advance. In short, she held the trio in her hand. She had reduced Lady Aurora to exactly the same simplicity as the others, and she performed admirably, artistically, for their benefit. Almost before Hyacinth had had time to wonder how she had found the Muniments out, he had no recollection of giving her specific directions, she mentioned that Captain Sholto had been so good as to introduce her, doing so as if she owed him that explanation and were a woman who would be scrupulous in such a case. It was rather a blow to him to hear that she had been accepting the captain's mediation, and this was not softened by her saying that she was too impatient to wait for his own return. He was apparently so happy on the Continent that one couldn't be sure it would ever take place. The Princess might at least have been sure that to see her again very soon was still more necessary to his happiness than anything the Continent could offer. It came out in the conversation he had with her, to which the others listened with respectful curiosity, that Captain Sholto had brought her a week before, but then she had seen only Miss Muniment. "I took the liberty of coming again by myself to-day because I wanted to see the whole family," the Princess remarked, looking from Paul to Lady Aurora with a friendly gaiety in her face which purified the observation, as regarded her ladyship, of impertinence. The Princess added frankly that she had now been careful to arrive at an hour when she thought Mr. Muniment might be at home. "When I come to see gentlemen, I like at least to find them," she continued, and she was so great a lady that there was no small diffidence in her attitude. It was a simple matter for her to call on a chemist's assistant as if she had a reason. Hyacinth could see that the reason had already been brought forward, her immense interest in problems that Mr. Muniment had completely mastered, and in particular their common acquaintance with the extraordinary man whose mission it was to solve them. Hyacinth learned later that she had pronounced the name of Hofendal. A part of the lustre in Rosy's eyes came no doubt from the explanation she had inevitably been moved to make in respect to any sympathy with wicked theories that might be imputed to her, and of course the effect of this intensely individual little protest, such was always its effect, emanating from the sofa and the pink dressing-gown, was to render the Muniment interior still more quaint and original. In that spot Paul always gave the go-by, humorously, to any attempt to draw out his views, and you would have thought to hear him that he allowed himself the reputation of having them only in order to get a rise out of his sister, and let their visitors see with what wit and spirit she could repudiate them. This, however, would only be a reason the more for the Princess's following up her scent. She would doubtless not expect to get at the bottom of his ideas in Audley Court. The opportunity would occur, rather, in case of his having the civility, on which she surely might count, to come and talk them over with her in her own house. Hyacinth mentioned to her the disappointment he had had in South Street, and she replied, "Oh, I have given up that house, and taken quite a different one." But she didn't say where it was, and in spite of her having given him so much the right to expect she would communicate to him a matter so nearly touching them both as a change of address, he felt a great shyness about asking. Their companions watched them, as if they considered that something rather brilliant now would be likely to come off between them, but Hyacinth was too full of regard to the Princess's tacit notification to him that they must not appear too thick, which was after all more flattering than the most pressing inquiries or the most liberal announcements about herself could have been. She never asked him when he had come back, and indeed it was not long before Rose Muniment took that business upon herself. Hyacinth, however, ventured to assure himself whether Madame Grandoni were still with the Princess, and even to remark, when she had replied, "Oh yes, still. The great refusal, as Dante calls it, has not yet come off. You ought to bring her to see Miss Rosie. She is a person Miss Rosie would particularly appreciate." "I am sure I should be most happy to receive any friend of the Princess Casamassima," said this young lady from the sofa; and when the Princess answered that she certainly would not fail to produce Madame Grandoni some day, Hyacinth, though he doubted whether the presentation would really take place, guessed how much she wished her old friend might have heard the strange, bedizened little invalid make that speech. There were only 3 other seats, for the introduction of the sofa, a question so profoundly studied in advance, had rendered necessary the elimination of certain articles, so that Muniment, on his feet, hovered round the little circle, with his hands in his pockets, laughing freely and sociably, but not looking at the Princess, though, as Hyacinth was sure, he was none the less agitated by her presence. "You ought to tell us about foreign parts and the grand things you have seen, except that doubtless our distinguished visitor knows all about them," Muniman said to Hyacinth. Then he added, "Surely, at any rate, you have seen nothing more worthy of your respect than Camberwell." "Is this the worst part?" the Princess asked, looking up with her noble, interested face. "The worst, madam? What grand ideas you must have! We admire Camberwell immensely." "It's my brother's ideas that are grand," cried Rose Muniment, betraying him conscientiously. "He does want everything changed, no less than you, Princess, though he is more cunning than you, and won't give one a handle where one can take him up. He thinks all this part most objectionable, as if dirty people won't always make everything dirty where they live. I dare say he thinks there ought to be no dirty people, and it may be so, only if every one was clean, where would be the merit? You would get no credit for keeping yourself tidy. At any rate, if it's a question of soap and water, every one can begin by himself. My brother thinks the whole place ought to be as handsome as Brompton." "Ah, yes, that's where the artists and literary people live, isn't it?" asked the Princess attentively. "I have never seen it, but it's very well laid out," Rosie rejoined with her competent air. "Oh, I like Camberwell better than that," said Muniment hilariously. The Princess turned to Lady Aurora, and with the air of appealing to her for her opinion, gave her a glance which travelled in a flash from the topmost bow of her large misfitting hat to the crumpled points of her substantial shoes. "I must get you to tell me the truth," she murmured. "I want so much to know London, the real London. It seems so difficult." Lady Aurora looked a little frightened, but at the same time gratified, and after a moment she responded, "I believe a great many artists live in St. John's Wood." "I don't care about the artists," the Princess exclaimed, shaking her head slowly, with the sad smile which sometimes made her beauty so inexpressibly touching. "Not when they have painted you such beautiful pictures?" Rosie demanded. "We know about your pictures. We have admired them so much. Mr. Hyacinth has described to us your precious possessions." The Princess transferred her smile to Rosie, and rested it on that young lady's shrunken countenance with the same ineffable headshake. "You do me too much honour. I have no possessions." "Gracious, was it all a make-believe?" Rosie cried, flashing at Hyacinth an eye that was never so eloquent as when it demanded an explanation. "I have nothing in the world, nothing but the clothes on my back," the Princess repeated very gravely, without looking at the young man. The word struck him as an admonition, so that, though he was much puzzled, he made no attempt for the moment to reconcile the contradiction. He only replied, "I meant the things in the house. Of course I didn't know whom they belonged to." "There are no things in my house now," the Princess went on, and there was a touch of pure, high resignation in the words. "Laws, I shouldn't like that," Rose Muniment declared, glancing with complacency over her own decorated walls. "Everything here belongs to me." "I shall bring Madame Grandoni to see you," said the Princess, irrelevantly but kindly. "Do you think it's not right to have a lot of things about?" Lady Aurora, with sudden courage, queried of her distinguished companion, pointing her chin at her, but looking into the upper angle of the room. "I suppose one must always settle that for oneself. I don't like to be surrounded with objects I don't care for, and I can care for only one thing, that is, for one class of things at a time. Dear lady," the Princess went on, "I fear I must confess to you that my heart is not in bibelots. When thousands and tens of thousands haven't bread to put in their mouths, I can dispense with tapestry and old china." And her fair face bent charmingly, conciliatingly on Lady Aurora appeared to argue that if she was narrow, at least she was candid. Hyacinth wondered, rather vulgarly, what strange turn she had taken, and whether this singular picture of her denuded personality were not one of her famous caprices, a whimsical joke, a nervous perversity. Meanwhile he heard Lady Aurora urge anxiously, "But don't you think we ought to make the world more beautiful?" "Doesn't the Princess make it so by the mere fact of her existence?" Hyacinth demanded, his perplexity escaping in a harmless manner through this graceful hyperbole. He had observed that, though the lady in question could dispense with old china and tapestry, she could not dispense with a pair of immaculate gloves, which fitted her like a charm. "My people have a mass of things, you know, but I have really nothing myself," said Lady Aurora, as if she owed this assurance to such a representative of suffering humanity. "The world will be beautiful enough when it becomes good enough," the Princess resumed. "Is there anything so ugly as unjust distinctions, as the privileges of the few contrasted with the degradation of the many? When we want to beautify, we must begin at the right end." "Surely there are none of us but what have our privileges," Rose Muniment exclaimed with eagerness. "What do you say to mine, lying here between two members of the aristocracy, and with Mr. Hyacinth thrown in?" "You are certainly lucky, with Lady Aurora Languish. I wish she would come and see me," the Princess murmured, getting up. "Do go, my lady, and tell me if it's so poor," Rosie went on gaily. "I think there can't be too many pictures and statues and works of art," Hyacinth broke out. "The more the better, whether people are hungry or not. In the way of ameliorating influences, are not those the most definite?" "A piece of bread and butter is more to the purpose if your stomach's empty," the Princess declared. "Robinson has been corrupted by foreign influences," Paul Muniment suggested. "He doesn't care for bread and butter now. He likes French cookery." "Yes, but I don't get it. And have you sent away the little man, the Italian with the white cap and apron?" Hyacinth asked of the Princess. She hesitated a moment, and then she replied, laughing, and not in the least offended at his question, though it was an attempt to put her in the wrong from which Hyacinth had not been able to refrain in his astonishment at these ascetic pretensions. "I have sent him away many times." Lady Aurora had also got up. She stood there gazing at her beautiful fellow visitor with a timidity which made her wonder only more apparent. "Your servants must be awfully fond of you," she said. "Oh, my servants," murmured the Princess, as if it were only by a stretch of the meaning of the word that she could be said to enjoy the ministrations of menials. Her manner seemed to imply that she had a charwoman for an hour a day. Hyacinth caught the tone, and determined that since she was going, as it appeared, he would break off his own visit and accompany her. He had flattered himself, at the end of 3 weeks of Medley, that he knew her in every phase, but here was a field of freshness. She turned to Paul Muniment and put out her hand to him, and while he took it in his own, his face was visited by the most beautiful eyes that had ever rested there. "Will you come and see me one of these days?" she asked, with a voice as sweet and clear as her glance. Hyacinth waited for Paul's answer with an emotion that could only be accounted for by his affectionate sympathy. The manner in which he had spoken of him to the Princess, and which he wished him to justify, the interest he had in his appearing, completely, the fine fellow he believed him. Muniment neither stammered nor blushed. He held himself straight, and looked back at his interlocutress with an eye almost as crystalline as her own. Then, by way of answer, he inquired, "Well, madam, pray what good will it do me?" And the tone of his words was so humorous and kindly, and so instinct with a plain manly sense, that though they were not gallant, Hyacinth was not ashamed for him. At the same moment he observed that Lady Aurora was watching their friend, as if she had at least an equal stake in what he might say. "Ah, none. Only me, perhaps, a little." With this rejoinder, and with a wonderful sweet indulgent dignity, in which there was none of the stiffness of pride or resentment, the Princess quitted him and approached Lady Aurora. She asked her if she wouldn't do her the kindness to come. She should like so much to know her, and she had an idea there was a great deal they might talk about. Lady Aurora said she should be delighted, and the Princess took one of her cards out of her pocket and gave it to the noble spinster. After she had done so, she stood a moment holding her hand and remarked, "It has really been such a happiness to me to meet you. Please don't think it's very clumsy if I say I do like you so." Lady Aurora was evidently exceedingly moved and impressed; but Rosie, when the Princess took farewell of her, and the irrepressible invalid had assured her of the pleasure with which she should receive her again, admonished her that in spite of this she could never conscientiously enter into such theories. "If every one was equal," she asked, "where would be the gratification I feel in getting a visit from a grandee? That's what I have often said to her ladyship, and I consider that I have kept her in her place a little. No, no, no equality while I'm about the place." The company appeared to comprehend that there was a natural fitness in Hyacinth's seeing the great lady on her way, and accordingly no effort was made to detain him. He guided her, with the help of an attendant illumination from muniment, down the dusky staircase, and at the door of the house there was a renewed brief leave-taking with the young chemist, who, however, showed no signs of relenting or recanting in respect to the Princess's invitation. The warm evening had by this time grown thick, and the population of Audley Court appeared to be passing it, for the most part, in the open air. As Hyacinth assisted his companion to thread her way through groups of sprawling, chattering children, gossiping women with bare heads and babies at the breast, and heavily planted men smoking very bad pipes, it seemed to him that their project of exploring the slums was already in the way of execution. He said nothing till they had gained the outer street, and then, pausing a moment, he inquired how she should be conveyed. Had she a carriage somewhere, or should he try and get a cab? "A carriage, my dear fellow! For what do you take me? I won't trouble you about a cab. I walk everywhere now." "But if I had not been here?" "I should have gone alone," said the Princess, smiling at him through the turbid twilight of Camberwell. "And where, please, gracious heaven? I may at least have the honor of accompanying you." "Certainly, if you can walk so far." "So far as what, dear Princess?" "As Madeira Crescent, Paddington." "Madeira Crescent, Paddington?" Hyacinth stared. "That's what I call it when I'm with people with whom I wish to be fine, like you. I have taken a small house there." "Then it's really true that you have given up your beautiful things?" "I have sold them all to give to the poor." "Ah, Princess!" the young man almost moaned, for the memory of some of her treasures was vivid within him. She became very grave, even stern, and with an accent of reproach that seemed to show she had been wounded where she was the most sensitive, she demanded, "When I said I was willing to make the last sacrifice, did you then believe I was lying?" "Haven't you kept anything?" Hyacinth went on, without heeding this challenge. She looked at him a moment. "I have kept you." Then she took his arm, and they moved forward. He saw what she had done. She was living in a little ugly, bare, middle-class house, and wearing simple gowns, and the energy and good faith of her behavior, with the abruptness of the transformation, took away his breath. "I thought I should please you so much," she added, after they had gone a few steps. And before he had time to reply, as they came to a part of the street where there were small shops, those of butchers, greengrocers, and pork piemen, with open fronts, flaring lamps, and humble purchasers, she broke out joyously, "Ah, this is the way I like to see London." End of Chapter 32.